The nail bent sideways on the third strike, and Naruto stared at it like it had personally insulted him. "You're holding the hammer wrong," Yamato said from somewhere behind a stack of lumber. "I'm holding it fine." "You're choking up on it like a kunai. It's a hammer, Naruto. Swing from the elbow." Naruto pulled the bent nail free with his fingers. No tool, just grip and yank, and flicked it into the discard pile. He grabbed a fresh one from the pouch on his hip, set it against the crossbeam, and swung again. The nail punched through the wood and out the other side, embedding itself 3 inches into the beam below. Yamato appeared around the lumber stack with an expression that could only be described as long-suffering. "Maybe just use clones for the structural work." "I've got clones on structural work. 40 of them on the East Quarter, 30 on the Market District, and another 20 helping with the hospital wing." Naruto tossed the hammer into a tool bucket and wiped his forehead with the back of his hand. "I wanted to do some of it myself. With my actual hands. You know," Yamato's expression softened. He did know. After everything, the war, the death, the literal goddess trying to turn the world into a dream, there was something grounding about simple labor. Wood and nails and sweat. Naruto had been at it every day for 3 weeks, dawn to dusk, rebuilding what pain had destroyed months ago and what the war's aftermath had stalled. Konoha was coming back together, slowly, unevenly, but it was happening. "Take a break," Yamato said. "You've been out here since 5, not tired." "Take a break anyway. Chuchai's got the ramen stand running again, temporary structure, but he's serving." That got Naruto's attention. He turned so fast he nearly knocked over the sawhorse beside him. "Ikaraku is open." Soft opening. "Limited menu." Naruto was already pulling off his work gloves. "Why didn't you lead with that?" He dropped from the second-story scaffolding without bothering with the ladder, landed in a crouch that cracked the packed earth, and took off down the half-rebuilt main road at a jog. Konoha in reconstruction was a strange landscape. Skeletal timber frames stood next to untouched buildings that had survived the war, and everywhere there were tarps and temporary shelters, and the organized chaos of a village putting itself back together. People called out to him as he passed. He waved back, grinned, shouted a few names. 3 weeks ago, these same streets had been silent with grief. Now there was noise, hammers, saws, arguments about load-bearing walls, a baby crying somewhere, 2 genin chasing a cat across a rooftop. Life, messy and loud and imperfect. Ikaraku's temporary structure was a plywood frame with a canvas roof, the original bar counter salvaged and propped on new supports. The stools were mismatched, some from the original shop, some clearly borrowed from other establishments. Chuchai stood behind the counter in his white hat, looking exactly like he always had, like the apocalypse had been a minor inconvenience. "Naruto?" The old man's face split into a wide grin. "First customer of the day. I'd say I'm surprised, but I'd be lying." "Old man Chuchai, I could smell the broth from 3 blocks away, and I'm not even in sage mode." Naruto dropped onto the center stool, his stool, the one with the slight wobble that he'd never let Chuchai fix because it was familiar, and planted his elbows on the counter. "Miso, extra pork." "Extra everything." "Limited menu means limited menu. I've got miso and I've got shoyu. Toppings are what I could get from the supply wagons this morning. Miso, whatever you've got, I trust you." Chuchai turned to the stove with a chuckle. Iame appeared from behind the curtain partition, carrying a tray of chopped scallions. She set them on the prep counter and looked up, and her eyes found Naruto, and something in her face went still for half a second, just a flicker there and gone, before she smiled. "Morning, Naruto." "Iame." "How's the new place?" "Temporary," she said, but she was smiling. She moved to help her father, and as she passed behind Naruto, her hand brushed his shoulder. Light, just a touch, the kind of casual contact that happened in tight spaces behind a ramen counter 100 times a day. But her fingers lingered a beat too long, and when she pulled away, she did it like she was peeling tape off skin, reluctant, slow, her fingertips trailing across the fabric of his jacket. Naruto didn't notice. He was watching Chuchai ladle broth. The miso was perfect. Reconstruction era ingredient limitations be damned. Chuchai's broth was a force of nature in its own right. Naruto inhaled the first bowl, ordered a second, and was halfway through it when the stool to his left scraped and someone sat down. "You eat like a grain thresher," Shikamaru said. "Good morning to you too." Shikamaru ordered shoyu and sat with his chin in his hand, watching the street through the open front of the stand with half-lidded eyes. He looked tired. He looked like he always looked tired. But there was a sharper edge to it now, the kind of fatigue that came from running logistics for a village rebuild, while also serving as interim strategic advisor to the 6th Hokage's office, while also being 20 years old and deeply annoyed about all of it. "Kakashi wants to see you," Shikamaru said. When you're done eating. So if you could slow down for once in your life, that'd be great, because I haven't had breakfast and I don't want to rush." Naruto grinned and deliberately slowed his chopstick pace. They ate in comfortable silence for a while. Shikamaru's shoyu arrived, and he ate it methodically, like he approached everything minimum effort, maximum efficiency. Iame refilled Naruto's water glass twice without being asked. The second time, her hand stayed on the glass after she set it down, her fingers inches from his on the counter, and she stood there for a moment too long before her father called her name and she turned away. "What's Kakashi want?" Naruto asked. "Didn't say. Probably the mission assignment backlog. We've got more requests than we can fill, half our forces are still recovering, and the ones who aren't are on reconstruction duty. He might want to pull your clones off building work and put them on C ranks. My clones can do both. Your clones are already doing both. And running the supply chain for the South District, and apparently teaching an academy class on Tuesday mornings. You know you're going to burn out, right?" "Nah," Shikamaru gave him a look. "You've got more chakra than anyone alive. That doesn't mean you don't need sleep." "I slept last night." "How long?" "A while, Naruto. 4 hours, maybe 3. There was a thing with the foundation work on the Akimichi compound. One of my clones dispelled and I got the memory feedback at like 2 in the morning and the load calculations were off, so I had to. You're not an architect." "No, but I can make 400 guys who can hold a building up while the actual architect fixes it." Shikamaru didn't argue further. There was no arguing with Naruto about helping people. You could argue with him about strategy, about politics, about whether instant ramen counted as a food group. But not about helping people. That was bedrock. You'd break your shovel before you'd move it. They finished eating. Naruto left money on the counter, too much, as always, because Chuchai had fed him for free more times than he could count when he was a kid, and Naruto had a long memory for kindness. As he stood, Iame leaned across the counter. "Naruto, we're open again tomorrow, same time. In case you should come if you want." "Are you kidding? I'll be here every day." She smiled, and the smile was too wide, and she leaned a little further across the counter than the conversation warranted. "Promise?" "Yeah, of course." Shikamaru was watching this exchange with the particular expression of a man cataloging data. He didn't say anything as they walked toward the Hokage's temporary office, a reinforced structure near the base of the mountain since the tower was still under repair. "Iame seems friendly today," he said after a block of walking. "She's always friendly. It's a ramen stand. Customer service." What? Nothing, just Naruto elbowed him. Shikamaru swayed with the impact and kept walking with his hands in his pockets. But his eyes were doing that thing they did when he was turning something over in his head. Narrowed, distant, calculating angles on a problem no one else had noticed yet. The Hokage's temporary office was a square, practical building with none of the grandeur of the tower. Inside, it smelled like fresh-cut wood and paper and the faintly metallic scent of ink. Kakashi was behind a desk that was too small for the volume of paperwork stacked on it. He wore the hat and robes with the resigned air of a man who'd lost a bet with the universe. "Naruto, Shikamaru, sit." They sat. Kakashi finished signing something, set his brush down, and leaned back. His visible eye crinkled. "You've got sawdust in your hair." Naruto ran a hand through his hair, and a small shower of wood shavings fell onto his shoulders. I was working on the residential block near the east gate. I know. I can see your clones from the window. Impressive and slightly unnerving, watching 50 of you carry lumber in formation. Kakashi folded his hands. I didn't call you here about construction. I have a situation, mission, not exactly. Kakashi glanced at Shikamaru. You noticed anything unusual lately? With the Kunoichi forces, Shikamaru's eyebrows rose a fraction. Define unusual. Shift change requests. Mission assignment preferences. I've gotten 14 requests in the last week from various Kunoichi, Chunin, Jonin, even 2 Anbu operatives, all asking to be assigned to work details or patrol routes near Naruto's reconstruction zones. Silence. Naruto looked between them. So, people want to help rebuild. These aren't requests to help rebuild. These are requests to be stationed near you, specifically you. And they're coming from women across different units, different ranks, who have no professional or personal reason to cluster around the East Quarter construction site. Kakashi's tone was light. It was always light, but his eye wasn't smiling anymore. I've also gotten 3 formal requests for one-on-one training sessions with you. One from a Tokubetsu Jonin who specializes in Genjutsu and has never expressed interest in Taijutsu in her entire career. Naruto shifted on his chair. Maybe I'm just popular. I did help save the world. You did. And the hero worship is expected and accounted for. This feels different. Kakashi picked up a scroll from his desk and unrolled it. Tenten submitted a mission request 2 days ago asking to be assigned as your personal logistics coordinator. She currently outranks the position she's requesting. It would be a demotion. Tenten, Naruto frowned. I know Tenten, she's great, but we've never been close. Why would she want to? That's what I'm asking you. Shikamaru leaned forward. How many women are we talking about total? That have made formal requests or shown noticeably altered behavior. As of this morning, 23 that I've personally flagged, but I'm the Hawkage, not a surveillance system. The actual number could be significantly higher. The room went quiet. Outside, the sounds of construction carried through the thin walls, hammers, voices, the creak of wood being set into frames. Naruto's clones building. You think something's wrong with them, Naruto said. Not a question. I think something happened, Kakashi said carefully. During the war. Possibly during the chakra distribution. When Naruto had shared Kurama's chakra with the entire allied shinobi forces. He remembered it, the rush of it, the golden cloak extending outward like a net of light, touching every soldier on the battlefield. He'd felt their hearts. Thousands of them, all at once, beating in time with his. It had been one of the most overwhelming moments of his life, more intense even than the fighting. I gave chakra to everyone, Naruto said slowly. Men and women, thousands of people. If something happened, wouldn't it affect everybody? You'd think, Kakashi said. But the reports I'm seeing, the behavioral changes, they're exclusively from women, every single one. Shikamaru's eyes had gone sharp. Who else knows about this? Just us, for now. And potentially Tsunade, I was going to brief her today. She's been running the medical corps post-war evaluations. If anyone's positioned to see patterns in, a knock at the door. Not polite, 3 hard raps. Come in, Kakashi said. Tsunade pushed through the door like it had been in her way on purpose. She was in her medical coat, hair pulled back, and she was carrying a folder thick enough to be a weapon. Her eyes swept the room, Kakashi, Shikamaru, Naruto, and locked on Naruto with an intensity that made the air feel heavier. Good, she said. He's already here. Tsunade-sama, I was just about to. I know what you were about to do. I'm ahead of you. She dropped the folder on Kakashi's desk with a slap that scattered paperwork. I've been running blood work, chakra pathway analysis, and neural mapping on every shinobi who came through the medical corps post-war screening. Standard protocol. But I started finding anomalies 3 days ago, and I've been running targeted tests since. She opened the folder. Inside were charts, dense, technical, covered in annotations in Tsunade's precise handwriting. Chakra flow diagrams, brain activity maps, hormone panels. Every woman who received Naruto's yang chakra during the war is showing altered neurochemistry. Tsunade said, and her voice was flat and clinical in the way it got when she was controlling something underneath it. Elevated oxytocin, restructured chakra pathways in the prefrontal cortex, and a persistent, low-level resonance in their chakra network that matches Naruto's signature exactly. Like a tuning fork that won't stop vibrating. Naruto stood up. "What does that mean?" Tsunade looked at him, and for just a moment, barely a blink, her expression cracked. Something raw and complicated moved behind her eyes, something that looked like hunger and fury in equal measure. Then her jaw tightened and it was gone, locked behind 5 decades of iron self-discipline. "It means they're fixated on you," she said. "Neurologically, their brains are treating proximity to you as a reward stimulus. The closer they are, the better they feel. The further away, the more agitated they become. It's not genjutsu, I checked. It's not a potion or a chemical agent. It's a structural change to their chakra-neural interface, and I know it's real, Naruto, because it's happening to me." The silence that followed was the loudest thing Naruto had ever heard. "You," he said. "Me." Tsunade's hands were at her sides and her fingers were curled into fists and the knuckles were white. "I've been fighting it for 3 days. I recognize the symptoms because I'm a medical ninja and I know what my own brain is supposed to feel like, and this isn't it. I want to be near you. I want to be near you all the time. It's irrational and it's consuming and I am furious about it." She took a breath. "But I can't make it stop. I've tried everything I know. Chakra disruption, neural resets, medical ninjutsu targeted at the affected pathways. The changes revert within hours. It's like trying to drain a river with a cup. The source just keeps flowing." Kakashi had gone very still behind his desk. Shikamaru's hand was over his mouth, his eyes fixed on the middle distance, running calculations. "How many women received Naruto's chakra during the war?" Shikamaru asked quietly. "Direct skin contact transfer through the chakra cloak," Tsunade said. "Conservatively. Every kunoichi on the battlefield, plus civilian medics, support staff, anyone who was in physical contact with a chakra-linked soldier at the time of distribution." She paused. "We're looking at hundreds, possibly over 1,000, across every allied nation." Naruto's hands were shaking. He looked down at them, these hands, his hands, the hands that could form a Rasengan, that could shape a tailed beast bomb that had punched a goddess, and they were trembling like he was 12 again and scared of the thing inside him. "I didn't," he started. "We know," Kakashi said, and his voice was gentle in a way that Kakashi's voice rarely was. "No one is saying you did this on purpose. I need to know what did this," Tsunade said. She turned to Naruto fully, and he could see the effort it cost her, the way her body wanted to step closer, and she was holding it at a distance through sheer willpower. "Take off your jacket." "What?" "Your jacket. Off. I need to examine your seal array." Naruto pulled off the orange and black jacket. Underneath, his mesh undershirt left his arms bare, and the seal on his stomach was visible through the fabric. The 8 trigram seal, the masterwork that held Kurama. Tsunade stepped closer, and Naruto saw her breathing change, deeper, slower, controlled, like she was performing a technique just to manage being near him. She pressed her glowing green palm to his stomach. Her hand was warm. She was a professional. She was examining him clinically. Her fingers trembled against his skin. "There," she said after a moment, and her voice was strained. "Layered beneath the 8 trigrams. A secondary seal matrix, smaller, older, woven into the primary structure. It was dormant. I can see the residual dormancy markers, but it's active now." "Wide open." "Minato's work?" Kakashi asked, standing and moving around the desk to look. "Has to be. The craftsmanship is too elegant for anyone else, but it's not in any of his known seal documentation. This was something he added quietly, maybe something he didn't want anyone else to know about." Naruto's throat was tight. "My dad put a seal on me that does this?" "I don't think he intended this," Tsunade said, and she pulled her hand away with visible reluctance, stepping back 3 paces to put distance between them. "The seal's original architecture looks like it was designed for something subtler. An empathic resonance, making people around you feel warmly toward you. A protective measure for a Jinchuriki baby in a hostile village. It would have been gentle. Passive, like a pleasant scent that makes people inclined to trust you. It never worked, Naruto said hollowly. Nobody wanted me around when I was a kid, because it was dormant. The villagers' hatred of the Ninetales was too strong. The negative emotional energy suppressed the seal before it could activate. But during the war, when you and Kurama achieved full synchronization and you pushed Yang Chakra life force through every person on that battlefield, Tsunade's jaw worked. The seal didn't just wake up. It detonated. It took what was meant to be a whisper and turned it into a scream, and the Yang Chakra made the effects permanent. It rewrote their neural pathways at the cellular level. It's not a jutsu sitting on top of their minds, it's become part of how their brains work. Shikamaru hadn't moved. His hand was still over his mouth, his eyes still distant. When he finally spoke, his voice was calm in the way that meant he was anything but, "Can it be reversed?" "I don't know," Tsunade said. "I've been trying to reverse it in myself for 3 days. I've failed. Can it be contained? Managed, if the affected women are aware of the compulsion, can they? Fight it. I'm fighting it right now. I've been fighting it every second since I walked through that door. I am one of the strongest-willed shinobi alive, and I am currently using a non-trivial portion of my concentration to keep myself from closing the distance between myself and a man half my age." Tsunade's voice didn't waver. Her eyes did. The women who are less aware, less disciplined, less experienced, they won't even know they're compromised. They'll rationalize it. They'll convince themselves the feelings are genuine. They'll adjust their behavior without understanding why. Some of them might have genuine feelings. Kakashi said carefully, "And that's part of the horror, isn't it?" Tsunade shot back. "How do you tell the difference? How does anyone tell the difference? How does Naruto walk through this village, knowing that every woman who smiles at him might be smiling because his dead father booby-trapped his chakra?" The room went quiet again. Naruto hadn't sat back down. He was standing in the middle of the office with his jacket in his hands and his seal exposed, and his face was doing something complicated. Not the easy grin, not the fierce battle focus, something younger. Something that looked like it had been hit in the ribs and was trying to remember how to breathe. "How do we fix it?" he asked. "I just said I don't." "I heard what you said. I'm asking how we fix it, because we're going to fix it. I'm not going to walk around this village, this world, knowing that I broke something in people's heads just by trying to keep them alive." "That's not," his voice caught. He swallowed. "That's not what it was supposed to be. I shared that chakra because I wanted to protect them. All of them. And if it did this instead, then I'm going to find a way to undo it. So tell me where we start." Tsunade stared at him. The compulsion pulsed behind her eyes. He could almost see it now, knowing what to look for, but she held steady. Something like respect cut through the obsession, something that was hers and not the seal's, something older and harder. "We start with research," she said. "I need Sakura. I need the Yamanaka clan's expertise in mental architecture. I need every scrap of Minato's seal research that exists. And I need time, which we don't have, because the moment this gets out, it becomes political," Shikamaru finished. "Multiple villages, kunoichi from every allied nation. If word spreads that Naruto has, even accidentally, compromised the mental autonomy of hundreds of women across the shinobi world." He didn't finish the sentence. He didn't need to. "We keep it contained," Kakashi said. He'd settled back behind his desk, and his posture had shifted less village administrator, more Anbu captain, the wartime operator underneath the lazy veneer. Small circle. Need to know. Tsunade, Sakura, and the Yamanaka specialist work the medical angle. Shikamaru handles strategic containment. Anyone who's noticed the behavioral changes gets a cover story. Post-war emotional adjustment, increased bonding from shared trauma, something plausible. "And me?" Naruto asked. "You keep doing what you're doing, rebuilding, being visible, being normal. If you suddenly change your behavior, people will notice and ask questions we can't answer yet. You want me to just walk around pretending everything's fine while women around me are? I want you to give us time to understand the problem before we try to solve it. You're not good at patience, Naruto. I'm asking you to try. Naruto held Kakashi's gaze. The sixth Hokage met it without flinching, one of the few people alive who could. 2 weeks, Naruto said. I'll give you 2 weeks. Then I'm doing something about it, whether we have answers or not. Fair enough. Tsunade gathered her folder. As she turned to leave, she paused at the door. She didn't look back. For what it's worth, she said, I don't blame you. What you did during the war saved every life on that battlefield, including mine. The fact that it came with a cost doesn't change that. It just means we have more work to do. Her hand tightened on the doorframe. But Naruto, don't touch anyone else, not until we understand the parameters. Skin contact might be the activation vector, and every woman you touch from this point forward could be another person we have to cure. She left. The doorframe had 5 fingertip-shaped indentations in the wood where she'd gripped it. Naruto looked down at his hands again. He flexed his fingers, turned his palms up, studied the lines and calluses. These hands, the same hands that had reached out to Kurama in darkness, the same hands that had clashed with Sasuke at the Valley of the End. The same hands that had grabbed every hand offered to him throughout his life, that had reached for every person he could reach. Don't touch anyone. Don't touch anyone. He pulled his jacket back on and zipped it to his chin. The afternoon was harder than the morning. Naruto's clones kept working. They didn't need to touch anyone. They moved lumber and hammered nails and did the heavy lifting. But the original Naruto found himself walking through the village with a new kind of awareness. A worse kind. He noticed things he'd been ignoring. The Chunin at the gate checkpoint who leaned out of her booth when he passed, her eyes tracking him down the street. The medic nin restocking the field hospital, who stopped mid-conversation with a colleague when Naruto walked by, losing her train of thought entirely before blinking and shaking her head. 2 kunoichi on a rooftop who'd been eating lunch and fell silent as he crossed the road below, both of them watching him with an intensity that had nothing to do with curiosity. He'd thought it was hero worship. Post-war admiration. People recognizing the guy who'd fought Kaguya. Now each lingering look felt like an accusation. He found himself on the training grounds at the edge of the village, the ones that hadn't been damaged, surrounded by old-growth trees that predated the village itself. He wasn't sure why he'd come here. He didn't have a training plan. He just needed to be somewhere that didn't have people looking at him like he was water in a desert. The grounds weren't empty. Hinata was there. She was practicing alone, which was how she usually practiced, away from the Hyuga compound, away from watching eyes, in the quiet space where she could fail and try again without judgment. Her gentle fist forms were crisp and precise, her movements flowing from one stance to the next with the kind of grace that only came from 10,000 hours of repetition. Byakugan active, her veins pronounced around her pale eyes, striking at invisible targets with palms that could shut down a human body's chakra system in seconds. She was good. She'd always been good, better than people gave her credit for, better than she gave herself credit for. The war had sharpened her further. Naruto had watched her stand in front of pain and nearly die for him. He'd watched her fight beside him in the war, fierce and sure in a way she'd never been before. She noticed him at the tree line, and her Byakugan had certainly seen him coming before he'd even cleared the last row of buildings. Her hands dropped to her sides, and she turned to face him, and her expression did the thing it always did, soft and open, like a door that had never had a lock. Naruto-kun. Hey, Hinata. He didn't walk closer. Normally he would have. He'd been getting more comfortable around her since the war, talking more freely, standing nearer. But now there was a voice in his head that sounded like Tsunade saying don't touch anyone, and he stayed at the tree line, leaning against an oak with his hands shoved deep in his pockets. If Hinata noticed the distance, she didn't comment on it. She walked toward him instead, of course she did, and stopped about 10 feet away, closer than the tree line, not as close as she might have. I saw your clones at the hospital wing, she said. The framing looks wonderful. Kiba said you've been at it since before dawn. Yeah, keeping busy. She tilted her head. Her Byakugan deactivated, the veins smoothing, and her eyes returned to their normal opalescent lavender. Without the Dijutsu active, her gaze was gentler, but no less perceptive. Hinata noticed things. She always had. It was what made her a great tracker nin and a terrible liar. She saw through surfaces. "You seem troubled," she said. "Nah, I'm fine. Naruto-kun." She said his name the way she always said his name, with the full weight of however many years she'd been watching him. Patient, certain. "You're standing 15 feet away from me with your hands in your pockets. You don't do that." He opened his mouth to deflect and found he couldn't. Not with her. Hinata had confessed her love while throwing herself between him and pain. She'd earned something that went beyond small talk and brush-offs. She'd earned honesty, at minimum, but how could he be honest about this? She was affected. She had to be. She'd been on that battlefield. She'd received his chakra like everyone else, and she'd been close to him when he distributed it, close enough that the transfer would have been especially concentrated. And she'd already had feelings for him. Real feelings, deep ones, the kind she'd carried quietly for years. The seal wouldn't have needed to create anything in Hinata. It would just have taken what was already there and turned the volume up until the knob broke off. Was the woman standing in front of him Hinata? Or was it the seal's version of Hinata, the same face, the same voice, the same kindness, but with the compulsion humming underneath it all like a second heartbeat? He couldn't tell. That was the worst part. He couldn't tell. "I talked to Tsunade today," he said carefully. "Medical stuff. Post-war follow-up, just got me thinking. About the war, about what happened during it, what I did, the chakra sharing." Hinata's expression didn't change, but something in her posture shifted, a slight stiffening, a degree of tension. "I remember," she said softly. "I felt your chakra." Everyone did. It was. She searched for a word. "Warm, it felt like you." Naruto's chest hurt. "Hinata, can I ask you something weird?" "Of course." "How do you feel right now, standing here, talking to me? How do you feel?" She blinked. Color rose in her cheeks, the familiar blush, the one he'd spent years being oblivious to and now couldn't unsee. What do you mean?" "I mean, is it good, being near me?" "Does it feel? I don't know how to ask this without sounding like an idiot. Does it feel like something you're choosing, or does it feel like something that's happening to you?" The blush deepened. Hinata's fingers found each other in front of her stomach, pressing together in the old nervous habit she'd mostly outgrown. "I've always wanted to be near you, Naruto-kun. You know that." I know you have. That's what makes this." He cut himself off. He was going to say too much. Kakashi had said to keep it contained. Need to know. And Hinata wasn't in that circle yet, because telling her meant telling her that her own feelings might be compromised, and he couldn't. Not yet. Not here on a training ground with the afternoon light filtering through the trees, and her face open and honest and impossible to look at without. Wondering how much of that openness was hers. "Makes this what?" she asked. "Hard," he said. "Everything after the war is just hard in ways I didn't expect." She was quiet for a moment. Then she closed the distance between them, 5 feet, 3 feet, and stood near enough that he could see the individual lashes framing her eyes. She didn't touch him. She just stood there, close, present, and looked up at his face with an expression that had no compulsion in it, no desperation, no obsessive heat. Just Hinata. Steady and gentle and certain. "You don't have to figure everything out today," she said. "You saved the world 3 weeks ago. Give yourself time to breathe." He wanted to reach out and take her hand. The impulse was so strong it was almost a physical force. He kept his hands in his pockets. "Yeah," he said. "Yeah, you're right," she smiled. "I usually am, you just don't always notice." He laughed, a real one, startled out of him, and for a moment the weight lifted. Then she reached up and brushed a wood shaving from his shoulder, her fingertips grazing the fabric of his jacket, and even through the layer of cloth he felt something, a spark, a resonance. Chapter 2. What the fox knew: the water dripped somewhere in the dark, always dripping. Years ago, the corridors of Naruto's mindscape had been a sewer, dank, oppressive, ankle-deep in murky water, iron bars and shadows. A prison. It had looked like what a lonely child expected the inside of a monster's cage to look like. It didn't look like that anymore. The space had shifted during the war, when Naruto and Kurama had finally stopped fighting each other. Now the corridors were wider, drier, lit by a sourceless amber glow that pulsed faintly like a heartbeat. The water was still there, it would always be there, some part of the mindscape was immutable, but it was shallow and clear, more like a mountain stream than sewage. The massive gate was gone. In its place stood an open archway, wide enough for Kurama to walk through without ducking, though the fox rarely bothered to move from his preferred spot. Naruto crossed the threshold and found Kurama exactly where he expected. Sprawled across the open chamber, beyond the archway, 9 tails draped in every direction like the roots of an enormous tree. One massive eye cracked open and tracking Naruto's approach with the lazy attention of a predator who'd already eaten. "Took you long enough," Kurama rumbled. His voice filled the chamber the way thunder filled a valley, not loud exactly, but present, vibrating in the bones. "I've been waiting since the Senju woman stuck her hand on our stomach." Naruto stopped at the edge of the chamber. "You heard all that? I hear everything you hear. I see everything you see. I thought we'd covered this." The great fox shifted, his head lifting from his crossed forepaws. Both eyes opened, vast, red, slitted, each one taller than Naruto. "You want to know about the seal? You knew about it." It wasn't a question, and Kurama didn't treat it like one. "I knew there was something besides the 8 trigrams. Your father was thorough." Paranoid, too, for a man who'd only been alive 24 years. He layered that seal like a fortress, the primary containment array, the fail-safes, the key system, and the other one. Smaller. Woven into the base architecture so tightly I couldn't touch it without risking the whole structure. "And you never told me. When would you have liked me to bring it up? When you were 12 and couldn't hear me over your own screaming? When you were 16 and we were still trying to kill each other? Or during the war, when we were slightly busy preventing the end of all life?" Kurama's lips pulled back from teeth the size of broadswords, which was his version of a sardonic smile. "I didn't know what it did, Naruto. I knew it was there. I knew it was dormant. I knew it was tied to the yang half of my chakra in a way that suggested your father designed them to interact. But it was inert, inactive, a sealed room with no door. I had bigger concerns." Naruto walked further into the chamber and sat down on the shallow water. It was warm here. It was always warm. Kurama's chakra radiated heat like a banked furnace. He sat cross-legged, the way he did when he was meditating or thinking or trying not to punch something, and he looked up at the fox who had ruined his childhood and then saved his life, and then become something that didn't have a clean word for it. Partner. Companion. The voice in the dark that had gone from hateful to grudging to something approaching genuine care. "Tell me what you do know," Naruto said. "Everything. Don't hold back and don't simplify it, because you think I won't understand." Kurama regarded him for a long moment. Then the great fox lowered his head until his chin rested on the water's surface, bringing his eyes level with Naruto's, close enough that the heat of his breath stirred Naruto's hair. "Your father was a genius with seals. You know this. What you may not appreciate is how much of a genius. The 8 trigrams seal isn't just a cage, it's an ecosystem. It manages the interaction between your chakra and mine in real time, adapting to changes in both. It's alive, in a sense, growing. And your father built that secondary seal into its foundation, which means it has access to the same adaptive architecture. Tsunade said it was supposed to make people feel warm toward me, a protection thing. The Senju woman's assessment is partially correct. The secondary seal was designed to resonate with human emotional processing, specifically the neural pathways associated with trust, comfort, and protective instinct. It was meant to operate passively, creating a subtle aura around you that would predispose nearby humans to treat you kindly. A reasonable precaution for a man who was about to die and leave his newborn son alone in a village that would have every reason to hate him. It never activated. No, the villagers' fear and hatred of me was overwhelming. The seal's passive output was like whispering in a hurricane. It couldn't overcome that kind of entrenched negative emotion, so it stayed dormant, waiting for conditions that would allow activation. Kurama's eye narrowed. Those conditions arrived when you and I achieved full synchronization, and you pushed our combined yang chakra through every soldier on that battlefield. Yang chakra, life force. Life force, vital energy, the creative principle, call it what you want. It's the half of my power that deals with physical and emotional vitality. When you distributed it, the secondary seal rode the wave. It piggybacked on the yang chakra transfer and activated in every recipient simultaneously. But it wasn't designed for that scale or that intensity. It was built for passive, localized operation, a gentle hum in a small radius. Instead, it fired at full power through a direct chakra link into hundreds of people's nervous systems. And it only affected women because Kurama hesitated. For the nine-tailed fox, hesitation was unusual enough to be alarming. Because your father designed it that way, Kurama said. The seal's targeting parameters are specifically calibrated to female neurochemistry. Oxytocin receptor density, estrogen-mediated chakra pathway structures, the particular way women's neural networks process social bonding. It's gendered by design. Naruto stared at him. Why the hell would my dad? Think about it. He was a young Hokage with a pregnant wife. He was about to seal a tailed beast into his newborn son and die in the process, leaving that son in the care of a village. Who protects children? Who, in every culture and every village, is most likely to feed an orphan, shelter a lost child, step between a mob and a small boy? Kurama's voice had gone quiet. Not gentle. Kurama was never gentle, but something adjacent. Your father was betting on women. Mothers, teachers, caretakers. He built the seal to activate their protective instincts toward you. It was never supposed to create obsession. It was supposed to make them want to take care of you. The water rippled around Naruto where he sat. His fists were clenched on his knees, but the war changed it. The war broke it. The intensity, the directness of the chakra transfer, the fact that the recipients were adults with complex existing emotional frameworks rather than villagers encountering a baby, all of it warped the seal's function. Instead of activating protective instinct, it activated attachment. Deep, persistent, neurologically embedded attachment. And because the yang chakra made the changes at the cellular level, the effect is self-sustaining. It doesn't need the seal to maintain it anymore. The seal lit the fire. The fire is burning on its own now. In their brains. In their brains. In their chakra pathways. In the fundamental way their nervous systems process your existence. You're not a person to them anymore, Naruto. Not entirely. You're a stimulus, a need. Some of them can fight it, the strong-willed ones, the ones with training, the ones who understand what's happening. But they're fighting their own biology, and biology doesn't get tired. Naruto was quiet for a long time. The amber light of the mindscape pulsed around them, steady as breathing. Can you fix it? He asked. No. Can you undo what the yang chakra did? The yang chakra isn't mine anymore. It's theirs. Once it integrated into their systems, it became part of their biology. I'd have to rip it out of them individually, and that would kill them as surely as ripping me out of you would kill you. There has to be something. The seal on me, if we modify it, suppress it. The seal on you is already done doing its work. It activated, it fired, it's dormant again. Modifying it now would be like dismantling a cannon after the ball has already been fired. The damage is downrange. Then what about the original seal design? If my dad built it, there has to be documentation. Notes, something that explains the architecture well enough that we can engineer a counterseal. Kurama lifted his head. His eyes, ancient, vast, carrying the weight of centuries of existence, studied Naruto with something that might have been approval. That, the fox said, is not a stupid question. Your father kept his seal work private, obsessively so. He didn't trust anyone with the full scope of his sealing knowledge, not even Jiraiya. But he was in Uzumaki by marriage, and your mother's clan had the most extensive seal archive in the known world. Uzumaki, destroyed decades ago. But the Uzumaki didn't keep their most important work in buildings. They kept it in sealed archives, locked with blood keys, scattered and hidden. If your father documented the secondary seal anywhere, it would be there. Where? That I don't know. The Uzumaki were thorough about hiding their treasures, but the ruins of Uzushio still exist, and the sealed archives would have survived the village's destruction. They were built to survive anything short of the end of the world. Kurama's mouth twisted. Which we narrowly avoided, so they should still be intact. Naruto filed that away. Uzushiagakure, his mother's homeland, another inheritance he'd never been able to claim. One more thing, he said. The activation. It happened during the war because I shared chakra at full power. Does that mean it can happen again? If I touch someone now, skin contact, chakra transfer, does the seal fire again? Kurama's silence was answer enough. Kurama. Yes, the seal is dormant but not dead. It's like a muscle that's been used. It's easier to activate now than before. Skin-to-skin contact with a woman while your chakra is active could trigger a localized activation. Possibly even passive skin contact if your emotional state is heightened. You run hot, Naruto. Your chakra responds to your emotions more than any Jinchuriki I've ever been sealed in. Anger, joy, determination, they all spike your output, and any spike could wake the seal. So I can't touch anyone. You can't touch any woman, not safely, not until you understand the seal well enough to control it. Naruto stood, the water sloshed around his sandals. He looked up at Kurama, really looked, taking in the full scope of the creature that shared his body, the tails, the teeth, the red eyes that had watched the world turn for longer than any human civilization had existed. We're going to fix this, Naruto said. You keep saying that. Because I mean it. I don't care if it takes a year or 10 years or the rest of my life. Those women, they didn't choose this. They were soldiers. They stood on that battlefield because they were brave enough to fight for the world, and I repaid them by taking something from them without asking. I won't let that stand. Kurama watched him. The great fox's expression was unreadable, but his tails had stilled, all 9 of them, motionless, which meant he was paying full attention. Your father meant well too, Kurama said. Remember that. Naruto closed his eyes. When he opened them, he was back on the training ground, sitting cross-legged in the grass, the late afternoon sun warm on his face. Hinata was gone. She must have left while he was in the mindscape, not wanting to disturb him. The training ground was empty and quiet, and the trees threw long shadows across the packed earth. He stood up and headed for the Yamanaka compound. The Yamanaka compound was on the northeast side of the village, one of the areas that had escaped the worst damage. The buildings were traditional, wood and paper, sliding doors. A central courtyard with a garden that Ino's mother maintained with quiet ferocity. Naruto had been here only a handful of times, usually chasing after Shikamaru or Choji, and the compound's calm, measured atmosphere always made him feel like he was tracking mud on clean floors. Ino was in the garden. She was kneeling by a flower bed, her hands deep in the soil, wearing civilian clothes, a purple top, dark pants, her hair pulled into its usual high ponytail. She looked up when he came through the gate, and her face did the thing that Naruto was learning to dread. A flash of something bright and involuntary, quickly controlled, tamped down behind a practiced smile. Naruto, this is unexpected. Hey, Ino, got a minute? Several, actually. Dad's at the intelligence division and Mom's running errands. I was just... She looked down at the flower bed. A row of cosmos was coming up, purple and white, delicate petals unfolding in the warmth. Gardening. Therapeutic, supposedly. He sat down on the garden's stone border, a safe distance away. Ino watched him choose the spot, watched him deliberately select the position furthest from her, and her eyes sharpened. You know, she said, it wasn't a question. Tsunade told me this morning, you know too, I'm a Yamanaka. Ino's voice was flat. She turned back to the flowers and jabbed a trowel into the soil with more force than the task required. We specialize in the mind. Our entire clan jutsu library is built around understanding mental architecture, neural pathways, the topology of thought and emotion. I felt it happen, Naruto, during the war when your chakra hit me. I felt something change in my head, like a door opening that I didn't know was there, and something walked through it and sat down and made itself at home. She drove the trowel in again. A clump of earth broke apart. At first, I thought it was the battle. Adrenaline, fear, the intensity of the shared chakra link. You feel a lot of things on a battlefield, and not all of them make sense after. But it didn't fade. I went home after the war, and I couldn't stop thinking about you. Not like a crush. I've had crushes. I know what they feel like. This was different. This was structural. It was like someone had rearranged the furniture in my head and put you in the center of the room. She set the trowel down and wiped her hands on her pants. When she looked at him, her expression was clinical, the Yamanaka training overriding whatever the compulsion was doing to her. I've been examining myself with the mind-body transmission technique, mapping the changes. It's extensive, Naruto. The affected neural pathways aren't superficial, they're deep structure. Limbic system, prefrontal cortex, the chakra-neural interface points that regulate emotional processing. Whoever designed the original seal, and I assume it was your father, was working at a level of neurological sophistication that frankly makes our clan's techniques look like children's drawings. Can you show other people what you've found? Tsunade and Sakura are working on this. If they could see what you've mapped, I can do better than show them. I can let them experience it. The mind-body transmission can share perceptual data. I can let Tsunade see my neural landscape as I see it, feel what the compulsion feels like from the inside. It's the most accurate diagnostic tool we have. Would you be willing to, I already offered, sent a message to Tsunade-sama's office an hour before you showed up? Ino's mouth quirked, not quite a smile. I'm not just sitting here gardening because it's relaxing, Naruto. I'm sitting here because being in the village, near you, even across the village at this distance, feels better than being anywhere else, and I hate it. I hate that this thing in my head is making decisions about where I want to be. I am a kunoichi of the Yamanaka clan. My mind is supposed to be my weapon, and right now my weapon has been compromised. She said it evenly, matter of fact, but her hands were dirty and shaking, and the cosmos flowers beside her were freshly planted and perfect, and she'd been kneeling here in the dirt, because it was the only thing she'd found that kept her hands busy enough to stop them from carrying her toward whatever part of the village Naruto happened to be standing in. I'm going to fix this, Naruto said. I know you will. That's not the compulsion talking, that's me knowing you. You're the most stubborn person alive. But Naruto, she paused, be careful who you tell. Not everyone affected is going to react the way I have, or the way Tsunade-sama has. Some women are going to like the way they feel. Some of them are going to fight against being cured, and some of them are going to panic, and panicking kunoichi with compromised judgment are dangerous. He nodded. He hadn't thought of that. Thanks, Ino. Don't thank me, just fix it. She picked up her trowel and turned back to the flowers, and he heard her take a slow, steadying breath as he stood and moved toward the gate, the distance between them growing, her breath catching slightly as it did. He didn't look back. The Hokage's office was busier when Naruto returned at dusk. Kakashi was still behind his desk, but Shikamaru had commandeered a side table and was surrounded by maps, personnel files, and deployment schedules. He'd been working. His face had the drawn, focused quality it got during extended strategic sessions. The laziness burned away, the frightening intellect underneath fully engaged. "Where's Sakura?" Naruto asked from the doorway. "On her way," Kakashi said. "I sent for her 2 hours ago." She was at the hospital field surgery backlog from the war. She's been in the operating theater for 11 hours. She knows about the seal. Not yet. Tsunade wanted to tell her personally. Naruto leaned against the doorframe. "I talked to Kurama." That got Shikamaru's attention. He looked up from his maps. Kakashi set down his brush. Naruto told them everything, the secondary seal's design, its intended purpose, the yang chakra overcharge, the permanence of the neural changes, the gender specificity, the risk of further activation through skin contact. He didn't soften any of it. He relayed Kurama's words as precisely as he could, and when he was done, the room held a quality of silence that felt almost solid. Shikamaru spoke first. "The Uzumaki Archives, that's our best lead on the seal's original design," according to Kurama. "My dad was too secretive to document it anywhere else. Uzushiogakure has been ruins for decades. The location is known, but it's in disputed waters, technically unclaimed territory, but Kiri and several smaller nations have made sovereignty claims over the surrounding area since the Uzumaki clan's fall. A team going there would be noticed. Then they'll be noticed. Naruto. I'm not sneaking around, Shikamaru. I'm not going to tiptoe through international diplomacy while this thing eats people from the inside. If I need to go to Uzushio, I'll go to Uzushio. Anyone who wants to stop me is welcome to try." Kakashi raised a hand. "Let's not start a war to fix the aftermath of the last one. We'll handle the diplomatic angle. I am technically Hokage, and navigating international waters is slightly more my specialty than yours." "Then navigate faster." A knock at the door. Softer this time, precise. "Come in," Kakashi called. Sakura entered, and she looked like someone who'd been on her feet for half a day, green medical coat over her usual clothes. Pink hair, pulled back in a functional knot. Dark circles under her eyes that her general vitality couldn't quite mask. She'd been beautiful when she was 12 in the way that children are, all potential and no definition. At 19, the potential had been realized: strong jaw, clear eyes, the lean, muscular frame of someone who could crater a street with her fist. She carried herself with the quiet authority of a medic who'd saved more lives than she could count. Her eyes found Naruto, and something moved across her face. A complicated thing, layered, the expression of someone who'd spent years renegotiating her understanding of the boy she'd grown up beside. There was warmth in it. There had always been warmth in it, even when she'd been too focused on Sasuke to see it clearly. But now there was something else underneath the warmth, something sharper, more urgent, like a hand closing around something precious. She blinked it away. Professional. Focused, Kakashi-sensei, Shikamaru, Naruto. She looked around the room, reading the tension. "What's going on?" Tsunade appeared in the hallway behind her like she'd been waiting. "Sit down, Sakura. I've been standing for 11 hours. I'd rather sit down." Sakura sat. Tsunade closed the door and leaned against it, arms folded. She looked at Naruto, the reflexive pull of the compulsion visible in the way her body oriented toward him even as she held position at the door, and then at Sakura. "What I'm about to tell you stays in this room," Tsunade said. "You will not discuss it with anyone outside this group unless specifically authorized. This includes your parents, your friends, and anyone you might feel a powerful urge to share information with. Do you understand? You're scaring me, Shisho." "Good, you should be scared," and Tsunade told her. Sakura listened. She listened the way she did everything, with total attention, processing each piece of information, fitting it into her existing understanding. Naruto watched her face and saw the progression. Confusion, then dawning comprehension, then the moment she turned the lens inward and looked at herself with the clinical eye Tsunade had trained into her, the color drained from her face. "Oh," she said quietly. "Yes," Tsunade said. "I thought these last 3 weeks, I've been finding excuses to visit Naruto's construction sites. I told myself it was because I wanted to check for injuries. I'm a medic, it made sense. But I was going 3-4 times a day, and She stopped. Her hands were in her lap, and she was staring at them. "Yesterday, at the hospital, I was in surgery, complex procedure, a Jonin with a chakra pathway collapse from the war, and I lost focus. In the middle of surgery. Because I heard Naruto's voice outside the window, and my hands stopped moving, and I just listened for about 4 seconds. She looked up. Her eyes were bright. Not with tears, not yet, with the specific fury of a medic who discovered a disease inside herself. I almost killed a patient because I heard his voice through a window. "Sakura," Naruto started. "Don't." She held up a hand. Not angry at him, he could see that, but needing space. "Just don't talk for a second. Let me think." She pressed her fingers to her temples and breathed, in, out. the way Tsunade had taught her to center herself before difficult procedures. The neurochemical changes Tsunade Shisho described, I can feel them. Now that I know what to look for, I can feel them. It's like discovering a tumor through self-examination. It was there the whole time. I just didn't know to check. She dropped her hands. What do we know about the seal's architecture? And just like that, she was working. Naruto could have cried watching it. Sakura at 12 had been a girl who fell apart when things got hard. Sakura at 19 was a woman who received devastating personal news and immediately started problem-solving. Tsunade's training hadn't just made her a great medic. It had made her someone who ran toward the wound. For the next hour, the room became a working session. Tsunade and Sakura discussed the medical angle with a shared vocabulary that left the others partially behind: neural pathway reconstruction, chakra cellular integration, receptor site modification. Shikamaru asked targeted questions that cut through the medical jargon and forced the two medics to translate their findings into strategic implications. Kakashi listened, took notes, and occasionally interjected with questions about operational security. Naruto sat in the corner and absorbed everything. People assumed he wasn't detail-oriented because he was loud and impulsive. They were wrong. He might not track every technical term, but he tracked the shape of the problem, the contours, the pressure points, the places where force could be applied. He'd learned that in combat, and it translated to everything else. By the time the session wound down, they had a working framework. The medical team, Tsunade, Sakura, and Ino, would pursue two parallel tracks. First, detailed mapping of the seal's neurological effects, using Ino's self-examination as a baseline and expanding to other willing subjects. Second, research into countermeasures, anything that could disrupt, mitigate, or reverse the changes. Shikamaru would handle containment. The behavioral changes in affected women needed to be managed without revealing the cause. He'd work through the intelligence division, carefully, without tipping off the Yamanaka clan elders, who would ask uncomfortable questions if they noticed their techniques being deployed domestically. Kakashi would manage the political dimension. If this leaked to other villages, the fallout would be catastrophic. He needed to get ahead of it, and Naruto would consult with Kurama on the seal's technical details and begin preparing for a potential mission to Uzushiaga Cure. There's one more thing, Shikamaru said as they were wrapping up. He'd been quiet for the last 10 minutes, staring at a personnel file with an expression that suggested the file contained bad news it hadn't yet shared with him. Temari. The room stilled. She's here, Shikamaru continued, in Konoha. She arrived 3 days ago for the post-war diplomatic coordination meetings. She's been staying longer than her schedule requires. She keeps finding reasons to extend. Is she affected? Kakashi asked, though his tone said he already knew the answer. She was on the battlefield. She received the chakra transfer. Shikamaru's voice was carefully neutral, professionally neutral, the kind of neutral that took significant effort. I've noticed changes in her behavior. Subtle. She's good at masking, she's a diplomat and a jonin, she's trained to control her effect. But she's been seeking out locations where Naruto is working, adjusting her walking routes. She brought it up in conversation yesterday, asked me where Naruto's reconstruction teams were stationed, said she wanted to observe Konoha's rebuild strategy. Temari doesn't care about construction logistics. Has she contacted Suna? Kakashi asked. That's the problem. She was supposed to report back to Gaara 4 days ago. She's filed 2 delay requests with the Suna liaison office. The reasons are technically legitimate but thin. Gaara's not stupid. He's going to start asking questions. Gaara already asked questions, Kakashi said. He picked up a scroll from beneath the paperwork on his desk. This came by Hawk this afternoon, from the Kazekij's office, marked personal priority. It's addressed to me, but the subject is Temari. Gaara wants to know why his sister is behaving anomalously and whether Konoha has any insight into the cause. Shikamaru closed his eyes. What did you tell him? Nothing yet. I've been trying to decide how much to share. Don't lie to Gaara, Naruto said from his corner. Everyone looked at him. I'm serious. Don't. Gaara's my friend and he's not an idiot, and if we lie to him and he finds out later, and he will find out later, we lose the alliance. Tell him the truth. The truth is that his sister has been neurologically compromised by your chakra, and we don't know how to fix it. Shikamaru said, That truth, you want Kakashi to put that in a diplomatic communication. I want me to tell him, face to face, before he hears it from anyone else. Kakashi studied him. That's actually not a bad instinct. Gaara trusts you more than he trusts Konoha as an institution. Coming from you, with full transparency, it's more likely to be received as a problem to solve together rather than a betrayal to punish. Gaara's reasonable, Naruto said. He's one of the most reasonable people I know when he's not actively losing his mind. And he won't lose his mind if I'm honest with him. You hope, Shikamaru said. I know. Shikamaru looked at him for a long moment, then nodded, not agreement exactly. Acceptance that arguing with Naruto about this particular thing was a losing proposition, and Shikamaru never invested effort in battles he couldn't win. The meeting broke up near midnight. Sakura and Tsunade left together, already deep in discussion about testing protocols. Shikamaru gathered his maps and files and headed for the intelligence division, where he'd apparently set up a secondary workspace because going home meant sleeping and sleeping meant not working. Naruto walked home alone through the quiet streets. The reconstruction noise had died with the daylight. The village was still under informal curfew after dark, not enforced but generally observed. The streets were empty except for patrol teams moving in pairs on the rooftops, visible as flickers of shadow against the stars. His apartment was in one of the buildings that had survived both Paine's assault and the war's aftermath. Small, cluttered, familiar. The same apartment he'd lived in since he was old enough to live alone, which in a ninja village meant old enough to feed yourself and lock the door. He'd been 5. The apartment hadn't been this small then. Now he had to duck slightly through the bathroom doorway, and his futon was a little too short, and the walls were covered in a collage of photographs, mission scrolls, and the accumulated debris of a life lived at full speed. He stood in the kitchen and drank water from a glass and stared out the window at the Hokage monument. 4 faces, 5 now, with Tsunade's addition during the Pain crisis, carved into the mountainside, lit faintly by the moon. His father's face was the 4th one. Minato Namikaze. The yellow flash. The man who'd sealed a demon fox into his own son, kissed his wife goodbye, and died before Naruto could ever know him except through inherited jutsu and fragments of stored chakra. A man who'd tried to protect his son and instead built a weapon that was detonating years after his death, hurting the people Naruto cared about most. Naruto didn't blame him. He wanted to. Anger would be simpler, cleaner, easier to carry than this complicated ache, but he couldn't. Minato had been 24 years old, facing the end of the world, making impossible choices at impossible speed. He'd done his best. His best had consequences he couldn't have foreseen. That was the tragedy of good people doing desperate things. The damage was never intentional, which made it harder to fix and harder to forgive. He set the glass down and went to bed. He didn't sleep well. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw Tsunade's white-knuckled grip on the doorframe. Ino's steady voice describing the rearranged furniture of her mind. Sakura's face when she realized the disease was already inside her. Hinata's eyes, open and trusting and impossible. He slept 3 hours and got up before dawn and went back to work. The next 3 days moved fast. Tsunade and Sakura commandeered a private ward in the hospital's medical research wing. A secure floor, access restricted, officially designated for post-war chakra integration studies. Not even a lie, technically. They brought in Ino on the 2nd day, and the 3 of them began the painstaking process of mapping the seal's effects in detail. Ino's contribution was immediate and invaluable. The mind-body transmission technique allowed her to share her direct perceptual experience of the compulsion with Tsunade and Sakura, not just describing the changes but showing them, letting the 2 medics see her neural landscape as she navigated it. What they found was sobering. The seal's effects weren't a single alteration, but a cascade of interconnected changes. Dozens of neural pathway modifications that reinforced each other, creating a self-sustaining feedback loop. The core of the compulsion was rooted in the limbic system, the emotional brain, but it had tendrils extending into higher cognitive functions: attention, motivation, risk assessment, long-term planning. It didn't just make them want Naruto. It subtly restructured their priorities around him, making tasks related to him feel more urgent, making his safety feel more important than their own, making his absence register as a low-level threat that demanded response. "It's elegant," Sakura said on the third day, and immediately looked like she wanted to wash her mouth out. "I mean the seal design, not the effect. The effect is a nightmare, but the architecture is. Tsunade Shisho, I've never seen anything like this. It's not brute force. It's not overriding their existing emotional framework. It's integrating with it. Working with the brain's natural bonding mechanisms rather than against them. That's why it feels so natural to the affected women, because on a structural level, it is natural. It's using their own neural hardware to produce the effect. Which is why it's so hard to reverse," Tsunade said. "We're not trying to remove a foreign element. We're trying to distinguish between changes the seal made and changes the brain made on its own. It's like trying to pull a specific flavor out of a soup after it's been simmered for hours. Can we at least develop a diagnostic?" Sakura pressed. "Something that can identify affected women reliably, even if they're not showing obvious behavioral changes." "I'm working on it." The chakra resonance is the most reliable marker. Every affected woman has a persistent low-level signature that matches Naruto's frequency. A sensor type could detect it, but the signal is subtle. Background noise, unless you know exactly what you're looking for. "Karin," Naruto said. He'd been sitting in the corner of the lab, listening, staying out of the way. "Karin's the best sensor alive. She could detect a specific chakra signature in a crowd of thousands." Sakura's expression flickered at the mention of Karin, old history, complicated history, involving Sasuke and a bridge and a wound Sakura had healed on a woman Sasuke had stabbed through the chest. But she nodded. "She's in Konoha. She stayed after the war. Orochimaru's team is under surveillance but not confined. I can reach out." "Carefully," Tsunade said. "Karin's a woman. If she comes into contact with Naruto, I won't touch her," Naruto said. "I won't be in the same room. She can analyze my chakra signature from a sample. I'll give a blood draw or a chakra-infused medium or whatever she needs." Tsunade looked at him with something that wasn't the compulsion, something older and more personal, the expression of a teacher recognizing that a student has grown. "Good. Yes, that works." Shikamaru's containment operation, meanwhile, was a masterclass in invisible crisis management. Within 48 hours, he'd identified 31 additional women showing behavioral changes consistent with the seal's effects. All kunoichi or civilian women who'd been on the battlefield or in direct contact with chakra-linked personnel during the distribution. He'd done it without alerting any of them, working through routine administrative channels, cross-referencing duty rosters and patrol assignments with proximity data from Naruto's known locations. The pattern was clear. Women who'd received the chakra transfer were gravitating toward Naruto, some overtly, some subtly, but all consistently. The degree of behavioral change correlated roughly with two factors: the intensity of their original chakra exposure, which was a function of physical proximity during the war, and the strength of their pre-existing emotional connection to Naruto. Women who'd been closer to him on the battlefield and who'd already had positive feelings toward him showed the strongest effects. Women who'd been further away or who'd had minimal prior interaction showed milder but still measurable changes. The outer ring isn't critical yet. Shikamaru reported to Kakashi. Women with mild effects are rationalizing their behavior. They think they've developed a crush. Inconvenient but not dangerous. The inner ring, women with strong effects, is more concerning. These are women making life decisions based on the compulsion. Career changes, relationship disruptions, Tenten formally withdrew her demotion request after I had Kakashi deny it, but she's been showing up at Naruto's construction sites as a volunteer. The genjutsu specialist who requested training sessions has been eating lunch across the street from his apartment every day. Are any of them a danger to themselves? Kakashi asked. Not yet, but we're 3 weeks out from activation. If the effects are progressive, if they intensify over time rather than plateau, then the trajectory isn't good. We need Ino's assessment on that. I asked her. She says the compulsion in her own mind feels stable, intense, but not increasing, but she's a Yamanaka. Her mental discipline is exceptional. She might be unconsciously managing the progression in herself while others can't. Best case, the effects plateau and we have time to work. Worst case, they escalate, and we have a village full of Kunoichi whose primary motivation is physical proximity to one man, which is an operational catastrophe I don't have a contingency plan for. On the morning of the 4th day, Naruto was helping frame a wall on the residential block when a shadow dropped from a nearby rooftop and landed beside him with the precise, efficient movement of someone who'd been trained to kill from childhood. Temari. Sand hit I-8. Tessen battle fans strapped across her back. Teal eyes, sharp features, the kind of face that could shift from diplomatic smile to combat snarl without passing through anything in between. She was 20 years old and the Kazekage sister, and one of the most accomplished Win-style fighters in the shinobi world, and she was standing 3 feet from Naruto with an expression that was working very hard to be casual. Morning, she said. Hey, Temari, what's up? Heard you were running reconstruction personally, wanted to see the operation. She looked around at the work site, clones hauling lumber, framework going up, the organized chaos of a major construction effort. Impressive, Suna could use your clone technique for our rebuilds. Anytime. I'd lend you some if I could send them that far, she smiled. It was a good smile, natural, relaxed, the kind of thing a normal Allied village diplomat might offer during a friendly inspection of reconstruction work. But she didn't leave after the pleasantry. She stayed. She leaned against a support beam and watched the work, and asked questions about the construction timeline, and the resource allocation, and the structural engineering choices. And all of her questions were intelligent and relevant, and none of them explained why a Suna Jonin with no construction background was spending her morning at a Konoha worksite. Naruto kept working. He kept distance between them, not obviously, not rudely, but consistently. Every time she drifted closer, he found a reason to move to a different part of the site. Temari noticed. She was too good not to notice. But she didn't comment on it, and that told Naruto something too. She was aware, on some level, that her behavior was unusual, and she was choosing not to examine why. After an hour, she left. Naruto watched her go and then signaled one of his clones to find Shikamaru. The clone found Shikamaru at the intelligence division and reported what happened. Shikamaru listened with the expression of a man watching a shogi board develop in a direction he'd predicted, but hoped to avoid. Gaara's reply came this morning, Shikamaru said. He's coming to Konoha personally. Arriving tomorrow. Good, the clone said, because Naruto's clones carried his convictions as faithfully as they carried his face. I'll be ready. Ready to tell the Kazekage that you've accidentally brainwashed his sister. Ready to tell my friend the truth and figure this out together. The clone dispelled. Naruto got the memory feedback mid-hammer swing and bent another nail. Yamato, working nearby, sighed. That evening, Naruto stood in the hospital research wing while Sakura drew blood. She was wearing gloves, double-layered, a precaution they'd established, and she worked with the efficient speed of someone who'd done this 10,000 times. The needle went in, the vial filled, she capped it and labeled it and reached for the next. I need 6 samples, she said. Different chakra states. Resting, active, nature energy infused, Kurama-linked, and 2 transitional states. We need to map the seal's signature across your full operational range. That's only 5. 6th is a control, baseline human chakra without any of your extras. I'll use my own blood for comparison. They worked through the draws. For the active state sample, Naruto molded chakra until his hands glowed faintly blue. For the nature energy sample, he dropped into brief sage mode, the orange pigmentation spreading around his eyes, his pupils shifting to horizontal bars, the air around him going dense and alive. For the Kurama-linked sample, he let the fox's chakra rise to the surface golden, warm, the cloak flickering into existence around his shoulders before he pulled it back. Each time, Sakura watched the blood in the vial. At resting state, it looked normal. At active state, it shimmered faintly. In sage mode, it pulsed with visible energy, and when Kurama's chakra entered the mix, the blood in the vial glowed a soft, warm gold, like liquid sunlight. There, Sakura breathed. She held the Kurama-linked vial up to the light. The resonance is visible to the naked eye in this state. If the seal's signature rides on Kurama's chakra, this is where it'll be most detectable. Karin should be able to work with that. I'll get the samples to her tonight. Sakura capped the final vial and set it in the rack. Then she peeled off her gloves, tossed them in the medical waste bin, and sat down on the stool across from him. The lab was quiet. Fluorescent lights hummed overhead. The hospital sounds were muffled by the secure ward's soundproofing. Naruto? Yeah, I need to tell you something. As your doctor and as your friend, and I need you to hear both parts. He waited. As your doctor, the seal on you is not your fault. You didn't design it, you didn't activate it intentionally, and you had no way of knowing it existed. The medical team's position, my position, is that you are a victim of this situation as much as any affected woman. More, arguably, because you're the one who has to carry the knowledge and the guilt and the weight of fixing it. I need you to hear that and believe it. Sakura, as your friend. She stopped him with a look. The same look she'd given him 1,000 times, fierce, stubborn, brooking no argument. As your friend, I need you to know that what I'm feeling right now is not entirely the seal. The seal amplified what was already there, and what was already there is complicated. I spent years ignoring you, being cruel to you sometimes, and you kept being kind. You kept caring about me when I didn't deserve it. And somewhere in there, without me noticing, you became one of the most important people in my life. The seal took that and turned it into something obsessive and intrusive, and I hate it. But the foundation, the part of me that loves you, that's grateful for you, that thinks you're one of the best people I've ever known, that was there before the battlefield. I need you to know that, because I'm afraid that after all this is over, you won't trust any of it, any of us, and I couldn't bear that. She said it all without flinching, without looking away. Her green eyes were steady and fierce and wet at the edges, and she said it like a medical report. Here are the facts, here is the data, draw your own conclusions. Naruto's throat was tight. I don't know how to tell the difference, Sakura, between what's real and what's the seal. Kurama says the seal integrates with existing emotions, it uses what's already there. So even the genuine feelings are contaminated. How do I trust any of it? You don't right now, and that's okay. You don't have to trust the feelings, you just have to trust the people. Trust that Tsunade Shisho is fighting this with everything she has because she's Tsunade, and she doesn't lose. Trust that Ino is mapping her own brain because she's a Yamanaka, and her mind is sacred to her. Trust that I'm going to work this problem until it breaks because that's what I do. She paused. Trust that the people who care about you aren't gone just because something is messing with their heads. We're still in here, Naruto. The seal didn't replace us. It just added static. He nodded. He didn't trust his voice, so he just nodded, and Sakura seemed to understand because she nodded back and stood and gathered the blood samples and left the lab without another word. Professional. Clean. The kind of exit that didn't demand a response because the conversation was complete. Naruto sat in the empty lab for a long time after she left. The next morning, Gaara arrived. No entourage. No diplomatic procession. The Kazekage traveled alone, which was either a sign of supreme confidence or supreme urgency, and with Gaara it was usually both. He came through the main gate at dawn, wearing his burgundy coat and his gourd of sand, and his expression of flat, controlled intensity that most people found unsettling, and Naruto had always found oddly comforting. Naruto met him at the gate. They stood facing each other in the early light. Two Jinchuriki, two men who'd been hated by their villages, two weapons who'd chosen to become people instead. The guards at the gate were stiff with formality. The Kazekage visiting the Leaf was an event that normally involved days of preparation and protocol. Gaara. Naruto. Gaara's pale green eyes studied him. You look tired. Haven't been sleeping great. Neither has my sister. That's why I'm here. Naruto took a breath. I know, let's walk. They walked. Not to the Hokage's office, Naruto chose the path deliberately, leading Gaara away from the village center, up the winding trail toward the Hokage monument. The trail was empty this early. Trees arched overhead, filtering the dawn light into soft columns. The village spread below them as they climbed rooftops and construction scaffolding and the thin smoke of morning cookfires. I'm going to tell you something, Naruto said as they walked, and you're not going to like it. But I'm telling you because you're my friend and because lying to you is something I'm never going to do. You've never lied to me, Gaara said. It's one of the reasons I trust you. Naruto told him, all of it. The seal, the war's unintended activation, the effects on women across the Allied forces, Temuri's behavioral changes, the research effort, the current lack of a cure. He told it straight, without softening or spinning, and he watched Gaara's face while he did it. Gaara was difficult to read at the best of times. His expression during Naruto's explanation was approximately what it always was, still, contained, the pale green eyes fixed and unblinking. But Naruto knew him. He saw the micro-changes, the slight tightening around the eyes, the fractional shift in jaw tension. The way the sand in the gourd stirred, just barely, responding to its master's emotional state. When Naruto finished, they'd reached the monument overlook. The village lay below them, awash in gold morning light. Gaara stood at the railing and looked down at it for a long moment. My sister, he said. Yeah, she's not herself. She is herself. That's what makes it so bad. She's completely herself, the compulsion just adds something on top, changes her priorities. Makes her want to be near me in a way she wouldn't choose if she were unaffected. And you can't stop it. Not yet. We're working on it. Tsunade and Sakura are running medical research. I'm pursuing a lead on the seal's original design. But right now, no, I can't stop it. Gaara's sand stirred again. A fine trail of it slipped from the gourd and circled his wrist, an unconscious defensive response, the sand reading threat in its master's emotional state and positioning itself to protect him. Naruto noticed. Gaara noticed him noticing, and the sand settled. If this were anyone else, Gaara said slowly, I would consider it an act of war. I know. The neurological compromise of a Kage's family member by a foreign shinobi, even unintentionally, is grounds for sanctions at minimum, military response at maximum. I know that too. Temuri is not just my sister. She's a political figure in Suna, a Jonin commander, a member of the diplomatic corps. Her judgment being compromised has implications that extend far beyond her personal well-being. Gaara, Naruto met his eyes, held them. I know all of this. I've been losing sleep over it for days, and I'm telling you now, standing here, that I will do everything in my power to fix it. Not because of the politics, because it's Temuri. Because she's your sister and she's Shikamaru's. She's important to Shikamaru, and she's a person who deserves to have her own mind. I did this, even though I didn't mean to, and I'm going to undo it. Gaara studied him for a long time. The wind pulled at his coat. Below them, the village was waking up, tiny figures moving in the streets, the sounds of construction resuming, life continuing. I believe you, Gaara said finally, but I'm not leaving until this is resolved, and I want full access to the research effort. Suna's resources are at your disposal, medical specialists, SEAL experts, whatever you need. This isn't a Konoha problem anymore, it's an alliance problem, and we solve it together. Agreed. And Naruto, Gaara turned to face him fully, don't touch my sister. I haven't, I won't. I mean ever. Even after this is fixed. Until I'm satisfied that the effects are truly reversed, don't touch Temeri." The words were hard, but the tone was careful, not threatening, setting boundaries. Protecting his family the way a cage protects his people, with clear lines and the implicit promise of consequences. "Understood," Naruto said. They stood on the overlook and watched the village wake up, and neither of them spoke for a while. The silence wasn't uncomfortable. It was the silence of two people who understood each other well enough that words weren't always necessary. Then Gaara said, "There's something else you should know. Before I left Suna, my intelligence division flagged unusual activity. Someone has been making inquiries, discreet, professional, through third-party intermediaries, about the chakra distribution during the war, specifically about the mechanism of transfer and the identities of women who received direct contact." Naruto went still. "Someone who?" "We haven't identified them. The inquiries were routed through black market information brokers in 3 countries. Very clean operational security. Whoever it is, they're trained, and they already know more about this situation than they should." The morning light was golden and warm, and Naruto felt cold. How much more? They know the effects are gender-specific. They know the effects are persistent, and they've been requesting, specifically, a list of affected kunoichi who hold positions of political or military significance. Gaara's voice was flat, clinical, the Kazekij's voice, not the friend's. Someone out there knows what happened, and they're treating it as an asset. Below them, the village moved and breathed and built itself back up from the wreckage of war. And somewhere in the shadows that every village cast, someone was watching, cataloging, planning. Naruto's hands curled into fists at his sides. "Shikamaru needs to hear this," he said. "Then let's go." They descended the monument trail together, the Kazekij and the man who'd saved the world. And the morning was bright, and the village was loud, and somewhere in the noise, in the spaces between the hammers and the voices and the rebuilding, something was moving that hadn't been there before. Something patient, something informed, something that looked at the seal's effects and saw not a catastrophe but an opportunity, and it was already ahead of them. Chapter 3. The ones who stayed Shikamaru didn't pace. Pacing was wasteful, kinetic energy spent without purpose, the physical manifestation of a mind that couldn't sit still, and Shikamaru's mind could always sit still. It was the rest of him that struggled. But he stood at the window of the Intelligence Division's 3rd-floor office, staring at the street below without seeing it, and his fingers drummed against the windowsill in a pattern that anyone who knew him would have recognized as the closest Shikamaru Nara ever came to panic. "Run it again," he said. Gaara, seated at the conference table with the patience of desert stone, repeated the intelligence exactly as he'd delivered it 15 minutes ago. Third-party intermediaries, black market brokers, 3 countries, gender-specific knowledge, persistent effects. A shopping list of politically significant kunoichi. Naruto stood by the door with his arms folded, watching Shikamaru think. There was a particular quality to watching Shikamaru work through a problem at full capacity, like watching a clockwork mechanism engage, each gear clicking into the next, the whole system spinning with silent precision behind those half-lidded eyes. Most people saw the laziness. Naruto had fought beside him long enough to see what was underneath. The information pipeline, Shikamaru said. The broker network, Gaara, was it sequential or parallel? Did the inquiries go out one at a time or simultaneously through multiple channels? Simultaneously. 3 brokers, 3 countries, the same day. My intelligence division only caught it because one of the brokers is a Suna asset. He flagged the inquiry as unusual and reported it up the chain. Simultaneous deployment through multiple channels means resources. Money, contacts, operational infrastructure. This isn't an opportunist who stumbled onto the situation. This is someone who was watching for it, or someone who was already positioned in the intelligence space and recognized the pattern faster than we did. Shikamaru turned from the window. His eyes were sharp now, fully awake, the lethargy burned away. Who has the analytical capacity to identify the seal's gender-specific effects from outside the village? We only confirmed it 4 days ago, and we did it with direct medical examination of affected subjects. An outside observer would need either access to our medical data, which is secured, or independent observation of a statistically significant sample of affected women across multiple locations. Or someone told them, Naruto said. Who? The circle is 6 people. 7 with Gaara. None of us talked. No, I mean maybe someone experienced the effects. A woman who was affected, who's smart enough to figure out what happened to her, and who has connections to whoever's running this intelligence operation. Shikamaru stared at him for a beat. That's disturbingly perceptive for you. I have my moments. He's right, Gaara said. The affected women aren't all Konoha-based. Every allied nation had Kunoichi on that battlefield. If one of them, a Kiri operative, a Kumo intelligence officer, anyone with analytical training recognized the changes in herself and reported it through her own chain of command, then it's not a rogue actor, it's a village. Shikamaru's jaw tightened. Which village? The broker inquiries originated in 3 countries, the land of fire, the land of water, and the land of hot springs. Hot Springs doesn't have a hidden village. It's a pass-through, a neutral zone where intelligence operatives from every nation do business. The real players are fire and water. Shikamaru moved to the table and spread a map. Kiri is the obvious suspect. They've always had the most aggressive intelligence apparatus, even after the Blood Mist era. But using fire country brokers is sloppy for Kiri. They'd typically route through water country assets exclusively. Unless they wanted it to look domestic, Gaara said, or unless it is domestic. Shikamaru's fingers found the land of fire on the map and rested there, someone inside our own borders. With enough knowledge of the war's events, enough intelligence infrastructure to deploy through black market brokers, and enough interest in the political applications of the seal's effects to start cataloging high-value targets. The room was quiet. Outside, a hammer rang against metal somewhere in the reconstruction zone. Root, Naruto said. Shikamaru looked at him. Danzo's dead. Root was supposed to be dissolved after Pain's attack. But Kakashi told me once that dismantling Root was like pulling weeds. You could tear out everything above ground, and the roots were still down there. Naruto's voice was steady. They operated inside fire country. They had intelligence networks embedded in every broker circuit in the land. And Danzo's whole thing was controlling powerful assets for Konoha's benefit, a seal that compromises Kunoichi across every nation. That's exactly the kind of tool Root would want to exploit. Shikamaru's drumming fingers went still. You've been thinking about this. I've been thinking about nothing else for 4 days. You're not the only one who can play shogi, Shikamaru. I've never once seen you play shogi. Doesn't mean I can't see the board. Gaara stood. If this is a remnant of Danzo's organization, it's a direct threat to the alliance. Root's operating philosophy was Konoha supremacy through covert control. A mechanism that compromises the autonomy of Kunoichi across allied nations would be the ultimate expression of that philosophy. We need Kakashi, Shikamaru said. He was Anbu. He operated in root-adjacent circles. If anyone knows what survived Danzo's death, it's him. They found Kakashi in his office, reading a novel with his feet on the desk, which was either a sign of extraordinary calm or extraordinary denial. He put the book down when the 3 of them came through the door, read the room in about half a second, and said, "How bad?" Shikamaru told him. Kakashi listened without interrupting, his visible eye moving between the 3 of them with the precise, evaluating focus of a man who'd spent his formative years in black operations. When Shikamaru finished, Kakashi was quiet for exactly 4 seconds. "Tansei," he said. Naruto frowned. "Who?" "Tansei." No surname Root operatives were stripped of family names as part of their conditioning. He was one of Danzo's senior operators, not a field agent, an architect. He designed intelligence networks, recruitment pipelines, long-term strategic operations. He was the one who built the systems that made Root function as an organization rather than just a collection of brainwashed soldiers. You knew him. I knew of him. I never met him personally. Danzo kept his organizational people separate from his combat assets. After Danzo's death and Root's official dissolution, Tansei was on the list of operatives to be located and debriefed. He was never found. Kakashi paused. I assumed he was dead. That assumption may have been premature. What do we know about him? Shikamaru asked. Minimal. He was a ghost even within Root. Mid-40s, probably. He'd been with Danzo since the early days. No known combat specialization, which in Root terms means his combat abilities are classified, which means they are significant. His value was strategic, not tactical. He was the man behind the curtain, the one who made sure the machine ran. And if Root's intelligence networks survived Danzo's death, they survived because Tansei built them to survive. Redundancy, compartmentalization, dead man switches. A network designed by someone that paranoid doesn't collapse when the head is cut off. It goes dormant, it waits. Kakashi's eye was cold. And apparently it's woken up. Gaara stepped forward. Hokage. I am telling you formally, as the Kazekage of Sunagakure, that this situation has exceeded the scope of an internal Konoha matter. If a rogue element within your borders is actively seeking to exploit a mechanism that compromises citizens of my village, I require your commitment to a joint operation. You have it, Kakashi said without hesitation. Shikamaru, I want a full intelligence workup. Everything we have en route's surviving infrastructure, safe houses, communication protocols, known operative identities, financial assets. Cross-reference with Gaara's broker data. Find the overlap. Already started, but I need access to the Anbu archives, the classified ones. Granted. My authorization code is in the top drawer, left side, under the orange book. You keep your Anbu authorization codes under an erotic novel? Nobody ever looks there. Shikamaru retrieved the code and left at a pace that was, for him, practically running. Gaara followed. He had his own intelligence to cross-reference, and the hawk from Suna he'd sent for would arrive by evening with additional data. Naruto stayed. Kakashi looked at him. You're handling this well, Kakashi said. I'm handling it. The Naruto I trained would have already punched something by now. The Naruto you trained didn't have 400 women's free will riding on his decisions. I can punch something later. Right now, I need to be smart. He sat in the chair across from Kakashi's desk. Tell me about Root. The real version, not the briefing version. Kakashi leaned back. Root was Danzo's answer to a question nobody asked. What if we could guarantee peace through absolute control? His philosophy was simple. The individual doesn't matter, only the village matters. Emotions are weaknesses. Bonds are vulnerabilities. The only reliable tool is a tool that doesn't think for itself. He paused. He was wrong, obviously. You proved that during the war more thoroughly than anyone ever could. But the infrastructure he built was real and extensive and very, very good at hiding. And this Tansei, he believed in Danzo's philosophy? Tansei refined it. Danzo was a blunt instrument in some ways. He used force, emotional suppression, cursed seals on his operatives' tongues to prevent them from talking. Tansei, from what little I know, favored subtler methods. Persuasion. Manipulation. Creating conditions where people chose to cooperate because the alternatives were worse. He was the scalpel to Danzo's hammer. A scalpel. Naruto's jaw tightened. And now he's found a mechanism that can compromise the judgment of the most powerful women in the shinobi world, and he's already building a list. That's the logical inference, yes. Naruto stood. I'm going to find him. Not yet. We don't know where he is, what his resources are, or what stage his operation has reached. Running blind into an intelligence operative's home territory is how people get killed, Naruto. I don't get killed easily. No, but the people around you do. And that's what an operator like Tansei would exploit, not attacking you directly, but targeting the people you're trying to protect. He doesn't need to beat you. He just needs to make moving against him costly enough that you hesitate. Naruto's hands were fists at his sides. He breathed. unclenched, breathed again. Then we need to be faster than him, he said. The Uzumaki archives the seal research. If we can crack the seal, reverse the effects, Tansei loses his leverage. The affected women get their minds back and his plan falls apart. Agreed. I've been working the diplomatic channels for Uzushiagakure access. Kiri is being cooperative. Surprisingly, the new Mizukage is sympathetic, and she owes you for the war. I should have clearance within the week. A week is too long. A week is what diplomacy costs. Use the time. Help the medical team. Work with Kurama on the seal mechanics, and Naruto, talk to Hinata. The name caught him sideways. What? Talk to Hinata, Kakashi repeated. I know you've been avoiding her. Shikamaru mentioned you've been keeping distance from all the affected women, which is tactically sound but personally unsustainable. Hinata is going to notice. She may already have. And she deserves to understand what's happening, not be pushed away without explanation. If I tell her, it'll destroy her. She spent her whole life building up the courage to feel what she feels for me, and now I have to tell her that those feelings might be that they're hers. They're hers, Naruto. Amplified and distorted, but hers. The seal didn't create something from nothing. It took what was real and made it louder. Hinata's feelings for you predate the war by years. They predate the seal's existence. Whatever the compulsion has done, it built on a foundation that was already there. That's what Sakura said. Then listen. Two smart women are telling you the same thing. The statistical probability of them both being wrong is low. Kakashi's eye crinkled. Go talk to her. Not about the seal, not yet, if you're not ready. Just talk to her. Don't let this thing isolate you. Naruto left the office with Kakashi's words rattling around in his chest like loose stones. He didn't go find Hinata. Not yet. Instead, he went to the hospital research wing, where Tsunade and Sakura were expecting a delivery. The samples had reached Karin through a dead drop. No personal contact, no proximity, just 6 labeled vials in a sealed case left at a designated location with a written briefing. Karin's analysis would take time, but Sakura had another line of research running in parallel, and it was producing results. Naruto found Sakura and Ino in the secure lab, bent over a microscope that was connected to a chakra amplification array, a modified sensor device that could visualize chakra at the cellular level. The images it produced were displayed on a wall-mounted screen. Abstract, beautiful, terrifying. Neural pathways lit up like circuit diagrams, with Naruto's chakra signature visible as golden threads woven through the blue-white of normal human chakra. Look at this, Sakura said without preamble when he walked in. She pointed at the screen. This is a section of Ino's prefrontal cortex, chakra layer visualization. The golden threads are your signature. See how they're integrated into the existing pathway structure? Naruto looked. The golden threads weren't sitting on top of the neural pathways. They were woven through them, intertwined with Ino's own chakra like vines growing through a lattice. Now watch what happens when I try to isolate and extract one. Sakura manipulated the array's controls. On the screen, a focused beam of green medical chakra targeted one of the golden threads and began carefully separating it from the surrounding tissue. The thread resisted, stretched, but didn't break, clinging to the neural pathway like it was glued in place. When Sakura increased the extraction force, the surrounding pathway began to deform, distorting under the stress. If I pull harder, the pathway tears, Sakura said. The golden thread comes out, but it takes part of the neural pathway with it. In a living brain, that would mean permanent damage. Loss of function. Depending on which pathway we're talking about, it could mean anything from memory loss to personality changes to death. So you can't pull them out. Not with current techniques. The integration is too deep. It's like trying to remove the salt from seawater, technically possible, but you can't do it molecule by molecule without destroying the water. Ino spoke from the chair beside the microscope. She was pale. The examination had required her to maintain a partial mind-body transmission link, keeping her neural pathways accessible for Sakura's analysis. And the experience of watching someone probe your own brain from the outside was apparently not pleasant. There might be another approach, Ino said. Her voice was steady but tired. I've been mapping the compulsion's active state, not just where the golden threads are, but how they behave. They're not passive, they pulse. There's a rhythm to them, a frequency, and it matches Naruto's baseline chakra resonance almost exactly. Almost. Sakura caught the qualifier instantly. Almost. There's a slight offset, a fractional difference between the thread's resonance and Naruto's actual signature. It's tiny. I almost missed it, but it's consistent across every thread I've examined. Sakura's eyes widened. A carrier frequency. That's my theory. The golden threads aren't just chakra, they're chakra tuned to a specific frequency that interfaces with the female neurochemical profile. The actual compulsion effect isn't caused by the thread's presence. It's caused by their resonance. They're vibrating at a frequency that stimulates the affected neural pathways, and the stimulation produces the obsessive attachment. If the resonance causes the effect, Sakura said slowly, then we don't need to remove the threads. We just need to change the frequency. Detune them, make them vibrate at a frequency that doesn't stimulate the pathways. Or give the affected women a way to dampen the resonance themselves. A mental technique, a chakra exercise, something that lets them selectively mute the frequency. Naruto looked between them. Would that work? In theory, Sakura said. In practice, we'd need to know the exact resonance frequency, understand how it interfaces with female neurochemistry specifically, and develop a counterresonance technique precise enough to dampen it without affecting normal brain function. We're talking about months of research minimum. We don't have months. I know, but this is the first real lead we've had. If Karin's sensor analysis can give us the precise frequency from the blood samples, we can start building toward a solution. Naruto nodded. Do it. Whatever you need, resources, personnel, equipment. I'll get Kakashi to authorize it. Already authorized, Tsunade said from the doorway. She was leaning against the frame, arms crossed, watching them with an expression that was equal parts professional interest and the compulsion's ever-present pull. She managed it better than anyone, years of discipline, years of leading, years of being Tsunade. But Naruto could see the cost in the tightness around her mouth and the deliberate way she positioned herself across the room from him. I heard Ino's theory through the monitoring system. It's sound. Sakura, I want you to pivot the research program entirely toward the resonance angle. Drop everything else. Understood, Shisho. And Naruto? Tsunade's eyes were steady. Gaara is asking to see the research, all of it. Show him. He's in this with us now. That's a significant security concession. Sharing classified medical research on a seal vulnerability with a foreign cage. Gaara isn't a foreign cage. He's family. Naruto said it without hesitation, without caveat, and the certainty in his voice left no room for debate. His sister is affected. His resources could accelerate the research, and he's already committed Suna's support. Treating him like an outsider now would be stupid and insulting, and I'm not doing it. Tsunade regarded him for a long moment. Then she smiled, a real one, cutting through the compulsion's haze, the smile of a woman who'd been hawkish and who recognized the quality in someone else. You're going to be good at this job, she said. What job? You'll see. She turned and left, her footsteps brisk in the corridor. Ino caught Naruto's eye from her chair. She means hawkage. I know what she means. And I've got a seal to break first. He left the hospital and walked into the afternoon, and the village was bright and loud around him, and he still hadn't talked to Hinata. He found her by accident. Or maybe not. Maybe there was no such thing as accident in a village this size, when the woman in question had the Byakugan and could see through buildings, and the man in question had a chakra signature like a bonfire visible from orbit. Maybe she'd seen him coming the way she always saw him coming, from a distance, through walls, the way she'd been watching him since they were children. She was at the memorial stone. The one Kakashi used to visit every morning, back when he was their sensei and his ghosts were closer to the surface. The stone had survived everything, Pain's attack, the war, the reconstruction, and it stood in its small clearing surrounded by old trees, covered in names. New names had been added since the war. The stone was running out of space. Hinata knelt before it. Not praying, Shinobi didn't pray, not exactly, but her head was bowed and her hands were folded, and she was still in the way that only Hinata could be still. Present. Grounded. There. Naruto stopped at the edge of the clearing. She knew he was there. He knew she knew. But she didn't look up immediately, finishing whatever private moment she was having with the names on the stone. When she finally stood and turned, her expression was calm and clear and unsurprised. Neji's name is on the new panel, she said. Third column, 7th row, Neji, her cousin, the prodigy. The man who'd stepped between Hinata and death during the war and taken the blow himself, dying in Naruto's arms with the kind of peaceful certainty that only people who'd found their purpose could achieve. Naruto had carried that death with him every day since. I know, he said. I come here too. Usually at night when it's quiet. Hinata walked toward him across the clearing, slow, unhurried, giving him time to stop her if he wanted to. She read body language the way other people read text, fluently, in real time, catching the subtext and the footnotes. She'd seen him flinch away from women all week. She'd noticed the distance he was keeping, and she was walking toward him anyway, deliberately, carefully, with her eyes on his face. She stopped at arm's length, close enough to touch, not touching. Something is happening, she said. Something you're not telling me. He looked at the memorial stone over her shoulder, at the trees, at the sky, anywhere but her eyes, because her eyes would break him open and everything would come pouring out, and he'd been told to keep this contained. Naruto-kun. She said his name, just his name. And the way she said it, the softness, the certainty, the years of devotion compressed into 4 syllables, cut through every defense he had. Yeah, he said, something's happening. Will you tell me? He looked at her, really looked. Hinata Hyuga, standing in dappled light before a memorial stone, pale-eyed and patient, waiting for him the way she'd always waited for him. Not pushing, not demanding, just present, offering him the choice. Let's sit down, he said. They sat on the bench beside the stone, the one that Kakashi had supposedly placed there years ago, when standing for hours got hard on his knees. Naruto sat at one end. Hinata sat at the other. The space between them felt like a country, he told her. Not the strategic details, not Tansei, not the political dimensions, not Shikamaru's containment operation. He told her the personal truth. The seal, what it did, how it worked, who was affected. He told her what Kurama had said about the design. He told her what Tsunade had found. And he told her the thing he'd been carrying like a stone in his chest since the moment he'd understood what the seal had done. I don't know what's real, he said. I don't know if what you feel for me is you or the seal. I don't know if what Sakura feels is her or the seal. I don't know if any woman who looks at me and feels something is feeling it because she chose to or because my dead father's seal chose it for her. And I don't know how to be around you knowing that. I don't know how to look at you and not wonder. Hinata was quiet. She'd listened to the whole explanation without interrupting, without crying, without the dramatic reaction he'd half expected and entirely dreaded. She'd gone pale at points, when he described the neurological integration, when he explained the permanence of the changes. But she'd kept her composure with the kind of deep-rooted steadiness that was her greatest and most underrated strength. When she spoke, her voice was calm. Do you remember the Chunin exams? She asked. The preliminary matches when I fought Neji? Of course. I was terrified. Everyone told me not to fight him. He was stronger, faster, more skilled. Kurenai-sensei almost withdrew me, but I chose to fight. Do you remember why? Naruto nodded slowly. Because I was watching. Because you were watching. Because you'd told me that you liked people who didn't give up. And I wanted to be someone who didn't give up, because the person I admired most valued that quality above all others. She folded her hands in her lap. I was 13 years old, Naruto-kun. 13. And I walked into a fight I knew I'd lose because you believed that courage mattered more than winning. That was 8 years ago. 6 years before the war. 6 years before your father's seal activated. Hinata. When pain attacked the village, I went to help you. I knew I would die. I knew it. And I went anyway, and I told you I loved you because the thought of dying without saying it was worse than the thought of dying. Her voice didn't waver. That was 2 years before the seal activated. I know, but the seal amplifies existing. Let me finish. She said it gently, firmly, the way a river is firm, not aggressive, but absolutely certain of its direction. I have spent years building the courage to feel what I feel for you. Years of watching you from across classrooms and training grounds and battlefields. Years of being too afraid to speak and then finally speaking and then nearly dying for it. Those years are mine. They are not a seal's. They are not a side effect. They are the sum of every choice I've made since I was 8 years old and watched a loud, lonely boy in an orange jumpsuit refuse to stay down. She turned to face him on the bench. Her eyes were bright, not with the compulsion's feverish heat, but with something quieter and more dangerous. The clarity of a woman who'd spent a lifetime being underestimated and was done with it. The seal may have amplified what I feel. I believe you when you tell me that, and I understand that you can't be certain where the amplification ends and the original feeling begins. I can't be certain either. But Naruto-kun, I know that I loved you before any seal was involved. I know it the way I know my own name, and I am not going to let your father's mistake take that away from me. The memorial stone cast a long shadow across the clearing. The names of the dead glinted in the afternoon light, Neji's among them, a cousin who died protecting Hinata's right to choose her own fate. Naruto's throat ached. His eyes were burning and he blinked hard against it, and when he spoke his voice was rough and unsteady and completely honest. I believe you, he said. I don't know if I should. I don't know if it's the smart thing or the right thing, but I believe you. Good. She held his gaze. Now tell me the rest. The rest? You're carrying more than guilt, Naruto-kun, I can see it. Something else is wrong, something beyond the seal itself. He stared at her. Then he laughed, not a big laugh, just a breath of incredulous recognition. Hinata saw everything. She always had. There's someone out there, he said. Someone who knows about the seal's effects and is trying to exploit them. We think it's a former root operative, Danzo's organization. He's been gathering intelligence on affected women, building lists, planning something. We don't know what yet. Hinata's expression shifted. The warmth didn't leave, it never left, but something harder moved underneath it. The Jonin, the combat veteran, the woman who'd stood in front of pain and fought. Then we stop him, she said. It's not that simple. It's exactly that simple. You said the affected women are being treated as targets, as assets to be exploited. That means they need protection. And who better to protect them than someone who understands the compulsion from the inside? Naruto blinked. He hadn't considered that angle. The affected women as a defensive network, people who understood the threat because they were the threat, who could recognize manipulation attempts because they knew what the compulsion felt like. You want to organize them, he said. I want to inform them. Right now, most of the affected women don't know what's happening to them. They're rationalizing their behavior, adjusting their lives around the compulsion without understanding it. That makes them vulnerable to the compulsion itself and to anyone who might try to use it against them. If they know the truth, they can fight it, not eliminate it, but manage it, the way Tsunade-sama is managing it, the way Ino is managing it. Shikamaru's containment strategy depends on keeping this secret. Shikamaru's containment strategy is designed to manage a political crisis. I'm talking about protecting people. Those are different objectives, and in this case, they might require different approaches. She paused. I'm not suggesting we broadcast it to the world. But the women who are most strongly affected, the inner circle, the ones whose lives are being disrupted, they deserve to know why. They deserve the chance to fight for their own minds. Naruto sat with that. It cut against Shikamaru's approach, which was all about control and information management and keeping the circle tight. But Hinata wasn't wrong. Keeping the affected women in the dark made them easier to manage but also easier to exploit. If Tansei was already moving, if he was approaching affected women with false promises, and the thought made Naruto's stomach clench, then ignorance wasn't protection. It was vulnerability. "I'll talk to Kakashi and Shikamaru," he said. "I can't promise they'll agree." "Then I'll talk to them myself." She said it without aggression, but without doubt. "This is my area. These are kunoichi women I've trained with, fought beside, bled with. I can reach them in ways that Shikamaru's strategic framework can't. And I'm affected too, which means I can speak to the experience honestly." She was right, and he knew it, and the knowing was complicated because the woman presenting this clear-eyed strategic argument was also the woman whose love for him might be partially manufactured by a malfunctioning seal, and the two facts coexisted in his chest like fire and water. "Okay," he said. "Let's bring you in." She nodded. Then she did something unexpected. She reached across the bench and held out her hand. Palm up. Open. Not grabbing, not reaching for him, just offering. He looked at her hand. Small, calloused from years of gentle fist training, the knuckles scarred from combat. A hand that had tried to shield him from pain. A hand that had reached for him in the chaos of the war. He was not supposed to touch anyone. Skin contact could trigger the seal. The risk was real and documented, and he'd been told in explicit terms by both Tsunade and Kurama to keep his distance. But Hinata's hand was already affected. The seal had already fired, the damage already done. Touching her now wouldn't make it worse. The neural changes were integrated, permanent at their current level. The risk of additional activation only applied to women who hadn't yet been exposed. He reached across the bench and took her hand, her fingers closed around his. Warm, strong, certain. And whatever the seal was doing in her brain, whatever artificial resonance was humming through her neural pathways, the touch felt like exactly what it was. Two people holding on to each other in the middle of a storm. They sat like that for a while, on a bench beside a memorial stone, holding hands in the afternoon light. And neither of them spoke because sometimes silence said more than words, and because the names of the dead were all around them and the dead deserved quiet. The diplomatic envoy arrived the next morning without warning. Naruto was at the hospital research wing when Shikamaru found him, not in person, but via a shadow clone that materialized from the darkness under a supply shelf with the particular urgency of a man who didn't waste effort on urgency unless the situation demanded it. Daimyo's court. The clone said, 3 representatives. They're at the Hokkage's office. They want to see you. Me specifically, you specifically. They used your full name, your title as war hero, and the phrase matter of national significance. Kakashi's stalling them, but he sent me to get you. Naruto looked at Sakura, who was elbow-deep in a chakra resonance analysis. How long do you need me for? I don't. Go. Ino and I have the research covered. He went. Across the village, at a pace that wasn't quite running, shinobi speed, but ground level, weaving through reconstruction traffic, drawing looks and waves that he returned without slowing. The morning was clear and cool, and the Hokkage's temporary office came into view with 3 unfamiliar horses tied at the post outside. Civilian horses, well-bred, carrying ornamental saddles. Court animals. Inside, Kakashi's office felt smaller than usual, crowded by the presence of 3 people who occupied space the way nobility did, expansively, as if the air around them was theirs by right. 2 men and a woman, all in the formal layered robes of the Fire Daimyo's court, all radiating the particular blend of authority and condescension that came from a lifetime of being important without being powerful. The lead envoy was a man in his 50s with a narrow face and the kind of smile that accountants wore when delivering bad news. His name, Kakashi had mentioned once during an earlier briefing about post-war politics, was Masahiro. He was the daimyo's senior domestic advisor, which meant he handled the intersection of ninja affairs and civilian governance, which meant he was a man who spent his days managing the uncomfortable reality that his employer's power depended on people who could kill him before he finished a sentence. Uzumaki Naruto, Masahiro said. The smile widened. The hero of the 4th Great Ninja War, what an honor. Hey. Naruto sat down in the chair beside Kakashi's desk, not across from the envoys, but beside the Hokage. The positioning was deliberate. Kakashi glanced at him, and the faintest crinkle of approval showed above the mask. "What can I do for you?" "Direct. I appreciate that." Masahiro folded his hands in his lap. "I'll be equally direct. The daimyo's court has become aware of certain anomalies in the behavior of kunoichi across the Land of Fire. Changes in assignment preferences, unusual relocation requests, a statistical clustering of female shinobi around specific locations within Konoha. Our intelligence apparatus is modest compared to yours, but it is not blind." Naruto kept his expression neutral. Beside him, he felt Kakashi go very still. "The court has also become aware," Masahiro continued, "that these anomalies appear to be connected to you, Naruto-san, specifically to the chakra distribution event during the war. We don't have the technical details, that's your area of expertise, but the pattern is clear enough for laypeople to identify. Women who were exposed to your chakra are exhibiting altered behavior centered on you." "Where did you get this information?" Kakashi asked. His voice was pleasant. His eye was not. "Multiple sources. Field reports from our provincial administrators. Independent observation by court analysts. And frankly, Hokage-sama, the changes are becoming difficult to miss for anyone paying attention. The daimyo has received 3 petitions this week from noble families whose daughters serve in the shinobi forces, expressing concern about behavioral changes." Masahiro spread his hands. "The situation is developing faster than your containment efforts can manage. No criticism intended." "Some criticism intended," Kakashi said mildly, "perhaps a touch." Masahiro's smile was very thin. "The daimyo has a proposal." "We're listening," Naruto said before Kakashi could field it. "The situation, as we understand it, is this. Naruto Uzumaki possesses an innate ability, accidental, unintentional but real, that creates powerful emotional bonds in women who are exposed to his chakra. This ability has already affected a significant number of kunoichi across multiple nations. It cannot currently be reversed." Masahiro let each point land before moving to the next. "The daimyo's court sees this as both a crisis and an opportunity." "An opportunity," Naruto repeated. His voice was flat. "A poorly chosen word, perhaps. A framework. Consider, you are the most powerful shinobi alive. You are a hero of unprecedented stature. And you now have, through no fault of your own, the unwavering loyalty of hundreds of the most capable women in the shinobi world. The daimyo proposes that this situation be formalized." The room was silent for 3 heartbeats. "Formalized how?" Kakashi asked. "Marriage contracts. Political unions. Naruto-san would take multiple wives, selected from the affected women based on political significance, clan alliances, and inter-village diplomatic value. The unions would stabilize the situation by giving it a legal framework, satisfy the noble families whose daughters are affected, and position Naruto-san as the central figure in a network of alliances that would ensure peace for a generation." Masahiro's delivery was smooth, rehearsed, the presentation of a proposal that had been workshopped by committee. "The daimyo is prepared to offer substantial resources in support, estates, titles, funding for the cure research, whatever is needed. In exchange, the marriage alliances would be structured to maximize the court's political interests." Naruto looked at Masahiro. He looked at the 2 silent courtiers flanking him. The woman, who was taking notes on a small scroll, and the second man, who had the muscular build of a bodyguard poorly disguised in formal robes. He looked at Kakashi, who was radiating the kind of quiet fury that preceded very bad outcomes for the people causing it. Then Naruto stood up. He didn't do it dramatically, didn't slam the desk, didn't raise his voice, didn't flare his chakra. He just stood and looked down at the seated envoy, and when he spoke his voice was conversational and calm and absolutely final. "No." Masahiro's smile didn't falter. "Naruto-san, I understand this may seem—" "I said no. Not let me think about it, not maybe later. No." The women affected by this seal didn't choose what happened to them. They were soldiers who fought for the world and got hurt by something I didn't know I was carrying. I am not going to take what was done to them and use it to build a political empire. I'm not going to marry women whose consent is compromised, and I am not going to let the daimyo's court turn a tragedy into a networking opportunity. He leaned forward slightly, not threatening, just present. The full weight of what he was, Jinchuriki, sage, the man who'd fought Kaguya and won, visible in the set of his shoulders and the steadiness of his gaze. Go home, he said. Tell the daimyo that Konoha is handling this. Tell him that the affected women are being cared for, that research is underway, and that his court's input is neither required nor welcome. And tell him that if anyone from the court approaches an affected woman with a marriage proposal, a political offer, or any other attempt to exploit their condition, they will answer to me personally. Not the Hawkage's office, not the village council. Me. Masahiro's smile had died somewhere around the third sentence. The bodyguard courtier shifted in his seat. The woman with the scroll had stopped writing. Naruto-san, Masahiro said carefully, the daimyo is the sovereign authority of the Land of Fire. His proposals are not requests. And I'm not a politician, Naruto said. I'm the guy who beat a goddess. Your daimyo's authority exists because people like me make it possible for his country to keep existing. I respect the institution. I will work with the court on legitimate governance issues. But this is not governance. This is exploitation wearing a formal robe, and my answer is no. And it will always be no. And if the daimyo pushes it, I will stand on the roof of this building and tell every person in this village exactly what his court proposed, and let them decide how they feel about it. The silence that followed was crystalline, pure, the kind of silence that happened when everyone in a room was recalculating their assumptions simultaneously. Masahiro stood. His composure had recovered. He was a career diplomat, and career diplomats were hard to rattle permanently. But something behind his eyes had shifted. A reappraisal. The recognition that the young man in front of him was not a chess piece to be moved, but a player with his own board. I'll convey your position to the daimyo, he said. I trust you'll extend the same directness if the court makes future overtures. Count on it. The envoys left. The horses outside the office were untied and ridden away at a pace that suggested the riders wanted distance. Kakashi waited until the hoofbeats faded before letting out a long breath. Well, he said, that was either brilliant or catastrophic. Which one do you think? Both, probably. The daimyo doesn't take rejection gracefully. His court will push back, subtler next time, through back channels. Funding cuts, political pressure on the village council, trade complications. Let them. I wasn't bluffing about going public. I know you weren't. That's what worries me. But Kakashi was almost smiling under the mask. For what it's worth, it was the right call. The proposal was obscene, and everyone in that room knew it, including Masahiro. He was testing boundaries. Now he knows where they are. He should have known already. Powerful people assume everyone has a price, Naruto. You just told them you don't. That's valuable information for them and for us. Naruto dropped back into his chair. The adrenaline of the confrontation was fading, leaving the familiar weight. Every day, the situation grew more complex. More people knew. More factions were moving. The seal's effects hadn't changed. The affected women were still affected, still fighting, still living with compromised minds, but the world around them was shifting, responding, trying to adapt to a new reality it didn't fully understand. I need to hit something, Naruto said. Training Ground 7 is empty. Good. He went to Training Ground 7 and he hit things. Trees, rocks, the reinforced training posts that were designed to absorb jutsu impacts. He started with taijutsu, straight punches, kicks, the physical vocabulary of combat that he'd learned from Jiraiya and refined through 100 fights. Then he escalated. Rasengan variations, standard, giant, Rasen Shuriken, the spiraling destruction tearing through the training grounds landscape with the particular beauty of controlled devastation. He wasn't angry. Not exactly. Anger was simple, and this wasn't simple. It was a dense knot of emotion, guilt, responsibility, protectiveness. the desperate need to fix something that might not be fixable. And physical exertion was the only way he knew to process feelings that words couldn't hold. A Racing shuriken screamed across the training field and hit the far tree line. The impact carved a trench 50 meters long through solid earth, the wind nature chakra shredding everything in its path. Trees disintegrated. Rocks split. The shockwave flattened grass in a perfect circle. Naruto stood in the aftermath, breathing hard not from exhaustion but from the effort of controlled output. He could have gone bigger. Could have gone 6 paths, could have thrown tailed beast bombs, could have reshaped the geography, but controlled power was the point. Discipline. The difference between destruction and precision. A slow clap from behind him. He turned. Temari stood at the training ground entrance, leaning against the gate post with her arms crossed and her fan propped beside her. She was watching the devastation he'd just caused with the evaluating eye of a fellow wind-style specialist, and her expression held genuine professional admiration underneath, whatever else the seal was doing to her. "Nice, Racing shuriken," she said. "Your rotation has improved since the war." Tighter spiral, cleaner release. "Thanks. Shouldn't you be at the diplomatic quarter?" "Probably. But I heard explosions and came to investigate because I'm a Jonin and that's technically my job." She pushed off the gate post and walked toward him. "Also, my brother is in your village having secret meetings that I'm not invited to, which is unusual since I'm his senior diplomatic liaison and also his sister, so I'm feeling a little underutilized." Naruto tensed. Temari was 30 feet away. 25. She was walking with the easy confidence of a woman who'd never been afraid of anything, and her pace was unhurried but constant, closing the distance. "Temari, I should probably—" "Gaara told me," she said. She stopped walking, 15 feet away. "He told me this morning. Everything." The wind moved through the shattered tree line. Naruto's pulse kicked. "How much is everything?" "The seal. The effects. The fact that I'm compromised. The fact that what I've been feeling for the last 3 weeks isn't entirely—" She stopped, swallowed. Temari was not a woman who swallowed back words, ever. So the fact that she did now said more about her state of mind than a paragraph of explanation could. "He told me because Hinata Hyuga apparently stormed into his meeting with Kakashi this morning and argued. Convincingly, Gaara said that the affected women deserve to know the truth." Gaara agreed. "So he told me." Naruto made a mental note to thank Hinata for moving faster than anyone expected. And to apologize to Shikamaru, who was probably having a strategic meltdown right about now. "How are you doing?" he asked. Temari's laugh was short and sharp and had no humor in it. "I'm standing in a crater you just made with a wind jutsu, fighting the urge to walk closer to you, and dealing with the knowledge that the man I've been, that Shikamaru and I have been—" She stopped again. Harder this time. "Shikamaru and I were figuring something out, before the war. After the war, I thought we were still figuring it out. But I also couldn't stop thinking about you, and I thought it was admiration. Hero worship, the shared trauma of the battlefield. I had explanations. I had rational explanations. And now, I find out that my rational explanations were my brain rationalizing a neurological compulsion, and everything I've felt for the last 3 weeks is suspect. Not everything. The compulsion amplifies existing. I know what it does." Gaara was very thorough. Temari's teal eyes were bright and hard. "Here's what I know, Naruto. I know that I respected you before the war. I know that fighting beside you was one of the most intense experiences of my life. I know that the warmth I felt when your chakra hit me on that battlefield was overwhelming, and I didn't question it because we were fighting for our lives, and everything was overwhelming. And I know that since the war, I've been making choices that don't make sense for a woman in my position, extending my stay in Konoha, finding excuses to be near you, putting my diplomatic responsibilities second to proximity." She took a breath. When she spoke again, her voice was controlled. Temari's control was different from Tsunade's. Less iron, more steel cable. Flexible, strong under tension. "I am a Jonin of Sunagakyur. I am the Kazekage sister and his senior diplomatic liaison. I am not going to let a malfunctioning seal define my behavior. But I need you to know that right now, standing here, what I want more than anything is to close the distance between us, and I'm choosing not to. And that choice is costing me, but it's mine, and I'm going to keep making it until you fix this. I will fix this. I know you will. Because if you don't, I'm going to fix it myself, and my methods tend to involve more property damage than yours. Despite everything, despite the guilt and the weight and the growing list of people hurt by something he'd never asked for, Naruto smiled. Temari was terrifying and honest, and she was standing in a crater telling him she'd burn the world down to get her mind back, and something about that was so ferociously real that it cut through the noise. "Shikamaru," he said. "How is he handling this?" Temari's expression flickered. The steel cable trembled. "He's handling it the way he handles everything, strategically, logically. He hasn't said what he's feeling because Shikamaru would rather calculate the orbital mechanics of the moon than talk about his feelings. But I saw his face when Gaara told me. I saw it, and I know him well enough to know that what he's going through right now is..." She shook her head. "We're going to have a conversation, he and I, after this is resolved. A real one. About what's his and what's the seal's and what we are to each other when the noise is stripped away. But that conversation can't happen until the noise is gone. It will be. Then we're aligned." She picked up her fan and slung it across her back. "I'm going to the diplomatic quarter. I'm going to do my actual job. And I'm going to stay away from you, because being near you makes the compulsion louder and I refuse to give it that satisfaction." She paused at the gate. "One more thing. Hinata was right. Telling the affected women is the correct strategy. I've been compromised for 3 weeks without knowing why, and those 3 weeks were worse than this conversation, because at least now I can fight with my eyes open. The women's still in the dark. They're fighting blind. That needs to change." She left. The crater Naruto had made with the Raisen Shuriken steamed faintly in the morning air. He stood alone in the wreckage and felt, absurdly, a little bit better. Not good, not close to good, but better. Because Temari was fighting, and Hinata was fighting, and Tsunade and Sakura and Ino were fighting, and they were all fighting with their minds and their wills and their stubborn, furious refusal to be reduced to the seal's definition of them. He'd told Kakashi he'd give them 2 weeks. 5 days had passed, 9 to go. A shadow moved in the tree line beyond the crater. Naruto's sage instincts, always partially active now, a background hum of environmental awareness that he maintained reflexively, caught the flicker of chakra. Small, suppressed. The signature of someone trained to be invisible. He didn't react visibly. Didn't turn his head, didn't flare his chakra. He bent down, picked up a rock from the crater's edge and threw it, a casual, absent-minded throw, like a man tossing a stone at nothing. The rock crossed the training field at the speed of sound. It hit the tree where the shadow had been and punched through the trunk like it was paper, continuing through the tree behind it, and the one behind that, carving a narrow tunnel through the forest. At the point of impact, a figure erupted from concealment, fast, trained, wearing dark clothes with no insignia, and leaped skyward to avoid the follow-up that any competent shinobi would expect. Naruto was already there. He'd crossed the distance and the space between heartbeats. Not sage mode, not Kurama's cloak, just raw speed, the physical ability of a body infused with years of sage training and tailed beast energy. He caught the figure mid-leap, one hand on their collar, and they hung in the air for a frozen moment, Naruto holding them at arm's length, their feet dangling, their masked face level with his. "Hi," Naruto said. "Who sent you?" The figure didn't answer. Their hand moved toward a pouch on their belt, weapon, poison, signal device. It didn't matter, and Naruto's free hand caught the wrist and squeezed. Not hard enough to break. Hard enough to communicate that breaking was an option. "Let's try again. Who sent you?" The mask was featureless. Blank white. Reminiscent of Anbu, but without the animal design, just a smooth, empty face. Root. The old Root mask design the one Sai used to wear. Naruto's jaw tightened. "Root," he said, not a question. The figure's other hand moved. Fast, faster than the first, a trained reflex, reaching for their own jaw. Naruto recognized the gesture a heartbeat before it happened. The tongue seal. The cursed mark Danzo had placed on root operatives to prevent them from revealing information. The figure was going to trigger it, not to protect themselves, but to destroy themselves. A dead operative revealed nothing. Naruto dropped them and slammed a palm against their chest, pushing a pulse of yang chakra through their system, not the weaponized version. Stabilization. The medical application he'd learned from watching Sakura work, raw life force, flooding the body systems, overriding the cursed seal's kill command the way a river overrides a dam. The figure convulsed, staggered, and collapsed on the grass. Alive. Unconscious. The tongue seal still visible as a dark mark when Naruto carefully pulled the mask aside to check their airway. A man, mid-30s, unremarkable face, the kind of face that Root cultivated, forgettable, average, designed to disappear in a crowd. Naruto created a shadow clone. Get Kakashi. Get Shikamaru. Get Ibiki if you can find him. We have a prisoner. The clone vanished. Naruto crouched beside the unconscious operative and looked at the blank mask in his hand. Smooth, white, empty. Tansei was watching. Tansei had been watching. And now Naruto had one of his pieces. The game was changing. He looked up at the sky through the shattered tree line, blue and clear and indifferent to the affairs of the people beneath it. Somewhere out there, a man was building a machine. A machine made of compromised women and intelligence networks and the cold logic of control. And Naruto was sitting in a crater with an unconscious spy, and the knowledge that his 2-week timeline had just gotten a lot shorter. He settled in to wait, guarding his prisoner, and the afternoon light slanted through the broken trees, and the village sounds carried faintly on the wind, hammers and voices and the patient, stubborn work of rebuilding, and Naruto listened and watched and planned. 9 days. Maybe less. He'd better move fast. Chapter 4. Root and Branch. Ibiki Morino was not a man who rushed. He moved through the world at the pace of an avalanche, slow to start, impossible to stop, and devastating at the point of contact. He arrived at the Intelligence Division's interrogation wing 40 minutes after Naruto's clone reached him, which meant he'd already been briefed, already reviewed the preliminary assessment, and already formed 3 working hypotheses about the prisoner before he walked through the door. The root operative was awake. Naruto's yang chakra pulse had kept him alive by overriding the tongue seal's kill command, but the seal itself was still active, a dark mark on the man's tongue that would trigger the moment he tried to reveal information about Root directly. Ibiki studied the mark through the one-way observation window with the dispassionate interest of a craftsman examining a competitor's work. Danzo's seal work was always crude, he said. Effective, but crude. The triggering mechanism is binary. It detects the intent to reveal classified information and activates. No nuance. No gradation. It can't distinguish between voluntary disclosure and coerced disclosure, which means it'll kill him just as dead whether he talks willingly or under duress. Can you get around it? Naruto asked. He was standing against the far wall of the observation room, arms crossed, watching the prisoner through the glass. The man sat in a metal chair with his wrists bound to the armrests, his face slack and empty, not unconscious, just absent. The root conditioning. The emotional suppression that Danzo had drilled into his operatives until personality became a liability and humanity became a mission parameter. I can get around anything, Ibiki said. The question is what I can get through. The tongue seal prevents him from speaking classified information. It doesn't prevent him from showing it. Body language, physiological responses, micro-expressions, the seal can't suppress involuntary physical reactions because they don't involve the intent to disclose. I ask questions. He doesn't answer, but his body does. How long? Hours, possibly days, depends on his conditioning depth. Some root operatives had their emotional responses surgically suppressed, literally chakra-based modification of the amygdala. If he's one of those, his body won't give me much. Do what you can. And Ibiki, he's a person. Whatever Root did to him, he's still a person. Keep that in mind. Ibiki looked at him. The scarred face was unreadable, but something shifted behind the man's eyes, not offense, not agreement, just the acknowledgement that Naruto had said something worth noting. I'll keep it professional, Ibiki said, and went through the door. Naruto stayed at the observation window for 20 minutes, watching Ibiki work. The interrogation specialist was methodical, sitting across from the prisoner, asking questions in a calm, conversational tone, reading the microfluctuations of the man's body while the tongue seal held his voice hostage. It was like watching someone read a book in a language only they understood. Shikamaru appeared beside him, quiet as always. He leaned against the wall and watched the interrogation with the focused attention of a man building a map from fragments. Gaara told Temari, Naruto said, not looking away from the glass. I know, Hinata's doing. Shikamaru's voice carried no inflection, which was its own kind of inflection. She went over my head, over Kakashi's head, technically, walked into the meeting, made her case, and Gaara agreed before anyone could argue. Are you angry? Shikamaru was quiet for a moment. No, she was right. My containment strategy was designed around information control, and information control only works when the opposing side doesn't already have the information. Tansei's intelligence operation means the secret is already compromised externally. At that point, keeping the affected women in the dark doesn't protect them, it just means Tansei knows more about their condition than they do. That's tactically indefensible. So you're adjusting. I'm adjusting. Hinata and I are meeting this afternoon to develop a disclosure protocol. Who gets told, how, in what order, with what support. She's surprisingly good at this. She's surprisingly good at everything. People just don't notice because she's quiet. Shikamaru gave him a sideways look. You're noticing a lot about Hinata lately. Don't. I'm just observing. Observe quieter. Through the glass, the prisoner's left hand twitched, a subtle movement, index finger curling inward, a fractional tension in the forearm. Ibiki leaned forward. He'd seen it too. He shifted his line of questioning, probing at whatever nerve he'd struck, and the prisoner's jaw tightened involuntarily. The tongue seal held his words. His body betrayed him in inches. The operative was watching me at the training ground, Naruto said. Specifically me. Not the village, not the reconstruction, not the Hokage's office. He was positioned to observe my movements and report back. Surveillance detail. Tansei wants to know your routine. Why? I'm not exactly unpredictable. I wake up, I build things, I eat ramen, I train. I'm the most visible person in the village. Which is why surveillance feels redundant, unless he's not tracking your routine. He's tracking your contacts, who you talk to, who approaches you, who you spend time with, building a social map. Identifying which women are closest to you, which ones have the strongest connection. The implications settled like cold water. He's building a target list, not from intelligence brokers, from direct observation. The broker inquiries Gaara identified were broad spectrum. Country-level intelligence gathering. But this operative was doing something more granular, mapping your personal network. The women in your inner circle, Tsunade, Sakura, Ino, Hinata, Temari, they'd be the highest priority targets. The most strongly affected, the most politically significant, the most valuable to control. Naruto's hands curled at his sides. I want to find Tansei. We're working on it. The operative is a lead. Even if Ibiki can't crack the tongue seal, we'll get something, a dead drop location, a communication protocol, a supply chain. Root operatives don't live in a vacuum. They need food, shelter, equipment. Somewhere in the logistics chain, there's a thread that leads back to Tansei. Not fast enough. I know, but running blind into an intelligence professional's operation is how people get killed. Kakashi said the same thing. Naruto pushed off the wall. Fine, we work the lead, but I'm not sitting around while Tansei builds his list. I'm going to do something useful. Such as? Hinata said the affected women should be organized, informed and organized. If Tansei's targeting them, they need to be able to protect themselves and each other. I'm going to help set that up. Shikamaru raised an eyebrow. You. organizing a group of women who are neurologically obsessed with you. You don't see any complications there. Every one of them. That's why Hinata's running point, not me. I'll stay in the background. But this is my responsibility, Shikamaru. These women are in danger because of something my body did to them. The least I can do is make sure they have the tools to fight back. Shikamaru studied him for a long moment. Then he nodded, a single, decisive motion. Hinata's meeting is at 3. The Hyuga compound, private training hall. She's starting with the inner circle, women she knows personally, the strongest affected. I'll be there for the strategic brief. I'll be outside, close enough if something goes wrong, far enough to stay out of the way. Shikamaru turned back to the observation window. Ibiki was still working, patient and methodical, reading the prisoner's body like a scroll. The root operative's face was blank, but his hands were trembling. Naruto, Shikamaru said without turning. The daimyo's envoy, Kakashi, briefed me on what you said. And you threatened the sovereign authority of the Land of Fire in front of 3 witnesses. I told the truth in front of 3 people who needed to hear it. That's the same thing in politics. A pause. It was the right thing, but be ready for the consequences. The daimyo's court has a long memory and a longer reach. So do I. Naruto left the intelligence division and walked into the midday sun. The village bustled around him, civilians and shinobi mixing in the reconstruction zones, the sound of hammers and saws and conversation filling the air. His clones were still working, 50 of them on the residential blocks, 30 on infrastructure, 20 on the hospital wing. The village was healing. Slowly, imperfectly, the way villages did, he found a quiet spot on a rooftop overlooking the Hyuga compound and settled in to wait. 3 o'clock was 2 hours away. He sat cross-legged on the tiles, closed his eyes, and dropped into a light meditation. Not the full mindscape dive, just the surface layer, where Kurama's presence was a warm hum at the back of his consciousness, and the natural energy of the world flowed through him like a slow river. He could feel them. In Sage mode, even this light version, he could feel the chakra signatures of every living thing within a mile radius. The bright sparks of shinobi, the dimmer glow of civilians, the faint threads of animals and birds and insects. And woven through the female signatures, not all of them, but dozens, the faint golden resonance of his own chakra. His fingerprints on their nervous systems. The seal's legacy, pulsing in time with his heartbeat. He could feel Tsunade at the hospital, her massive chakra reserve unmistakable, with the golden thread humming inside it. Ino at the Yamanaka compound, her signature precise and controlled, the thread vibrating at the edge of her awareness. Sakura in the research wing, her chakra bright with medical focus, the thread woven through her prefrontal cortex like a vine through a trellis. And Hinata. In the Hyuga compound below him, her signature gentle and steady and clear. The golden thread so deeply integrated that he couldn't tell where it ended, and she began. He opened his eyes and stared at the sky and breathed, and didn't think about the fact that he could feel them all the time now. Every affected woman in the village, their compromised chakra singing in harmony with his like an orchestra he'd never asked to conduct. 3 o'clock came. Naruto stayed on the rooftop. Below, in the Hyuga compound's private training hall, Hinata had gathered 7 women. Naruto could sense them through the building, individual signatures, distinct but connected by the common thread of his chakra. He couldn't hear the conversation, but he could feel the emotional temperature of the room through Sage mode. Tension, anger, fear, and underneath it all, the stubborn warmth of people who'd been told a hard truth and were choosing to face it head-on. Hinata's chakra was the steadiest presence in the room. A fixed point, an anchor. She'd been preparing for this since yesterday, Naruto knew because Shikamaru had told him, because Shikamaru kept track of everything. She'd spoken with each woman individually before the group meeting, giving them the basic information in private, letting them process the initial shock away from an audience. The group meeting was for the next step. What do we do about it? The meeting lasted 2 hours. Naruto stayed on the roof the entire time, sentinel and distant, feeling the room's emotional landscape shift. The initial spike of anger, he felt that clearly, a wave of hot, sharp chakra that spiked across multiple signatures simultaneously. Then grief. Then the slow, grudging emergence of resolve. Ninjas. They were all ninjas. They'd been trained to face impossible situations and find a way forward, and the training held even when the impossible situation was inside their own heads. When the meeting ended, the women left the compound in ones and twos. Some walked briskly, purpose in their stride. Others moved slower, processing. One Tenten, Naruto recognized her signature, sat in the compound's garden for 15 minutes before leaving, and her chakra was a complicated mess of emotions that he couldn't parse from a distance. Hinata came last. She stepped out of the training hall and looked up directly at his rooftop. The Byakugan wasn't active, she didn't need it. She knew he was there the way she always knew. She didn't wave, didn't call out. Just looked at him for a moment and then nodded, and the nod said, "It's done." "They know, they're with us," Naruto nodded back. Then he dropped from the roof and went to find Shikamaru for the debrief. Shikamaru was waiting at the intelligence division, but he wasn't alone. Kakashi was there, and Gaara and, unexpectedly, Ino. She was sitting on the edge of the conference table with her legs crossed, looking exhausted in the specific way that prolonged mental jutsu use produced, but her eyes were sharp, and her posture said she had something to report. "Ibiki broke something loose," Shikamaru said without preamble. "Not from the tongue seal, from the physiological read. The operative's involuntary responses to certain questions created a pattern. Ibiki mapped it. We cross-referenced with known root infrastructure." He unrolled a map on the table. Konoha and the surrounding territory, marked with red dots, 8 of them, clustered in an arc southeast of the village. Root maintained a network of underground facilities throughout Fire Country. Most were found and sealed after Danzo's death. These 8 were not on any known list. They're off-book facilities that even Root's general operatives may not have known about. Tansei's personal infrastructure. "The prisoner confirmed this?" Naruto asked, not verbally, but his body reacted to location descriptions matching 3 of these sites. Heart rate, pupil dilation, galvanic skin response. He's been to at least 3 of them, which means they're active. Ino spoke up. "I did a surface-level mind read. Couldn't go deep. The tongue seal creates a feedback loop that would kill him if I pushed too hard. But I got flashes. Images. Fragments." She closed her eyes, recalling. Underground corridors, sterile lighting, a room with medical equipment, chairs, restraints, something that looked like a chakra extraction array, and women. "I saw women in one of the fragments, sitting in the chairs. They weren't restrained, but they weren't leaving either. They looked calm, compliant. The room went cold. Affected women." Naruto's voice was very quiet. "I can't confirm from a surface read, but the emotional signature in the fragment was consistent with the compulsion's neural profile. They felt content, at peace, which, given the setting, suggests their compulsion was being actively stimulated. Someone was making them feel good about being there." "Tansei," Gaara said. "He's already collecting them." "The operative was surveillance," Shikamaru said. "Mapping Naruto's contacts to identify high-value targets. But Tansei's been running parallel operations. While he gathers intelligence on the most valuable affected women, he's also been approaching lower-profile targets, Kunoichi, who are less visible, less likely to be missed immediately. He's offering them something. A solution, maybe, a way to ease the compulsion, and they're going willingly because the compulsion makes them vulnerable to anyone who promises relief." Naruto's sage sense was humming. The anger was there, he could feel it pressing against his sternum, but he held it, controlled it, shaped it into something useful. "How many?" he asked. "Unknown. But I've been tracking the personnel anomalies more closely since the containment operation started. In the last week, 4 Kunoichi have gone on extended leave without clear justification. 2 Chunin and 2 Tokubetsu Jonin. None of them are answering their emergency contacts. I flagged it as unusual, but assumed it was compulsion-related behavior, women withdrawing from their duties because the pull toward Naruto was becoming unmanageable. Shikamaru's jaw was tight. I was wrong. They didn't withdraw. They were recruited. What about other villages? Gaara asked. If Tansei is targeting Konoha Kunoichi, he may also be targeting women from other nations who are further from support structures. Suna has 3 Kunoichi who received direct chakra transfer during the war. I've confirmed they're accounted for. But Kiri, Kumo, Iwa, they have affected women too, and those villages don't even know what's happening. We need to warn them, Naruto said. We need to warn them carefully, Kakashi said. Revealing the seal's existence to the other cage is a necessary step, but the framing matters. If it comes across as a Konoha security failure, we lose political standing. If it comes across as a hostile act, even an accidental one, we could face sanctions or worse. Then frame it as what it is. A shared crisis that affects all nations equally, caused by a war we fought together, requiring a solution we build together. Naruto looked at Kakashi. Call a cage summit. Kakashi blinked. A summit. 5 cage, in person, I'll present the situation myself. Full transparency, no spin, no political games. They saw me fight in the war. They know what I did. They'll listen. That's an enormous diplomatic undertaking. Logistics alone. Then start logisting. Shikamaru can handle the planning. Gaara's already here, that's 1 cage down. Get the others. The Mizukage will come, Gaara said. She respects Naruto. The Reikage will be harder, he's skeptical by nature. The Tsuchikage, he trailed off thoughtfully. Kuretsuchi is new to the position and still establishing her authority. She'll want to appear strong, which could work for or against us. I'll handle the Reikage, Naruto said. He and I have history. That was one way to describe the relationship between Naruto and the 4th Reikage. They'd nearly killed each other outside the Land of Lightning when I had tried to stop Naruto from reaching the battlefield. The fight had lasted about 30 seconds before Naruto phased through A's maximum speed punch, and I realized he was dealing with something beyond his ability to stop. The mutual respect born from that encounter had survived the war, though I had since passed the Reikage title to Darui. Darui's reasonable, Naruto continued. He fought beside me. He saw the chakra transfer. If he's got affected women in his village, he's probably already noticed something's off. Give him the truth and he'll be an ally. I'll draft the summit invitations tonight, Kakashi said. Priority Hawk delivery to all 5 cage offices. We can have everyone here within a week, maybe less if I invoke emergency alliance protocols. Do it. Naruto turned to the map. The 8 red dots stared back at him like eyes. In the meantime, we hit these facilities, we find the missing women. And we shut Tansei down. That requires a tactical plan, Shikamaru said. We don't know the facility's defenses, personnel strength, or layout. We don't know which ones are active and which are decoys. And we don't know what Tansei has done to the women he's taken. If he's modified the seal's effects, strengthened them, redirected them, then the women inside those facilities may resist rescue. Then we plan it properly. Tonight, I want a strike team assembled by morning. You're leading it personally. Not a question from Shikamaru. Nobody else can. If the women inside are under enhanced compulsion, my presence is the only thing that might override whatever Tansei's done to them. The compulsion is keyed to me. If I'm there, they'll respond to me over anyone else. That's exactly what Tansei would expect. You walking into his facility is the scenario he'd prepare for above all others. Good. Then he'll have his defenses ready, and I'll go through them. Nobody in the room argued the point. They'd all seen what Naruto could do when he went through defenses. The 4th Great Ninja War had ended because Naruto, Sasuke, and a handful of others had gone through the defenses of a literal goddess. A rogue intelligence operative's underground bunker was a step down. The planning session lasted until midnight. Shikamaru was in his element: maps, intelligence reports, deployment calculations, contingency branches. He built the operation like a shogi game, mapping every move and countermove, identifying the points where chaos would enter and preparing responses. They identified the 3 facilities the prisoner had reacted to as primary targets. The remaining 5 would be scouted by Anbu teams, but not engaged until the primary strikes were complete. The strike force would be small, Naruto, a medical team led by Sakura, and a tactical support squad. Shikamaru would coordinate from a forward command position. Gaara offered Suna's assistance. Kakashi politely declined, framing it as a domestic operation that would set a bad precedent if foreign forces were involved. Gaara accepted the logic without taking offense. The medical team is critical. Sakura said. She'd been called in for the planning session at 9 and had been taking detailed notes. If Tansei has been modifying the seal's effects in the captured women, I need to assess them on site. Ino should be with me. Her mind techniques are the fastest diagnostic we have. Agreed. Shikamaru said. Ino, Sakura, and 2 field medics on the medical team. You'll enter each facility after Naruto clears the opposition. Do not engage before clearance. Understood. The facilities are underground, Shikamaru continued. Root always built underground. That means enclosed spaces, limited sightlines, choke points. Naruto, your large-scale jutsu will be constrained. No Raisen Shuriken in a tunnel system unless you want to collapse it on the people we're trying to rescue. I can fight in close quarters. You can fight anywhere. That's not the concern. The concern is collateral damage to the hostages. They're not hostages. They went voluntarily. They went because their judgment is compromised. That makes them hostages in every way that matters. Naruto accepted the correction. Shikamaru was right. The women Tansei had collected hadn't been kidnapped. They'd been manipulated, their compromised minds steered toward a destination that felt right because the compulsion made anything Tansei offered seem like relief. They'd walked into those facilities the way a dehydrated person walks toward water. Blaming them for being thirsty was obscene. Minimal force inside the facilities, Naruto said. Shadow clones for corridor clearance. I'll handle the personnel directly. Sakura and Ino assess the women. If there are operatives guarding them, I'll deal with them first. What about Tansei himself? Kakashi asked. If he's at one of these facilities, then I'll deal with him too. Alive, preferably. He has intelligence we need, the scope of his network, any other operations in play, contacts in other nations. I'll try, Naruto. I said I'll try, but if he's standing between me and those women, my priority is them, not his intelligence value. Kakashi held his gaze, then he nodded. Sometimes the Hokage's job was knowing when to let the leash go. They moved at dawn. The first facility was 30 kilometers southeast of Konoha, buried in a hillside beneath a forest of ancient cedars. The entrance was concealed behind a seal-locked rock face, Root's standard approach, invisible to anyone who didn't know exactly where to look. Naruto's Sage Mode found it in seconds. The natural energy of the world flowed through everything: rock, soil, air, and the facility was a dead spot, a void in the flow where underground chambers interrupted the Earth's chakra network. 6 signatures inside. 2 had the suppressed, flat quality of Root operatives. 4 were brighter, warmer, carrying the golden resonance Naruto had learned to recognize. The captured Kunoichi, Naruto stood at the sealed entrance. Behind him, at a 50-meter standoff, Sakura's medical team waited. Shikamaru was on a ridge 300 meters east with a communications setup, connected to the other strike teams via long-range signal scrolls. 2 operatives, 4 affected women, Naruto reported via hand signal to his clone relaying information to Shikamaru. Going in. He pressed his palm to the sealed rock face. The lock was sophisticated, a multi-layered encryption seal that would have taken a seal specialist hours to crack. Naruto pushed Yang Chakra into it. The seal resisted. He pushed harder. The Uzumaki blood in his veins, the heritage of the greatest seal masters in history, resonated with the lock's architecture, and the resistance crumbled. Not finesse, not technique, just raw, overwhelming compatibility. The rock face split open like a door. The corridor beyond was exactly as Ino had described from the prisoner's memories. Sterile, White-lit. Clinical. The air smelled like recycled oxygen and antiseptic. Naruto moved forward at a pace that was deliberately visible, not sneaking, not ambushing, walking down the center of the corridor like he owned it. His footsteps echoed. The first route operative appeared at a junction 30 meters in. Fast, trained, emerging from a concealed alcove with a tanto drawn and a hand already forming seals. Wind style, Naruto felt the jutsu building before it released, a compressed blade of air aimed at his throat. Naruto tilted his head. The wind blade passed his ear close enough to ruffle his hair and carved a groove in the corridor wall behind him. He closed the distance in one step, and his hand found the operative's wrist and twisted. Not enough to break, just enough to reverse the tanto's angle and pin the arm against the wall. "Don't," Naruto said. The operative's free hand came up with a kunai. Naruto caught it by the blade, his palm wrapped in a thin layer of chakra that turned the cutting edge into a dull pressure, and pulled the weapon out of the operative's grip with casual, mechanical ease. "I said don't." He hit the operative once in the solar plexus. Precise, controlled, exactly enough force to drop a trained combatant without causing permanent damage. The man folded and hit the floor and didn't get up. Naruto stepped over him and kept walking. The second operative was better. She came from above. A ceiling-mounted concealment seal, clever, the kind of ambush that worked on people who forgot to look up. She dropped with a chakra-enhanced kick aimed at Naruto's skull, and he caught her ankle mid-descent, pivoted, and threw her down the corridor with enough force to slide her 30 meters along the polished floor. She came to a stop against the far wall, stunned but conscious. Naruto was already there. He'd crossed the distance before she'd stopped sliding, and his hand pressed flat against the center of her chest, pinning her to the wall. Her eyes were wild behind the blank mask. Not fear, root operatives didn't do fear. Calculation. She was assessing options, looking for an opening and finding none. "The women," Naruto said. Where she didn't answer, the tongue seal held. "Yeah, I figured. Sit tight." He hit her with a targeted yang chakra pulse. Not the kill override he'd used on the surveillance operative, just a paralysis variant, flooding her voluntary motor system with enough energy to lock her muscles in place for hours. She went rigid against the wall, eyes still tracking him, unable to move. Naruto continued down the corridor. The 4 golden signatures were ahead and below, a lower level, accessed by a stairway at the corridor's end. He descended. The room at the bottom of the stairs was large. 20 meters across, circular, with medical equipment lining the walls. The chairs and restraints Ino had glimpsed in the prisoner's memories. The chakra extraction array was here too, a complex seal matrix drawn on the floor in concentric circles, designed to interface with seated subjects' chakra systems. 4 women sat in the chairs. Not restrained, sitting. Their eyes were open and their posture was relaxed, and they looked, as Ino had described, content. Peaceful. Calm. The kind of calm that came from the complete absence of struggle because the thing they wanted most in the world was being provided to them. The chairs were linked to the seal array on the floor, and the seal array was pulsing with a faint golden light, Naruto's own chakra signature, amplified and recycled. The array was taking the golden threads in the women's neural pathways and stimulating them, feeding the compulsion. Turning up the volume until it drowned out everything else, duty, identity, independent thought, and layered on top, subtle and vicious, was a secondary effect. The array wasn't just amplifying the compulsion, it was redirecting it. The golden threads in these women's brains, which naturally resonated with Naruto, were being retuned. Gradually, fractionally, pulling their fixation away from Naruto and toward something else, someone else. A different frequency, a different target. Tansei wasn't just exploiting the seal. He was reverse engineering it, learning to transfer the compulsion. Naruto felt sick. He crossed the room and knelt beside the nearest chair. The woman in it was a Chunin, mid-20s, brown hair pulled back, wearing standard-issue Konoha field gear. He recognized her vaguely from the reconstruction sites, Her name came to him from a clone's memory, Yuki. She'd been volunteering at the East Quarter construction zone 3 weeks ago. She'd stopped showing up 12 days ago. "Yuki," he said. "Can you hear me?" Her eyes moved to him. Focused. And then something happened. The compulsion, which had been suppressed and redirected by the array, surged back to its original target. Naruto was here. Naruto was real and present and close, and the array's redirection couldn't compete with the actual source of the frequency. The golden threads in Yuki's brain snapped back to their natural resonance like rubber bands released from tension. She gasped. Her body jerked in the chair. The calm, peaceful expression shattered, and what replaced it was raw, unfiltered, agonizing, the compulsion at full intensity, hitting her like a wave after being artificially suppressed, the emotional equivalent of a limb's blood flow being restored after a tourniquet. "Naruto," she breathed. You're here. She was crying, reaching for him. Her hands came off the chair's armrests and stretched toward his face, and her fingers trembled, and her eyes were wide and desperate and adoring, and he could see the compulsion burning through every layer of her consciousness like fire through paper. He caught her wrists. Gently, held them. "I'm here," he said. "You're safe. I'm going to get you out of this." The other 3 women were reacting too. His presence was cutting through the array's suppression, snapping their compulsions back to the source. They were stirring, disoriented, the artificial peace shattering. One of them was crying. One was laughing. One just stared at him with an expression of such overwhelming relief that it carved a hole in his chest. Naruto created 4 shadow clones. Each one moved to a woman's side, providing a stabilizing presence. The compulsion responded to clones the same way it responded to the original, which meant the women could focus on the clone beside them rather than all 4 trying to reach the single real Naruto. Then Naruto turned to the seal array on the floor and studied it. He wasn't a seal master. He didn't have his father's genius for the art, but he was in Uzumaki, and seals were in his blood the way water was in a river. He could read this. Not the fine details, not the technical architecture, but the shape. The intent. The purpose. The array was a research platform. It wasn't designed for mass production, it was a prototype, a testbed for understanding the seal's mechanics. Tansei was using these women as subjects, studying the compulsion, learning how it worked so he could replicate and redirect it. And there, at the array's edge, etched into the floor in meticulous script, notes. Observations. Data, written in a precise, analytical hand that had to be Tansei's. Subject A, redirection efficiency 34% at current amplitude. Resistance increases with proximity to primary source. Recommend increased isolation period before next calibration. Subject C, neural pathway adaptation faster than projected. The seal's integration depth correlates with original emotional complexity. Subjects with pre-existing positive association to source show deeper integration and higher resistance to redirection. Targeting women with minimal prior connection to source may yield faster results. General observation. The seal's architecture is Uzumaki derivative. The resonance frequency is keyed to the source's specific chakra signature. Replication would require either access to the source's chakra or discovery of the original seal matrix. The Uzumaki archives remain the optimal path to full operationalization. Naruto read the notes twice. Then he memorized them, because Shikamaru would want every word. Then he looked at the array and made a decision. He couldn't study it. He didn't have time, and the women needed to be disconnected now. So he did what he did best. He destroyed it. A controlled burst of yang chakra through his feet, flooding the seal matrix with so much raw energy that the carefully calibrated system overloaded and burned out. The golden light died. The concentric circles on the floor cracked and went dark. The connection to the women in the chairs severed. All 4 of them gasped simultaneously. The artificial suppression lifted completely and the compulsion hit them at natural intensity, strong, consuming, but theirs. Not amplified. Not redirected, Just the baseline seal effect, which was bad enough but was at least honest. "Sakura," Naruto called up the stairway. "Clear, 4 women, medical priority. They've been under a modification array. I need Ino's assessment." 30 seconds later, Sakura and Ino descended the stairs with 2 field medics in tow. Sakura took one look at the room, the chairs, the destroyed array, the 4 disoriented women with Naruto's clones steadying them, and her expression went flat and focused. Medical mode. No wasted emotion, no unnecessary reaction. Just assessment and action. "Ino, start with the most disoriented one. Surface read, I need to know what the array did to their neural pathways. Medics, vitals on all 4. Naruto, how long were they connected to the array?" "I don't know." "Yuki went missing 12 days ago. The others, I'm not sure." 12 days of continuous compulsion stimulation. There could be neurological fatigue, chakra pathway damage from the redirection attempts, emotional trauma from the forced state change. Sakura was already kneeling beside Yuki, green healing chakra, glowing around her hands. "I need to stabilize them here before we move them." Ino moved to the woman Naruto's clone had identified as the most disoriented. A Tokubetsu Jonin named Rieko, who was staring at the real Naruto with glassy, overwhelmed eyes. Ino knelt before her, placed her fingertips on Rieko's temples, and closed her eyes. The mind-body transmission activated. Ino's consciousness slipped into Rieko's neural landscape, reading the damage, silence for 10 seconds. 20, 30, Ino pulled back. Her face was white. "Sakura," she said, and her voice was thin. "The array wasn't just amplifying the compulsion, it was building something, trigger phrases. Embedded deep in the association cortex, tied to the compulsion's reward pathway. If someone speaks the right words, the compulsion spikes, full intensity, instantaneous, targeted at whatever the speaker directs. It's a control mechanism." He turned them into weapons. The room went silent except for the quiet sobs of the rescued women and the hum of Sakura's medical chakra. "Can you remove the triggers?" Naruto asked. "I can identify them, removing them without damaging the surrounding neural tissue." Ino hesitated. "Maybe, with time and precision. But there are layers. It's not one trigger, it's a network of them, different phrases for different responses. Come, stay, obey, attack." "Attack," Sakura repeated. He built an attack trigger into the compulsion network. If activated, the affected woman would perceive the designated target as a threat to Naruto. The compulsion would interpret it as a defense imperative. She'd attack with full capability, full commitment, genuinely believing she was protecting the person she's obsessed with. "Weaponized Kunoichi," Naruto said. His voice was calm. His chakra was not, it pressed against the room's walls, dense and hot, the yang energy responding to his emotional state the way Kurama had warned it would. The women in the chairs all turned toward him simultaneously, drawn by the flare like plants toward sunlight. He turned them into remote-controlled weapons. "Using their love for you as the trigger mechanism," Ino confirmed. "The ultimate sleeper agent. Women who look normal, act normal, live normal lives, until someone speaks the right words and they become guided missiles aimed at whatever target Tansei chooses. And they do it gladly, because their compromised minds would interpret it as an act of love." Naruto closed his eyes, breathed. The chakra pressure eased, he pulled it back, contained it, locked it down behind the iron discipline that Jiraiya and Killer Bee and the war itself had beaten into him. "Can we identify the trigger phrases?" he asked. "Neutralize them?" "From these 4, yes. Ino can map and extract them. But if Tansei has other women at other facilities, women we don't know about, who have been conditioned longer with deeper embedding, then we hit the other facilities and we find them." Naruto turned to his relay clone. "Shikamaru, status on the other 2 primaries." The clone relayed. Shikamaru's voice came back through the communication link, tight and precise. "Strike Team 2 reached Facility 2. Empty. Cleared out recently, equipment still warm, but personnel and subjects are gone. Strike Team 3 is 10 minutes from Facility 3, standing by for your clearance." "Cleared, hit it, and Shikamaru Tansei's ahead of us. He moved people from Facility 2 before we got there. He knew we were coming. A pause on the line. Then, the surveillance operative, he didn't report back. Tansei would have noticed the missed check-in and assumed compromise. He's had 18 hours to relocate. 18 hours to move how many women? Unknown. Could be 4. Could be 40. We don't know the full scope of his collection operation. Naruto's jaw tightened. He left these 4 behind. He left the ones he couldn't move quickly. The ones whose conditioning was incomplete. Or, Shikamaru paused again, or the ones he wanted you to find, to see what he'd done, to send a message. The notes on the floor, the meticulous observations, the careful handwriting. The Uzumaki archives remain the optimal path to full operationalization. Tansei wasn't just running from Naruto. He was running toward the same destination. The Uzumaki archives, the SEAL research, the original matrix that Minato had used. If Tansei reached it first, if he got his hands on the complete SEAL architecture before Naruto could, he wouldn't need to reverse engineer anything. He'd have the blueprints, the master key to every affected woman's mind. Shikamaru, Naruto said, the timeline just changed. We need the Uzumaki archives now, not next week, not after diplomatic clearance. Now. Naruto, we can't just, he's going for the archives. That's why he's moving his operation. He's done with the prototyping phase. He's got enough data from these women to know what he needs, and what he needs is the original SEAL matrix. Use a Shiaga cure. He's already heading there. Silence on the line. Shikamaru processing, running the logic, checking it against the data. 3 seconds. 5. You're right, Shikamaru said. The broker inquiries, the surveillance, the facility work, it was all research. Gathering enough understanding of the SEAL's mechanics to know where to look for the complete picture, and the complete picture is in the Uzumaki archives. A breath. I'll have a travel plan in 2 hours. You'll need a team. I'll need Sakura for the medical work, Hinata for tracking, and, he stopped. Something had been tugging at his sage senses for the last 30 seconds. A presence, approaching from the east, moving fast, faster than any normal shinobi, faster than most exceptional ones. A chakra signature he would recognize in any state, in any world, from any distance, because it was the signature of the person he'd spent half his life chasing and the other half fighting beside. Shikamaru, Naruto said, I think our team just got its 4th member. He walked up the stairs, through the corridor, past the paralyzed route operative, and out through the open rock face into the forest clearing beyond. The morning light was bright after the facility's sterile glow. The cedars swayed in a breeze that carried the scent of old wood and new growth. Sasuke Uchiha stood at the tree line. He looked exactly as he'd looked the last time Naruto had seen him, dark cloak, single visible eye. The Rinnegan's purple concentric circles in the left socket hidden behind his hair. His expression was neutral in the way that Sasuke's expressions were always neutral, communicating more through what wasn't shown than what was. You look terrible, Sasuke said. You look like you've been sleeping in a ditch. I have been sleeping in a ditch. Several, actually. I've been traveling for 3 days. He crossed the clearing with the efficient stride of someone who'd spent years covering ground alone. I heard about the seal. Naruto's eyebrows rose. How? We've kept it contained. You've kept it contained inside the village. Outside the village, the information space is less controlled. I was in Kiri when a rumor reached the Mizukij's intelligence network. A root-affiliated broker was asking questions about women affected by the war hero's chakra. The Mizukij mentioned it to me because she knows I'm connected to you. I asked questions. The answers were concerning enough that I came immediately. Just like that. Just like that. A beat. You're my friend, Naruto. When something threatens my friend, I come. That's not complicated. From Sasuke, who'd spent years making friendship as complicated as possible, the simplicity of the statement hit harder than any speech. Naruto felt something ease in his chest. A tension he hadn't realized he was carrying, the particular loneliness of facing a crisis that no amount of power could punch his way out of. I'm glad you're here, Naruto said. I know. The ghost of something that might have been warmth crossed Sasuke's face. Then it was gone, replaced by the analytical focus of the most dangerous shinobi alive who wasn't Naruto. "Brief me. Everything. Don't leave anything out," Naruto briefed him. Walking back through the forest toward the village, keeping pace with Sasuke's long stride, he laid out the entire situation. The seal, the effects, the research, Tansei, the facilities, the trigger phrases, the race for the Uzumaki archives. Sasuke listened with the absolute attention he gave to everything he considered important, asking occasional sharp questions that cut to the heart of each issue. When Naruto finished, they were at the village gate. Sasuke stopped walking. "The seal's resonance frequency," he said. Ino identified an offset between the golden threads and your actual chakra signature. "Yeah, slight offset, consistent across all examined subjects. The Rinnegan can perceive chakra at a level of detail beyond what medical jutsu or sensor techniques can achieve. I want to examine the seal directly, not the effects the seal itself on your body." "How?" I look at it. "With these eyes, looking is enough." They went to the Hokage's office. Kakashi was there, of course he was. The man lived behind that desk, and his reaction to Sasuke's arrival was a single raised eyebrow and the words, "You're late." "I wasn't aware I was expected." "You're always expected. It's part of your charm." Kakashi gestured at the room. "Welcome back. Try not to defect from anything while you're here." Sasuke ignored this with practiced ease. Naruto pulled off his jacket and shirt, exposing the seal array on his stomach. The 8 trigrams seal, intricate and ancient, Minato's masterwork. And beneath it, visible only to trained eyes, the secondary matrix, the dormant weapon that had already detonated. Sasuke activated the Rinnegan. The purple eye blazed to life, concentric circles spinning, perceiving reality at a depth that made normal vision seem like looking through frosted glass. He stepped close to Naruto, closer than they usually stood, close enough that Naruto could see the individual Tamo rotating within the Rinnegan's rings, and studied the seal. 30 seconds passed in silence. A minute. 2 minutes. When Sasuke spoke, his voice carried the particular weight of someone delivering news they'd verified 3 times before sharing. "The seal isn't just on you," he said. "It's become part of your chakra's fundamental structure. Every molecule of chakra your body produces carries the seal's frequency, embedded, integrated, inseparable. Removing the seal would require removing your ability to produce chakra entirely." Kurama said the same thing. Kurama was right, but there's something he might not have seen. Sasuke's Rinnegan eye narrowed. The frequency offset Ino identified, the difference between the golden threads and your actual signature, it's not random. It's a key. The seal's frequency is your frequency plus a specific modulation. That modulation is the active component. It's what interacts with female neurochemistry to produce the compulsion effect. If we could change the modulation, if you could produce chakra without the modulation, the compulsion's active mechanism would go silent. The golden threads would still be present in the affected women's neural pathways, but they'd stop resonating. The compulsion would cease to be stimulated. It wouldn't disappear, the neural changes are structural, but it would go dormant, quiet, manageable. How do I change the modulation? You can't. Not as you are. The modulation is built into the seal matrix, and the seal matrix is fused with your chakra production at the foundational level. You'd need to access the original seal design and modify it, not remove it, but adjust it. Change the output frequency. The Uzumaki archives. The Uzumaki archives. Sasuke deactivated the Rinnegan. The eye returned to its normal dark color. There's one more thing. The seal has a secondary function I don't think you're aware of. It's not just broadcasting, it's receiving. The golden threads in the affected women aren't a one-way transmission. They send information back. Emotional data. Physiological state. Location. If you focused, if you actively engaged the seal's receiving function, you could sense every affected woman on the continent. Know where they are, how they feel, whether they are in danger. Naruto stared at him. I've been feeling them, in sage mode. I thought it was the sage sense detecting the resonance, but it's the seal. Both. The sage sense picks up the resonance passively. The seal's receiving function is active. It provides more detailed information, more range, more specificity. You've been using it unconsciously. If you used it deliberately, you could track every affected woman Tansei has collected. Find them, find him. The room was very quiet. You're telling me the seal has a tracking function, Naruto said slowly. That the same mechanism that compromised these women also lets me find them anywhere in the world. Yes, Naruto closed his eyes. The seal hummed beneath his skin. He could feel it now. The receiving function, subtle and persistent, a net of awareness stretching outward from his body in every direction. He let himself sink into it. Not sage mode. Something else. Something older and more personal. The seal reading the world through the women it had touched. They were there. Dozens of them. Bright points of golden resonance scattered across his awareness like stars. Most were in Konoha, the village's affected population, going about their lives, fighting the compulsion in their individual ways. But some were further out, scattered, in motion, and there, to the southeast, moving fast, a cluster of golden points traveling together. 5 women. Heading toward the coast, toward the sea, toward Uzushiagakure, Naruto opened his eyes. I found them. Tansei's moving 5 women southeast. They're heading for Uzushio. Kakashi stood. How far? Half a day's travel at their current speed, maybe less if they take to the water. Then we need to be faster. Kakashi moved around the desk. Sasuke, can you use the Rinnegan's space-time jutsu to transport a team directly to Uzushiagakure? I can open a portal to any location I've been to or can precisely visualize. I've never been to Uzushio, but with Naruto's seal sense providing real-time coordinates of the moving targets, I can get us close. Do it. Naruto, assemble your team. Sakura and Hinata, who else? That's enough. 4 is sufficient. More than 4 in an unknown environment is a liability. Sasuke nodded agreement. Small team, fast movement, overwhelming force concentration. It's what we do best. Naruto pulled his shirt and jacket back on. The seal hummed against his skin, tracking the 5 points of golden light moving toward the ruins of his mother's homeland. Tansei was ahead of them. But Tansei didn't have the Rinnegan, didn't have Sage Mode, didn't have the seal's own tracking function turned against him, and Tansei didn't have Naruto. 2 hours, Naruto said. We leave in 2 hours. I need to brief Sakura and Hinata, grab supplies, and tell Shikamaru to hold the fort. 1 hour, Sasuke countered. Tansei has a head start. 1 hour. Fine. Naruto left the office at a run, 1 hour to assemble a team. 1 hour to prepare for a mission to a dead village at the edge of the world. 1 hour before the race for the Uzumaki archives, and the future of every affected woman entered its final stretch. The clock was ticking. And somewhere to the southeast, a man with a plan and a collection of compromised women was moving toward the same prize. Naruto ran faster. Chapter 5. Between the hands of gods, the portal opened like a wound in the air. A spiraling distortion of space-time that pulled light into its center and spat it out somewhere else. Sasuke held it steady with one hand extended, the Rinnegan blazing, sweat already forming at his temple from the effort of bridging 2 points separated by hundreds of kilometers. It's stable, Sasuke said through gritted teeth, but it won't hold forever. Go. Hinata went first. Byakugan active, she stepped through the portal and vanished. Then Sakura, medical pack strapped across her back, hands already glowing with a diagnostic preparation jutsu. Naruto went third, and the transit was instantaneous. 1 step in the forest outside Konoha, 1 step out onto wet stone beneath a gray sky. Sasuke came through last, and the portal collapsed behind him with a sound like tearing cloth. Uzushiagakure? Naruto had imagined this place. He'd thought about it during quiet moments, when the knowledge of his mother's heritage sat heavy in his chest, and the questions about where the Uzumaki came from pressed against the walls of his understanding. He'd pictured something grand. something that matched the legacy, the greatest seal masters in history, a clan so feared that 3 nations had allied to destroy them. The reality was ruins, and even the word ruins was generous. The village had been built on an island, a rocky, wind-swept landmass connected to the mainland by a bridge that had long since collapsed, its stone pilings jutting from the gray water like broken teeth. The island itself was maybe 2 kilometers across, ringed by cliffs on the seaward side and sloping to a natural harbor on the landward face. What remained of the village covered every available surface, crumbled walls, collapsed roofs, streets choked with decades of vegetation. The destruction wasn't the clean, singular devastation of a single attack. It was layered. Waves of damage from different angles, different forces, the architectural record of a siege that had lasted long enough for the attackers to get creative. But beneath the destruction, in the bones of the place, Naruto could feel something. The seals, they were everywhere. Carved into foundation stones, etched into the remains of walls. Woven into the very bedrock of the island in patterns so vast and intricate that they made the 8 trigrams seal look like a child's drawing. The Uzumaki had built their village on top of a seal matrix that encompassed the entire island, a defensive network, a power system, a library, all in one. Most of it was dormant, dead even. The chakra that had powered it was long gone, drained in the final defense, but the architecture remained, carved too deep into the stone to be eroded by time or weather. "This is incredible," Sakura breathed. She was kneeling at the edge of what had been a street, her fingers tracing a seal pattern carved into a paving stone. "The complexity, I've never seen anything like this. Every stone in this village is a page of a book." "Focus," Sasuke said. He was scanning the ruins with the Rinnegan, reading the island's chakra topology the way a cartographer reads terrain. "Naruto, the 5 signatures. Where?" Naruto closed his eyes and reached for the seals receiving function. The golden points were close, on the island, in fact. They'd arrived before the team, but not by much. The cluster of 5 affected women was below ground level, somewhere in the island's interior, descending through what must be a subterranean access point, underground, northwest quadrant, moving down. He opened his eyes and pointed. That direction, maybe 400 meters. Tansei's with them. I can only track the affected women, but he wouldn't send them alone. Hinata's Byakugan was active, the veins around her eyes pronounced. Her range here was extraordinary. The ruins' lack of living chakra sources meant there was almost no interference. She could see through the island itself. "I see them," she said. 5 women descending a spiral staircase carved into the bedrock, narrow passage, single file. And behind them, 2 figures without the golden resonance. 1 male, 1 female. The male is carrying something, a large scroll case. "That's Tansei," Naruto said. "Or one of his people. The scroll case is for the archives. He came prepared. There's more." Hinata's expression tightened. Below the staircase, the subterranean space opens up. It's enormous, a natural cavern, expanded and shaped by seal work. And the walls, Naruto-kun, the walls are covered in seals, floor to ceiling, thousands of them, tens of thousands. It's a vault. The Uzumaki archives. If they reach it before we do, and if Tansei has enough understanding of seal work to read what's there, he won't reach it. Naruto took a step forward. "Sasuke, Sakura, flank from the east. Hinata and I go straight in through the main access point. We intercept before they reach the vault." "If the 5 women resist," Sasuke asked. "They have trigger phrases implanted. Tansei could turn them hostile. Hinata and I will handle the women. You and Sakura deal with Tansei and his operative. You want Sakura in a combat role?" Sakura cracked her knuckles. The sound was very loud in the quiet ruins. "Don't worry about me." They moved. Naruto and Hinata crossed the ruins at speed, not chakra-enhanced leaping, just fast, ground-level movement through the broken streets. The island was eerie in its silence. No birds, no insects. The vegetation that had reclaimed the buildings was hardy and tough, salt-resistant scrub, clinging vines, but it didn't rustle. The wind came off the sea and passed through the dead village without finding anything to move. The access point was a circular opening in the ground, framed by a seal-carved stone archway. The stairs beyond descended into darkness, a tight spiral, wide enough for one person, carved directly into the island's bedrock. Naruto could feel the golden signatures below, still descending, still moving. They had a lead of maybe 200 meters vertically. He dropped into the stairwell without touching the stairs. Fell straight down the center of the spiral, controlling his descent with chakra. Not flying, just falling slowly, matching the speed of gravity with the precision of someone who'd learned to walk on water before he'd learned long division. Hinata followed, her Byakugan tracking the passage ahead, calling out obstacles, a collapsed section here, a narrowing there. The descent was deeper than Naruto expected. 100 meters. 200, 300. The island's bedrock gave way to older stone, the kind of geological formation that predated human habitation by millennia. The Uzumaki had built their vault in the bones of the earth itself. "They've reached the bottom," Hinata reported. "The cavern, they're entering it now." Tansei's male operative is at the front, the 5 women behind, Tansei at the rear. He's doing something. His hands are forming seals. What kind? I can't tell from the chakra shape alone, but the walls of the cavern are reacting. The seal work is lighting up around them. He's activating the vault systems. Naruto accelerated. The bottom of the stairwell came up fast, a final turn and then open space, the passage widening into the cavern Hinata had described. He landed on the cavern floor in a crouch and felt the vault's power wash over him. It was vast. A cathedral of stone, the ceiling lost in shadow 60 meters overhead, the floor smooth and level and covered in seal work that glowed faintly blue in the darkness. Pillars of natural stone had been carved into archive columns, their surfaces etched with condensed seal formulas, each one containing enough information to fill a library. The walls were the same. Every surface, every square centimeter, covered in the meticulous, beautiful, terrifyingly dense work of generations of Uzumaki seal masters. And it sang. Not audibly, not in sound, but in chakra. The vault seal network was resonating with Naruto's presence. Recognizing him, welcoming him. The Uzumaki blood in his veins was a key, and the vault was a lock that had been waiting decades for someone to turn it. The blue glow intensified. The seal work on the floor pulsed brighter where Naruto stood, spreading outward from his feet like ripples in water, lighting up pathways that hadn't been active since the village fell. The vault was waking up. And 200 meters across the cavern floor, lit by the glow of seal work he'd forcibly activated with jutsu rather than blood. Tansei stood among his 5 captive women and looked directly at Naruto with an expression of calm, unsurprised assessment. Naruto saw him clearly. The vault's blue light cast everything in stark relief. Tansei was exactly what Kakashi had described, unremarkable. Average height, average build, a face that would disappear in any crowd. He wore dark civilian clothes with no insignia, no hidiate, nothing that identified him as anything other than a man in a cave. He was perhaps 45, with gray at his temples and lines around his eyes that spoke of a lifetime of measured, patient effort. His hands were folded behind his back. Beside him, his operative, the woman Hinata had identified, was less calm. She was young, mid-20s, with the rigid posture and blank expression of root conditioning. Her hand was on a tanto at her hip. The 5 affected women stood between Tansei and Naruto. They weren't restrained. They stood in a loose group, their faces showing various stages of the compulsion's influence. 2 of them were already turned toward Naruto, their bodies orienting to him the way compasses orient to north. 2 others were holding position near Tansei, their expressions fixed and compliant in the way Naruto had seen in the facility. The 5th was somewhere in between, her head turning back and forth between Naruto and Tansei, like she couldn't decide which pull to follow. "Naruto Uzumaki," Tansei said. His voice carried across the cavern, amplified slightly by the acoustics. It was a pleasant voice. measured, the kind of voice that put people at ease, that made unreasonable things sound reasonable. I expected you, though not quite this quickly. The Rinnegan, I assume. Uchiha Sasuke is here. Close enough. And the Hyuga, excellent tracking capability, and your medic, no doubt. A well-composed team for the objective. Tansei's tone was conversational, collegial almost, like they were discussing a joint operation rather than facing off across a dead clan's vault. I imagine you're angry. You'd imagine right. Understandable, but I'd ask you to hear me out before you do something we'll both regret. Naruto didn't move. His sage sense was mapping the cavern, Sasuke and Sakura entering from the east passage, moving quietly, flanking. Hinata behind him and to the left, Byakugan reading the entire space. The 5 women between them, their golden signatures pulsing. You've got about 30 seconds, Naruto said. Then I'll be efficient. Tansei unfolded his hands from behind his back. They were empty. I am not your enemy, Naruto. We want the same thing, peace, stability. A world where the horrors of the war don't repeat. We disagree only on method. Your method involves kidnapping women and implanting control triggers in their brains. My method involves developing a tool that could end all conflict between nations. Permanently, without bloodshed. Tansei's voice didn't change. It stayed level, reasonable, persuasive, the voice of a man who believed absolutely in what he was saying. Consider what the seal represents. Not what it is now, what it could be. A mechanism that creates unbreakable loyalty. Not through fear or force or coercion, but through genuine emotional bonding. If this mechanism could be refined, controlled, applied selectively to key figures across every nation, leaders, military commanders, political operatives, all linked to a single unifying figure. Me. You. The hero of the war. The man every nation already admires. If the world's most powerful women were genuinely, neurologically devoted to you, and you were devoted to peace, then peace would be inevitable. Not negotiated, not enforced, woven into the fabric of human governance. No nation could oppose a world where its most capable women were united in common purpose. The cavern was quiet. The seal work pulsed blue around them, ancient and patient. That's insane, Naruto said. Is it? Tansei tilted his head. You shared your chakra with every soldier on that battlefield. You did it to save lives. And in doing so, you accidentally created the most powerful social bonding mechanism in human history. All I'm proposing is that we use it deliberately rather than leaving it as an uncontrolled accident. You're proposing we enslave people. I'm proposing we unify them. There's a difference. No, there isn't. Naruto took a step forward, then another. Each step lit up the seal work beneath his feet, blue light racing outward, the vault responding to his Uzumaki blood. You kidnapped those women, you strapped them into chairs, you rewired their brains. You built attack triggers so you could point them like weapons, and you're standing in my family's vault trying to tell me it's for peace. Tansei didn't step back. His composure held, the decades of root conditioning, the absolute certainty of a man who'd built his worldview on a foundation he considered unshakable. Danzo was crude, he said. His methods were brutal because his imagination was limited. He could only conceive of peace through dominance. I see further. The seal doesn't dominate, it bonds. It creates genuine emotional connection. The affected women aren't puppets. They're devoted. They want to be near you because your chakra resonates with something fundamental in their nature. I'm simply proposing we expand that resonance until it encompasses the world. By taking away their choice. Choice is what created the Fourth Great Ninja War. Choice is what drove Madara, Abaido, every villain who ever decided that their vision of the world was worth killing for. Free will is the most dangerous force on this planet, Naruto. It's what makes people fly planes into mountains. It's what makes Cage send children to die in border conflicts. If we could align that free will, point it all in the same direction, toward you, toward peace, toward a world that works, then it wouldn't be free will anymore. Naruto stopped walking. He was 50 meters from Tansei now. The 5 women between them were all oriented toward him, their bodies angled like flowers tracking the sun, their expressions ranging from desperate longing to forced calm. You don't get to decide what people want, Tansei, not even for good reasons, not even for peace. That's the line. That's always been the line. And who drew that line? You, the man who accidentally crossed it. Tansei's voice sharpened for the first time, not anger, but intensity. You already did this, Naruto. You already compromised the autonomy of hundreds of women. The only question is what happens next. Do we waste it? Pretend it didn't happen? Spend years searching for a cure that may not exist? Or do we take the most significant development in human social engineering since the invention of language and use it to build something better? We fix it. That's what happens next. We find the original seal matrix in this vault, we develop a counterresonance, and we give those women their minds back. That was always the plan. That's still the plan. And you don't get a vote. Tansei studied him. The measured calm returned, the momentary intensity folding back behind the mask of reasonableness. You won't find what you're looking for, he said. I've studied the Uzumaki seal tradition extensively. Danzo had archives of his own, acquired during the clan's fall. Minato's secondary seal wasn't based on any standard Uzumaki template. It was original work, experimental. If he documented it at all, it would be in his personal section of the archives, which requires his blood key to access. I have his blood. I'm his son. You have half his blood. The archive's blood key system requires a precise genetic match. Half may not be sufficient. Then I'll make it sufficient. Tansei's lips curved. Not a smile, something smaller, more private. The expression of a man who'd anticipated an obstacle and had already planned around it. Or, he said, you could accept that the seal cannot be reversed and choose to use it responsibly. I built the trigger system as a proof of concept, an ugly one, I admit. It was necessary to demonstrate the mechanism's potential. But the end state, I envision, doesn't require triggers or control phrases. Just the natural expansion of the bonding effect, your chakra distributed more widely, deliberately, to women in positions of influence across every nation, not forced, offered, a handshake, a touch, and the world shifts. You're describing a weapon. I'm describing a tool. The distinction lies in the hand that wields it. And your hands, he gestured at Naruto, at the vault lighting up around him, at the seal work responding to his blood. Your hands are the only ones that can. Naruto felt the pull of the argument. Not agreement, never agreement, but the gravitational weight of a worldview so completely, so articulately constructed that it demanded engagement. Tansei wasn't ranting. He wasn't monologuing. He was presenting a case with the precision of someone who'd spent decades refining it, testing each logical step against every counterargument, building something airtight, and it was still wrong. Not because the logic was flawed, the logic was impeccable, given its premises. It was wrong because the premises were rotten. It was wrong because it started from the assumption that people couldn't be trusted with their own choices, and everything built on that foundation was poison no matter how beautifully the structure was designed. Naruto knew this not because he was a philosopher or a politician or a strategic genius. He knew it because he'd been a lonely kid in an empty apartment, and the thing that had saved him wasn't someone else's decision about what he should feel. It was his own stubborn, irrational, freely chosen refusal to give up. Take that choice away, even for a good reason, even wrapped in kindness, and you killed the thing that made people worth saving in the first place. Here's what I think, Naruto said. I think you've spent so long inside Danzo's philosophy that you can't see outside it anymore. You polished the edges and gave it a nicer name, but it's the same thing. Control. Just control. And control doesn't make peace. It makes a prison that looks like peace until someone breaks out, and then it makes a war worse than anything we've ever seen. He let his chakra rise. Not combat level, not yet, but enough that the vault responded. The blue seal work flared brighter. The floor hummed. The ancient Uzumaki systems, keyed to his blood, roared to life around them like a sleeping giant rolling over, and the sheer volume of chakra the vault channeled made the air thick and electric. I'm going to access my father's archives, Naruto said. I'm going to find the seal matrix. I'm going to develop a counter-resonance that gives every affected woman the ability to choose whether to feel the compulsion or not. And you're not going to stop me. Not because I'm stronger than you, though I am, and we both know it. But because you're wrong, and I think somewhere underneath all that conditioning and all those years in the dark, you know you're wrong. Tansei's composure cracked, just a fraction. A tightening around the eyes, a stiffening in the shoulders. The recognition that the conversation was over and the confrontation was about to begin. Kagura, he said quietly, his operative, the young woman with the tanto, moved, fast. Not toward Naruto, but toward the nearest vault wall, her hand forming a sequence of seals with the speed and precision of years of drilling. A pulse of chakra shot from her palm into the wall, interfacing with the vault seal network, and the ancient systems screamed. The harmonious blue glow fractured, half the cavern went dark, the other half blazed white, and the seal work on the floor erupted in conflicting patterns as Tansei's operative fed disruptive chakra into the network. Sabotage. Not destruction, Tansei didn't want to destroy the archives. He wanted to lock them. Override the blood key system, scramble the access protocols, buy time. Naruto felt the vault systems rejecting the intrusion, the Uzumaki seal work fighting the foreign chakra, but the disruption was sophisticated. Tansei had studied enough of the seal tradition to know exactly where the network was vulnerable, and in the same moment, Tansei spoke again. A single word. Calm, clear, carrying across the cavern. Protect. The trigger phrase, 3 of the 5 women turned toward Naruto's position. Their eyes were wrong, not the desperate longing of the compulsion, but something harder. Focused. The trigger had reinterpreted the compulsion. Naruto wasn't a source of comfort. He was a protectee, and anything between them and him was a threat, including his own team. The 2 women nearest Naruto charged at Hinata. They were fast. Combat-trained kunoichi, Chunin level at minimum, running on the adrenaline of weaponized devotion. The first came in with a kunai, the second with a taijutsu combination that showed Jonin-quality training. They weren't holding back. The trigger had stripped away restraint, replacing it with the singular, overwhelming imperative. Protect Naruto from all threats. Hinata moved like water. She didn't strike. She didn't have to. Gentle fist at its highest expression wasn't about hitting, it was about redirecting. Her palms moved in precise arcs, touching the attacking women's outstretched arms at the chakra points, not closing them, not causing harm, but disrupting the flow just enough to kill the momentum. The first woman's kunai hand went numb and the weapon fell from nerveless fingers. The second woman's punch diverted harmlessly past Hinata's shoulder, and Hinata's palm came up under her chin, not a strike, a touch, pressing the point at the jaw's hinge that sent a controlled chakra pulse into the brainstem. The second woman's eyes rolled up and she dropped. Unconscious. Clean. The first woman recovered fast, good training, strong will, and came in again. Hinata sidestepped, rotated, and placed both palms flat against the woman's back. 8 trigrams. Gentle touch. A technique Hinata had developed herself, not the devastating 64 palms, but its compassionate inverse. Instead of closing chakra points, it soothed them. A wave of calming chakra washed through the woman's system, interfering with the trigger's activation, and the woman stumbled, confused, the combat imperative flickering as Hinata's technique fought the trigger for dominance. Sleep, Hinata murmured, and pressed the brainstem point. The woman collapsed beside her companion. Across the cavern, the third triggered woman was running towards Sasuke and Sakura, who'd emerged from the east passage behind Tansei's position. The woman had no weapons. She was attacking with bare-handed desperation, seeing Sasuke and Sakura as threats to Naruto that needed to be eliminated. Sakura caught the woman's fist mid-swing. Just caught it, held it. The woman pulled and struggled, and Sakura didn't move. She was rooted to the stone floor with chakra-enhanced grip, her arm absorbing the force like it was nothing, because Sakura had learned to punch through mountains, and a Chunin's strength was a breeze against a cliff. I'm sorry about this, Sakura said, and she pressed 2 fingers to the woman's forehead. A precisely calibrated medical jutsu, sedation, instant, painless. The woman's eyes fluttered and she went limp. Sakura lowered her gently to the floor. The remaining 2 women hadn't been triggered. They stood where they were, paralyzed by conflicting impulses, the compulsion pulling them toward Naruto, the trigger phrase echoing in their modified neural pathways, fear and confusion making it impossible to act. They were shaking, hugging themselves, tears streaking their faces. Naruto didn't go to them. He went for Tansei. The distance between them was 50 meters. Naruto covered it in 1 second. Not Sage Mode, not Kurama's cloak, just raw physical speed, the product of a body that had been trained to its absolute limit and then pushed beyond by the power of a tailed beast. The air displaced by his movement hit the cavern walls like a shockwave, scattering loose stone. Tansei didn't run. He couldn't have. There was nowhere to go and nothing in his arsenal that could outpace what was coming. He stood his ground, and his hands moved in a seal sequence that was fast and precise, and activated something in the floor beneath his feet. A defensive seal. One of the vault's own systems repurposed by his operative's hack, raising a barrier of blue chakra energy between himself and Naruto. Naruto went through it, not around, not over. Through. His fist connected with the barrier, and the barrier held for approximately 1/4 of a second before the combined force of Naruto's physical strength and chakra output shattered it into dispersing fragments of blue light. He continued through without breaking stride, and his hand closed around the front of Tansei's shirt, and he lifted the man off his feet. Tansei dangled. His feet were 30 centimeters off the ground. Naruto's arm was fully extended, holding him at distance, and the grip on his shirt was unbreakable. "Tell me the deactivation phrase," Naruto said. "For the triggers." Now, Tansei's composure remarkably still held. His feet hung in the air, and a man who could reshape landscapes was holding him one-handed, and he looked at Naruto with the measured assessment of someone evaluating a data point. "There is no deactivation phrase," he said. "The triggers are permanent. They can only be overridden by a stronger stimulus, which, for these women, would be your direct command. Tell them to stop and they'll stop. The compulsion's loyalty to you supersedes any trigger I've implanted, provided you're present to enforce it." Naruto turned his head. "Hinata, the 2 who attacked you, are they secure, unconscious, and stable?" He looked at the 2 untriggered women standing frozen and terrified in the middle of the cavern. "It's okay," he called to them. His voice shifted, the hard edge dropped, replaced by the warmth that was fundamentally him, the compassion that no amount of crisis could erode. "You're safe. Nobody's going to hurt you. Just stay where you are." They nodded. One of them was crying openly. The other had her arms wrapped around herself so tightly her knuckles were white. "Sasuke," Naruto said. "The operative." "Handled." Naruto glanced past Tansei. Kagura was on the ground 20 meters away, her tanto knocked from her grip. Sasuke standing over her with his sword drawn and the Rinnegan active. She wasn't moving. Conscious, but immobilized. Sasuke's genjutsu, probably, cast through eye contact in the fraction of a second it took her to look at him. The vault's seal work was still in chaos. The disruption Kagura had introduced was fighting the Uzumaki network's natural defenses, blue and white light warring across the walls and floor. Naruto could feel the conflict through his blood. The vault was his heritage, his family's legacy. And someone had forced their way into its systems and was tearing it apart. "Sakura," he said, "can you handle Kagura and the women? I need to deal with the vault." "I've got them." "Go." Naruto looked at Tansei. The man hung from his grip, calm, patient, waiting. Like a teacher waiting for a student to reach the correct conclusion. "You're going to prison," Naruto told him. "Kano has maximum security. You're going to answer every question Ibiki asks you. And if you've got people out there, other operatives, other cells, other women you've collected, you're going to tell us where they are." The tongue seal. I broke the tongue seal on your surveillance operative with Yang chakra. I can break yours, or Sasuke can suppress it with the Rinnegan. Or Ino can work around it. You have no cards left, Tansei. You walked into my family's house and you used my family's work and you hurt people with my family's legacy. The only thing saving you right now is that I promised Kakashi I'd bring you back alive. Tansei's eyes searched his face. Looking for something, a crack, a doubt, an opening, he didn't find one. You really believe you can fix this, Tansei said. The seal, the effects, all of it. I know I can. And if you can't, if the archives don't contain what you need, if the counter-resonance is a mathematical impossibility, if the affected women are simply changed, permanently, irreversibly, what then? Then I'll find another way, and another one after that. And I will keep looking until I find the answer, or until I die trying, because that's what I do. And if you'd spent 5 minutes talking to anyone who actually knows me instead of hiding in tunnels and studying me from a distance, you'd know that. Tansei was quiet for a moment. Then he exhaled, and something left him with the breath, not fight exactly, but the certainty. The absolute conviction that had powered decades of planning. It didn't collapse, it just dimmed like a candle in a wind. You're not what Danzo described, Tansei said quietly. He said you were a weapon, a tool that needed to be controlled. He was wrong about a great many things, but I think he was most wrong about you. Yeah, well, he was wrong about a lot of stuff. Naruto lowered Tansei to the ground but didn't release his grip. Sasuke, can you restrain him? Gladly. Sasuke produced sealing wire from his cloak and bound Tansei's hands with the efficient brutality of someone who'd learned restraint techniques from Orochimaru. Tansei didn't resist. He stood quietly while his hands were tied, his eyes moving across the vault's walls, reading the seal work, even now, cataloging and analyzing with the compulsive thoroughness that had made him Root's architect. The vault's disruption, Naruto said. How do I fix it? Your operative introduced foreign chakra into the network. How do I purge it? Tansei considered. Then, with the air of a man who'd already lost and had nothing further to protect, the network is keyed to Uzumaki blood. Introduce your own chakra at the primary junction point, the central pillar, the largest one, and the system will prioritize your input over any foreign interference. It's a safety feature. The Uzumaki designed their vaults to recognize the bloodline above all else. Naruto released him and walked to the central pillar. It was massive, 5 meters in diameter, stretching from floor to ceiling, its surface covered in seal work so dense and intricate that individual characters were nearly invisible. The work of generations. Centuries of accumulated knowledge, carved into stone by hands that shared his blood. He placed both palms flat against the pillar. The vault recognized him. It wasn't a gradual process. It was instant, a flood of resonance that started at his palms and raced through the entire network. Blue light surging through every seal on every surface, the disrupted systems snapping back to their correct configuration as the Uzumaki blood key overrode everything else. The white interference vanished. The conflicting patterns resolved. The cavern filled with a steady, harmonious blue glow, and the seal work on the walls moved, characters shifting, rearranging, organizing themselves into readable sections as the archive's indexing system activated. Naruto felt the vault's contents open to him like a book. Not all at once, the archive was too vast for that, but the index was accessible. The organizational structure, categories, subcategories. Personal sections, locked by blood key, each corresponding to a specific Uzumaki seal master's contributions. And there, flagged by the index system, highlighted by the vault's recognition of his specific genetic signature, a personal section labeled in characters he couldn't read, but somehow understood, the way a native speaker understands their mother tongue without consciously translating. Namikaze Minato, guest archive, bloodlocked. His father had been here. Not in Uzumaki by birth, but by marriage, and the vault had accepted his contribution the way it accepted all Uzumaki-affiliated work, catalogued, protected, preserved. Minato had stored his seal research here, in his wife's family vault, locked behind a blood key that required his specific genetic signature to access. Tansei had been right about one thing. Naruto had half his father's blood. The blood key required a precise match. Naruto pushed his chakra deeper into the pillar. The vault's security systems engaged, the blood key authentication protocol, testing his genetic signature against the lock's requirements. He felt it scan him, analyze him, compare his blood to the key's template, partial match, 50%. Insufficient. The lock held. Naruto gritted his teeth. He was so close. The seal matrix was right there, behind a lock that recognized him as family but not as the right family member. His father's work, inches away, inaccessible because genetics were precise and half wasn't whole. Naruto. Sasuke's voice from across the cavern. Calm, analytical. The blood key requires a precise genetic match. You have half, but you also have something your father had Uzumaki blood. The vault's primary system is keyed to the bloodline. If you authenticate through the Uzumaki system first, as a full-blooded Uzumaki descendant, and then access the guest archive as a vault administrator rather than as a genetic match. Naruto understood. He was thinking about it wrong. He'd been trying to open his father's lock with his father's key. But he didn't need his father's key. He needed his mother's authority. He shifted his approach. Instead of pushing against Minato's bloodlock, he engaged the vault's administrative systems through his Uzumaki heritage. The vault recognized him instantly, not as Minato's son, but as Kushina's. A full-blooded Uzumaki descendant with administrative rights to the entire archive, including guest sections, the administrative override didn't require the blood key. It superseded it. The vault's hierarchy was clear. Uzumaki bloodline authority exceeded individual bloodlocks. The clan system was designed so that no single member's research could be permanently locked away from the clan itself. Minato's personal section opened, the seal work on the central pillar rearranged. Characters flowed and shifted, organizing into readable sections, and Naruto felt, his father's work laid bare before him. The 8-trigram seal. The dead demon-consuming seal. The flying thunder god's spatial anchoring system. And there, nested among the other projects, annotated with dates and notes and the meticulous documentation of a genius who knew he was running out of time. Project Aegis, Protective Resonance Seal, experimental. The secondary seal. His father's attempt to protect his unborn son through emotional resonance. Naruto read the documentation, not with his eyes. The characters were too small and too dense, but through the vault's interface, the information flowing directly into his consciousness through the chakra connection. Design specifications, intended parameters, activation conditions, projected effects. And there, in the final section, written in a hand that was slightly less precise, slightly more hurried, the notes of a man working against a deadline he couldn't extend, fail-safe. In the event of unintended activation at unsafe intensity. The seal's effects can be countered by inverting the resonance frequency. The counter frequency must be generated by the source, i.e., the seal bearer, and transmitted through the same vector that delivered the original activation. Direct chakra contact. The counter frequency will not eliminate the structural changes in affected subjects. It will decouple the resonance, rendering the changes inert. The subjects will retain the neural modifications, but will no longer experience the compulsive effects. Their existing emotions, natural, unmodified, will remain intact. The artificial amplification will cease. I hope this failsafe is never needed. But I learned from Jiraiya-sensei that the difference between a seal master and a fool is that the master always builds a way out. Naruto read it again. And a third time, a way out. His father had built a way out. Not a cure, the structural changes were permanent, the golden threads would remain in the affected women's neural pathways forever, but a decoupling. A silencer. Turn off the resonance and the compulsion goes quiet. The women keep whatever feelings are naturally theirs. The artificial amplification stops. Free will returns, and the counter-frequency could only be generated by Naruto himself. He pulled his hands from the pillar. The vault's glow settled into a steady, warm blue. Across the cavern, his team and his prisoners waited in the aftermath of a fight that had lasted less than 2 minutes. "I found it," he said. Sakura looked up from where she was treating one of the unconscious, triggered women. "The seal matrix?" "The counter-frequency." "My father documented a failsafe. If I can generate the inverted resonance and transmit it through direct chakra contact, it'll decouple the compulsion. The affected women will keep the neural changes, but they won't feel the effects anymore. Their natural emotions stay." The artificial amplification stops. Sakura's eyes widened. "Direct chakra contact. You mean I have to touch them, every affected woman, individually, with the counter-frequency active?" The irony was not lost on anyone. "The counter-frequency," Sasuke said. "Can you generate it?" "My father's notes describe the inversion process. The seal on my body contains the original frequency. To invert it, I need to. It's like flipping a wave. Taking the resonance pattern and producing its mirror image. The notes describe a meditation technique, a specific chakra manipulation that reverses the seal's output without altering the seal itself." "How long to learn it?" "The notes say a seal master of moderate skill could learn it in a week. Someone with strong Uzumaki heritage and direct familiarity with the seal, potentially faster." "You have strong Uzumaki heritage and the seal is literally on your body," Sakura said. "Yeah, so maybe a day, maybe less, but I need to practice and I need to be sure. If I get the inversion wrong, if the counter-frequency is even slightly off, it could amplify the compulsion instead of dampening it. Then we do it right." Sakura stood, leaving the unconscious woman in the care of a field medic clone. "We go back to Konoha. You practice the inversion under controlled conditions. Ino monitors the frequency output in real time. When we're sure it's correct, we start the decoupling process." "And the women Tansei still has?" Hinata asked. She'd moved to the 2 untriggered women and was sitting with them, her hand on one woman's shoulder, her presence a stabilizing force. "The ones we haven't found yet. I can find them," Naruto said. "The seal's receiving function. I can sense every affected woman on the continent. Once the counter-frequency is ready, I go to them, all of them." "That's potentially hundreds of individual contacts," Sakura said. "Across multiple nations, it could take weeks." "Then it takes weeks. I've got the chakra for it, and with Sasuke's portal technique, I can transport you to any location you can precisely identify," Sasuke confirmed. "With your seal sense providing coordinates, we can reach every affected woman on the continent in a fraction of the time it would take to travel conventionally." The plan was taking shape. Not a plan born from desperation or compromise, a real plan built on real intelligence, pointing toward a real solution. Naruto felt something shift in his chest. Not relief. Something harder. Determination crystallized into certainty. The knowledge that the answer existed and was within reach, and all that remained was the work. He looked at Tansei, bound and quiet against the cavern wall. The former root architect watched him with an expression that had passed through denial into something more complex. Not acceptance. Not agreement. But the recognition that the man in front of him had found a path Tansei hadn't imagined, because Tansei's imagination had been limited by the same cynicism he'd inherited from Danzo. "You built a way out," Tansei said softly. "You didn't even know it was there, and you found it anyway." "My father built it. I just showed up." "No, your father built a failsafe. You walked into a dead clan's vault, connected to a system designed for people who have been gone for decades, bypassed a bloodlock through sheer hereditary authority, and extracted the exact information you needed. That's not showing up. That's being the person the system was designed for." A pause. "The Uzumaki vault recognized you, Naruto, not as a visitor, as an heir." Naruto didn't have a response to that. He turned to his team. "We're done here. Sakura, get the women ready for transport. Hinata, help coordinate. Sasuke, can you open a portal back to Konoha from here?" "I've been to Konoha." "I can open it." "Then let's go. We've got work to do." The portal opened. The team moved through, women first, carried by Naruto's clones, then Sakura and Hinata, then Tansei and Kagura under Sasuke's guard. Naruto went last. He paused at the portal's edge, turned back. The vault stretched behind him, blue and vast and ancient, the accumulated wisdom of a dead clan glowing softly in the dark. His mother's people. His heritage. A lineage of seal masters who'd built something so powerful that the world had united to destroy it and failed to erase it. "I'll come back," he said to the empty vault, not a promise to the stone, a promise to the names carved into it, the generations of Uzumaki who'd poured their knowledge into these walls. "I'll learn what you left here, all of it." The seal work pulsed once, bright and warm. He stepped through the portal, and it closed behind him. Konoha was loud after the vault's silence. The portal deposited them in the Hokage's office, where Kakashi was on his feet before the light faded, reading the situation in a single sweep: prisoners, rescued women, a team that was battered but intact, and Naruto's face. "You found something," Kakashi said. "I found everything." Naruto set a scroll on Kakashi's desk, a copy of Minato's documentation, transcribed through the vault's interface onto physical media. "My father built a failsafe into the seal, a counter-frequency. I can generate it and transmit it through direct chakra contact. It won't remove the neural changes, but it'll silence the compulsion. The affected women get their agency back." Kakashi picked up the scroll, unrolled it. "Read." His visible eye moved across the text with increasing speed, and when he looked up, the expression on his face was something Naruto had never seen on his sensei before. Hope. Unguarded, uncomplicated, not yet tempered by strategic calculation. "When?" Kakashi asked. "I need to learn the inversion technique, practice it, verify the frequency with Ino's monitoring, call it 2 days, maybe 3. And then I start touching people." Naruto's mouth twitched. "Never thought I'd say that as a treatment plan." "The Cage Summit," Shikamaru said. He'd appeared in the doorway. Naruto hadn't heard him arrive, which meant Shikamaru had been waiting outside and had entered at precisely the right dramatic moment, which was very Shikamaru. "The invitations went out. Responses are coming in." Darui accepted immediately. The Mizukage accepted within the hour. "Kuretsuchi is deliberating but leaning yes. The summit convenes in 4 days." "I'll be ready by then," Naruto said. "I'll present the situation and the solution in the same briefing. Full transparency. And I'll offer to decouple every affected woman from every nation, personally." "That's a significant commitment," Kakashi said. "You're talking about weeks of travel, hundreds of individual treatments." "I know, and I'm going to do it. Not as a political gesture, because it's right." The room was quiet for a moment. Then Kakashi nodded. Then Shikamaru. Then Gaara, who'd been standing in the corner with the patience of sand, waiting for the conversation to reach the conclusion he'd already arrived at. "I'll inform Temari," Gaara said. "She'll want to be among the first." Naruto nodded. "She will be." The rescued women were taken to the hospital. Tansei and Kagura were remanded to Anbu custody, maximum security, isolated, under constant guard. Ibiki would begin the full interrogation within hours, armed now with the Yang chakra technique to suppress the tongue seal. The rest of the day was preparation. Naruto sat in the secure lab with Ino, who attached sensor arrays to his chest and stomach and hooked them to monitoring equipment that would display his chakra output in real time. The counter-frequency inversion required a specific mental state, a meditation technique that his father had described in precise, clinical terms that somehow made perfect sense when Naruto read them through the vault's interface. The technique was conceptually simple. The seal produced a resonance, a specific waveform embedded in Naruto's chakra output. To invert it, Naruto needed to generate the mirror image of that waveform, like noise-canceling sound. Produce the opposite wave, and the two cancel each other out. The compulsion's active stimulus goes silent. In practice, it was extraordinarily difficult. The resonance was woven into every molecule of chakra his body produced. Inverting it meant changing something fundamental about his chakra output while maintaining everything else: combat capability, sage mode, Kurama's link, all functional, with only the seal's frequency flipped. He failed 14 times in the first hour. Too broad, Ino said, watching the monitors. You're inverting your entire chakra signature, not just the seal component. If you transmitted that, you'd disrupt every chakra-based function in the affected women, not just the compulsion. Be more precise. Target only the modulation Sasuke identified. He tried again. Failed, tried again, failed. The modulation was so deeply integrated that separating it from his base chakra felt like trying to change the color of one thread in a tapestry without unweaving the whole thing. On the 23rd attempt, he got it. The monitors showed it, his base chakra signature unchanged, with the seal's modulation cleanly inverted, a mirror image riding on top of the normal output. Ino leaned forward, her eyes darting between the screens. "That's it," she breathed. "Naruto, that's it, hold it." He held it. The mental state was specific, a particular quality of focus, a way of thinking about his chakra that redirected the seal's output without disrupting anything else. It was like humming a counter-melody. The original tune still played, but the harmony changed. "The compulsion in my head just went quiet," Ino said. Her voice was different, not the controlled, clinical tone she'd been maintaining for days. Something raw. Amazed. "It's still there, I can feel the neural changes, the golden threads, all of it, but the resonance stopped. It's like someone turned off a radio that's been playing in the background for weeks. I'd forgotten what silence sounded like." She looked at him, her eyes were wet. "It worked," she said. "Naruto, it worked." He released the technique. Ino flinched, the compulsion surged back, the resonance resuming, and her expression tightened as the now-familiar pull reasserted itself. "Temporary," she said, steadying herself. "It only works while you're actively generating the counter-frequency. For the passive effect, yeah. But my father's notes describe a transmitted version. If I generate the counter-frequency and push it into someone through direct chakra contact, it permanently inverts the resonance in their neural pathways. One touch, one transmission, and the decoupling is permanent. You need to practice that next. I need a volunteer." Ino held out her hand. "Consider this my formal consent." Naruto looked at her hand. Small, steady, offered with the full awareness of what it meant. She was volunteering to be the first, the test case, the proof of concept. If the transmission worked, she'd be free of the compulsion. If it didn't, if the frequency was slightly off, if the transmission was imperfect, the effects could be worse. He took her hand. The counter-frequency hummed in his chakra. He shaped it, focused it, compressed it from a passive field into an active pulse. Then he pushed it through the point of contact, his palm against hers, chakra flowing from his hand into her system, carrying the inverted resonance directly into her neural pathways. Ino gasped. Her eyes went wide. Her hand clenched around his, and her other hand grabbed his wrist, and she held on with the grip of someone feeling the ground shift beneath them. She started, and then she was quiet, her eyes unfocused, feeling the change propagate through her neural architecture. The golden threads in her brain, resonating for weeks at the seal's frequency, receiving the inverted signal and settling, going quiet, not gone, still present, still woven into her pathways, but silent. Inert, like strings that had been vibrating continuously finally going still. She released his hand, took a step back, her eyes refocused. "Say something," Naruto said. "I'm thinking of something to say that isn't 'oh my God' and I'm failing." Ino pressed her hands to her temples. "The compulsion is gone. No, not gone. The urge is gone. The pull toward you, the need for proximity, the intrusive thoughts, all quiet. But I still feel warmth toward you, affection, respect. The things I felt before the war." She paused. "I can tell the difference now. Before, everything was mixed together, the genuine feelings and the compulsion were indistinguishable. Now the compulsion is silent and what's left is mine, just mine. You're sure? I'm a Yamanaka. I can read my own mind." She smiled, and the smile was different, lighter, clearer, without the constant undercurrent of the compulsion's pull. "It's mine, Naruto, thank you," he nodded. His throat was tight. "One down, a few hundred to go. Then you'd better rest tonight. Because starting tomorrow, you've got a lot of hands to hold." He laughed. She laughed. And the sound of it, genuine, unburdened, free, echoed off the lab walls and was the best thing Naruto had heard in weeks. The next 2 days were practice. Naruto refined the transmission technique until he could generate the counter frequency and deliver it in under 3 seconds of contact. Ino monitored every attempt, confirming the precision, flagging deviations, helping him calibrate. By the end of the second day, the technique was consistent and reliable. Every transmission, perfect. Every counter frequency, exact. He was ready. The Cage Summit convened on the 4th day in the grand conference chamber that the reconstruction teams had prioritized specifically for this purpose. Kakashi had invoked the wartime alliance protocols, and the response had been immediate. Darui from Kumo, Mei Terumi, the Mizukage, Kuretsuchi from Iwa, Gaara from Suna, and Kakashi himself presiding 5 Cage, 5 nations. The same alliance that had faced Madara and Kaguya, reunited by a crisis born from the victory that had ended those threats. Naruto stood before them, not at a podium, not behind a desk. Standing in the center of the chamber, at full height, wearing his usual clothes, no formal robes, no ceremonial anything. Just Naruto. The man who'd been at the center of the war, at the center of the crisis, and who was now at the center of the solution. He told them everything. The seal. The effects, the scope, Tansei's exploitation, the research, the counter-frequency, the failsafe. He spoke for 20 minutes without notes, without hedging, without political framing. He described what the seal had done to women across every nation with unflinching honesty. He took full responsibility despite the accidental nature, and he presented the solution clearly. "I can decouple the compulsion from every affected woman," he said. "Personally, through direct chakra contact. The transmission takes seconds. The effect is permanent. The women retain their neural modifications, but the compulsive component goes silent. Their natural emotions remain. Their agency returns." He paused, looked at each cage in turn. "This is my responsibility. I caused it. I'll fix it. All I need from each of you is cooperation. Help me identify the affected women in your villages, give me access, and let me do the work. I'll come to every village personally. I'll treat every woman individually. And when it's done, I'll submit to whatever oversight or verification process you require to confirm the effects are genuine." Silence. The cage exchanged glances. Darui spoke first. "You're asking us to let the man who accidentally brainwashed our Kunoichi walk through our villages touching women." "Yes. And we should trust that the contact will fix the problem rather than make it worse because I fixed Ino Yamanaka 2 days ago, and she's sitting right outside that door, ready to testify to the results. Because Tsunade Senju, the former Hokage, is next in line for treatment and is vouching for the process. Because Sasuke Uchiha verified the technique with the Rinnegan. And because I'm standing here asking for your trust, not demanding your compliance." Darui leaned back in his chair. He was a big man, calm and deliberate, the kind of cage who listened more than he spoke. He studied Naruto for a long moment. "Sent me a message before I left Kumo," Darui said. "The 4th Raikage, my predecessor, he said, if Naruto tells you something, believe it. He's physically incapable of deception. It's his most annoying quality." "A beat. Kumo cooperates. Kiri cooperates," Mei said immediately. She'd been watching Naruto with a complex expression, respect, concern, and something that might have been the compulsion's pull carefully managed behind diplomatic composure. "I was on that battlefield, Naruto. I may be affected myself. If you have a cure, I want it." Kuretsuchi took longer. She was young for a cage, younger than Naruto, and still building the confidence that came with the position. But when she spoke, her voice was sure. "Iwa cooperates, but I want independent verification." Sasuke Uchiha examines every treated woman in my village to confirm the decoupling. Agreed. Naruto said. Suna's cooperation was never in question, Gaara said simply. Kakashi smiled behind the mask. Then it's unanimous. We'll begin immediately. The summit continued with logistics, identifying affected women in each village, scheduling Naruto's visits, establishing verification protocols. But the hard part was done. The alliance held, the trust held, and the path forward was clear. That evening, Naruto sat on the roof of the Hokage's temporary office and watched the sun set over Konoha. The village sprawled below him, half rebuilt, half ruined, alive and loud and imperfect. His clones were still working, always working. The residential blocks were nearly done. The hospital wing had a roof now. The market district was open for business. Hinata found him there. She always found him. She climbed onto the roof without using the stairs, a chakra-assisted leap to the windowsill, a graceful pull to the rooftop edge. She sat beside him, close but not touching, and they watched the sunset together. Tomorrow, she said, tomorrow. Tsunade first, then Sakura, then Tenten and the others in the inner circle, then the broader group, then the other villages. And me, he turned to look at her. The sunset light caught her face, warm and golden, painting her features in shades of amber. Her pale eyes held the light without reflecting it, absorbing it the way they absorbed everything. Patient. Deep. Whenever you're ready, he said. I'm ready now. Hinata, I don't want to wait. I don't want to spend another night wondering how much of what I feel is mine and how much is the seal. I want to know, and the only way to know is to let you decouple the compulsion and see what's left. What if, he stopped himself, started again. What if the compulsion is a bigger part of it than you think? What if the decoupling changes how you feel more than you expect? I don't want you to, Naruto-kun. She turned to face him fully. The sunset was behind her now, framing her in fire and gold. I told you at the memorial stone. I know what I felt before the seal. I know it as certainly as I know anything. But you're right that I can't prove it while the compulsion is active, so let me prove it the only way I can. Decouple the compulsion. Right now. And whatever I feel afterward, whatever's left when the artificial noise is gone, that will be the truth. For both of us. He looked at her. This woman who'd loved him since childhood. Who'd fought for him, nearly died for him, waited for him with a patience that defied everything he understood about the human capacity for endurance. She was asking him to strip away the seal's influence and bet on what remained. She was asking him to trust her. Okay, he said. He activated the counter-frequency. Felt it hum through his chakra, the inverted resonance, precise and clean, ready for transmission. He raised his hand. She took it, laced her fingers through his. Her hand was warm and steady, and she held on without hesitation. He pushed the counter-frequency through the point of contact. Felt it flow into her system, propagate through her neural pathways, reach the golden threads woven into her brain, and deliver the inverted signal. The resonance in her chakra network shuddered, flickered, and went still. She closed her eyes. Her hand tightened on his. Her breathing changed, a small catch, a held moment, then a slow exhale. Not pain, not loss, something more subtle. Like someone removing a pair of tinted glasses they'd been wearing so long they'd forgotten the world had different colors. 10 seconds. 20. 30, she opened her eyes, looked at him and smiled, not the compulsion's desperate warmth, not the seal's amplified devotion. A smile that was smaller and quieter and infinitely more real. The smile of a woman who just had the noise stripped away and found that the music underneath was exactly what she'd always believed it was. I love you, she said. It's mine. It was always mine. Naruto's vision blurred. He blinked hard, twice, and the tears fell anyway. He squeezed her hand and she squeezed back, and they sat on the roof of the Hokage's office while the sun dropped below the horizon and the first stars appeared and the village settled into evening around them. I love you too, he said. I don't know when it started. Maybe it was always there and I was too stupid to see it, but it's mine and it's real. She leaned into him. He put his arm around her shoulders and pulled her close, and they sat together in the darkness. And for the first time in weeks the weight on his chest was lighter, and the stars were bright, and tomorrow would bring the work, the long, necessary, healing work of undoing what the seal had done. But tonight was theirs. Tonight was enough. Chapter 6. What stays when the seal breaks the morning after felt different. Not in any dramatic, earth-shattering way. The sun rose at the same time, the reconstruction noise started at the same hour, Naruto's clones were already hauling lumber before dawn. But there was a quality to the light, or maybe a quality to the way he saw the light, that had shifted. Something inside him had settled. A foundation poured in the dark that was now, in the morning, solid enough to stand on. He'd slept 5 hours, the most he'd gotten in weeks. And he'd dreamed of his mother, not a memory, not a stored chakra visitation, just a dream. Kushina's red hair and bright smile, and the particular way she'd said you know that he recognized in his own speech patterns. She'd been standing in the vault at Yuzushiagakure, running her fingers over the seal work on the walls, and she'd turned to him and said, "You found it, I knew you would." Just a dream. But he held on to it anyway. Tsunade was first. She met him at the hospital research wing at 7 in the morning, before the regular staff arrived. She'd requested the early slot herself, partly for privacy, partly because Tsunade didn't believe in waiting for things she'd already decided on. She was in her medical coat, hair tied back, standing in the middle of the secure lab with her arms at her sides and her chin raised. The posture of a woman facing down a procedure she understood clinically, but couldn't fully prepare for emotionally. Sakura was there for monitoring. Ino was there for verification. The first successful decoupling, she could serve as the baseline for comparison. Shikamaru was there because Shikamaru was always where information was being generated. "Let's not make a ceremony of it," Tsunade said. "I've been fighting this thing for weeks." "I'd like to stop." Naruto walked to her. She watched him approach with the particular tension he'd learned to recognize. The compulsion pulling her toward him, her willpower holding the line, the exhausting middle ground she'd been living in since the day she'd walked into Kakashi's office with a folder full of nightmares. He held out his hand. She looked at it. "If this doesn't work," she said, "I'm going to be very angry." "When has that ever stopped you?" She almost smiled. Then she took his hand. The counter-frequency hummed. Naruto pushed it through, gentle, precise. The technique refined by 2 days of practice and 1 successful application. He felt it enter Tsunade's system, felt the golden threads in her neural pathways receive the inverted signal, felt the resonance that had been driving her toward him for weeks shudder and go quiet. Tsunade's eyes closed. Her grip on his hand tightened. Then her breathing changed, it slowed, deepened, and something in her posture shifted. The tension left her shoulders. Not all at once, not dramatically, but like snow melting off a roof. Gradual, steady. The weight of weeks of constant internal struggle simply lifting. She opened her eyes. They were clear. Not compulsion clear, Tsunade clear. The fierce, sharp, no-nonsense gaze of the greatest medical ninja in history, unclouded by artificial resonance. She released his hand and stepped back, looked at him. Looked at the distance between them and felt nothing, no pull, no urgency, no desperate need to close the gap. Just a man standing 4 feet away. Her former patient's son, a friend, a colleague, nothing more and nothing less than what he actually was to her. "Well," she said. Her voice was rough at the edges. "That's better." Sakura was watching the monitors. Neural resonance flatlined. The golden threads are still present but inert, no active stimulation of the compulsion pathways. "Tsunade Shisho, how do you feel?" "Like someone turned off an alarm that's been ringing in my head for a month." Tsunade flexed her hands, rolled her shoulders, testing herself. "The urge is gone, completely. I can look at him and feel." She looked at Naruto. Studied him with the clinical eye she'd been unable to fully deploy while the compulsion was active. Respect. Genuine affection. The same things I felt before the war, when he was just Jiraiya's loud-mouthed apprentice who was probably going to get himself killed. The corner of her mouth turned up. "That's all mine, I'm sure of it." "Verified," Ino said. She'd been running a parallel assessment with her sensory techniques, comparing Tsunade's post-decoupling state to her own. The neural profile matches my results. Compulsion silenced, genuine emotions intact. The technique is consistent. Naruto let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. 1, confirmation was hopeful. 2 was a pattern. The technique worked. It was reproducible. Reliable. Next, Tsunade said, and then caught herself, looked at Sakura. If you're ready. Sakura set down her monitoring clipboard. She'd been prepared for this. She'd known she was second in line, had spent the previous evening in what she'd described to Naruto as aggressive emotional preparation, which seemed to involve a bottle of sake and a conversation with Ino that lasted 4 hours. She stepped forward and stood before Naruto with the squared-up posture she used before difficult surgeries. Brave, resolved, terrified underneath. I need to say something first, she said. You don't have to, I do, because after this I want the record to be clean. She took a breath. I spent years being unfair to you. When we were kids, when we were genin, I treated you like an annoyance. I chased Sasuke and ignored you and made you feel like you were less than. And then you grew up and became this incredible person, and I had to reckon with the fact that the boy I dismissed was becoming someone extraordinary. The guilt from that reckoning is mine, not the seal's, mine. Her green eyes held his, fierce, honest. What I feel for you now is complicated. It's respect, gratitude, guilt, genuine love, the kind you have for someone who's been in the trenches with you. I don't know if it's romantic. I don't think it is. I think it's something else, something that doesn't have a clean label. The seal amplified all of it indiscriminately and turned it into obsession, which made it impossible to sort through. So, she held out her hand, let's turn off the noise and find out what's actually playing. He took her hand, pushed the counter frequency. Watched her face as the resonance went quiet. Sakura's reaction was different from Tsunade's. Where Tsunade had been stoic, Sakura's eyes filled immediately, not with sadness, not with loss, with relief. The tears came fast and she didn't try to stop them. She stood in the middle of the lab with Naruto's hand in hers and cried the way you cry when a pain you've been enduring for so long you forgot what painlessness felt like suddenly vanishes. Oh God, she said, half laughing, half sobbing. That's what my brain is supposed to feel like. I forgot. I actually forgot. She released his hand and covered her face with both palms, breathing through the tears, letting the relief wash through her. When she dropped her hands, her expression had settled into something clear and warm and fundamentally Sakura, the best version of herself, the one that had been there all along underneath the compulsion's distortion. You're my family, Naruto, she said. Not my obsession, my family. That's what's left, and it's more than enough. He nodded. His throat was too tight for words, so he just nodded, and she nodded back, and the understanding between them was complete. After Sakura came the others. Naruto spent the rest of the morning in the secure lab, treating the inner circle one by one. Tenten arrived at 8, brisk and businesslike, and her decoupling was fast and clean. She shook his hand once afterward, said, "Thank you, that was awful. I owe you a sparring match," and left. 2 Anbu operatives came at 9, masks on, identities protected. They removed their gloves for the contact, and he felt the counter-frequency flow into systems that had been rigidly controlled by years of Black Ops discipline. Neither spoke afterward. One bowed. The other nodded once, sharply, and they both vanished in Shunshin. The Genjutsu specialist who'd requested training sessions arrived at 10. Her name was Mitsuki, and she was shaking when she walked in, not from the compulsion but from the shame of realizing how much her behavior had been altered. She'd reorganized her entire career trajectory around proximity to Naruto. Filed paperwork, changed specializations, disrupted her professional life. The decoupling was gentle. Naruto held her hand and pushed the frequency and watched the tension drain from her face like water from a basin. I almost gave up my Genjutsu certification, she said afterward, staring at the wall. I was going to switch to Taijutsu because you were a Taijutsu fighter and I wanted to be relevant to you. She covered her mouth with her hand. That isn't me. That was never me. It wasn't your fault. Naruto said, I know, but it feels like it was. She left quickly, her eyes red. Naruto treated 14 women that morning, 14 decouplings. 14 moments of contact, transmission, silence. 14 variations on the same theme, relief, tears, anger, gratitude, the complex emotional aftermath of having your autonomy returned after weeks of compromise. No two reactions were the same. Some women left immediately, needing space. Some stayed to talk. One hugged Sakura and cried for 10 minutes. One sat in the corner of the lab and laughed at nothing, the laughter of someone released from a cage they'd been pretending wasn't there. By noon, Naruto's chakra reserves were noticeably lower. Not critically, his reserves were absurd, even by Jinchuriki standards. But the counter-frequency transmission was more demanding than it appeared. Each application required precise chakra control at a level that taxed mental focus rather than raw capacity. He was tired in the way that intricate work made you tired, the fatigue of sustained precision rather than sustained output. Break, Sakura ordered. Medical authority, non-negotiable. Eat something, rest. You've got the broader village group this afternoon and Temari tonight. Naruto ate ramen. Of course he ate ramen. Ikaraku's temporary stand was bustling at lunchtime, Tuchai and Iame working in efficient tandem, and Naruto sat at his usual stool and ordered 3 bowls and ate them with the methodical focus of someone refueling a machine. Iame served him. Her eyes tracked him the way they had for weeks, warm, lingering, the compulsion pulling her attention like a magnet. She was on the afternoon treatment list. By evening, she'd be free. Iame, he said between bowls, I need to talk to you after your shift. It's important. She blinked. Is everything okay? It will be, I promise. She smiled. The compulsion's smile too wide, too warm, too much. By tomorrow, her smile would be her own again. He paid, left, and found a quiet rooftop to sit on for 20 minutes, closed his eyes. Let the sun warm his face. In the silence, he could feel them, the remaining affected women in the village, their golden resonances humming at the edges of his awareness. Dozens of them. Each one carrying the seal's fingerprint in their neural pathways. Each one waiting, knowingly or unknowingly, for the liberation he was working his way toward. He thought about the women in other villages. Kiri, Kumo, Iwa, Kunoichi, who'd fought beside him in the war, who'd received his chakra in the desperate unity of that battlefield moment, who'd gone home to their lives carrying something they didn't understand. Some of them wouldn't know they were affected. Some would have noticed the changes and rationalized them away. Some might have sought help from their own medical corps and been told there was nothing wrong because the changes looked natural, felt natural, were natural at a structural level. He'd reach them all. Everyone. It would take time, Sasuke's portals could bridge the distances, but the treatments were individual. One touch, one transmission, one woman at a time, hundreds of them, across 5 nations and an unknown number of smaller territories, weeks of work, maybe months, he'd do it. The afternoon session was larger. Hinata had organized the broader village group, women who'd been informed through the disclosure protocol, who understood their condition, who'd had time to process and prepare. They gathered at the Hyuga Compound's training hall in groups of 10. Hinata managed the logistics. Ino provided monitoring. Sakura handled medical follow-up. Naruto stood at the front of the hall and treated them one at a time. The process became almost rhythmic. A woman would approach. He'd meet her eyes, acknowledging her, seeing her, making sure she knew she wasn't a number in a queue. He'd hold out his hand. She'd take it. He'd generate the counter-frequency. Push the transmission. 3 seconds. The resonance would go quiet. The woman's face would change, sometimes dramatically, sometimes subtly. She'd release his hand, step back, feel the silence where the compulsion had been, react in whatever way was natural to her, move aside for the next. Some of them spoke to him. Brief words, thank you mostly, or just his name. Some couldn't speak, overwhelmed by the sensory shift. Some looked at him with clear eyes for the first time since the war and saw him as he actually was, not the focal point of an artificial obsession but a man. Just a man. Powerful, yes. Important, certainly, but human. Flawed. Real. One woman, a Jonin, a field commander who'd led a company during the war, stopped after the decoupling and stood very still for a long time. Then she said, "I can think again. I can think again." She said it like someone who'd been underwater and had just broken the surface. Another, a young Chunin, barely 18, burst into tears and apologized to Naruto for being weird around him for weeks. He told her she had nothing to apologize for. She shook her head and left, and Hinata followed her outside and sat with her until the crying stopped. By evening, Naruto had treated 43 women. The village's inner circle was complete. Every identified affected kunoichi in Konoha who'd volunteered for the disclosure protocol had been decoupled. The remaining women, those who hadn't yet been identified, or who hadn't volunteered, or who lived outside the village, would be reached in the coming days and weeks. Temari came at sunset. She arrived at the Hyuga compound with Gaara beside her and Shikamaru trailing a few steps behind. The three of them made an unusual formation. The Kazekage, his sister, and the Leaf strategist who'd been caught in the middle of a situation none of them had asked for. Temari was wearing her standard mission gear, fan across her back. Her face set in the particular expression she wore when she was about to do something she'd already decided was necessary regardless of how it felt. The training hall was empty now except for Naruto, Hinata, and Ino. The monitoring equipment was still set up. The afternoon light came through the paper screens in long, warm rectangles. Temari walked in, looked at Naruto, and said, "Let's do this." "You sure?" "If you ask me if I'm sure, I'll hit you with the fan." Gaara stood near the door, watching. His sand was perfectly still, a sign of controlled emotion, the opposite of what people assumed. When Gaara's sand moved, he was calm. When it was still, he was holding everything in check. Shikamaru stood against the wall. His hands were in his pockets. His face was the carefully arranged neutrality that Naruto had learned to read as intensity. He was watching Temari with the kind of focus he usually reserved for the most critical moments of a battle, the moves that determined everything that came after. Temari stopped in front of Naruto. She was taller than he expected, or maybe she just carried herself tall, the way people with absolute confidence in their own capabilities did. Her teal eyes met his without flinching. "For the record," she said, "what I felt before the seal was respect for a strong ally and moderate annoyance at your personality. I want to see if that's what comes back." "Moderate annoyance? You're very loud." He held out his hand. She took it. Her grip was firm, dry, the hand of a fighter who swung a battle fan in gale force winds. He pushed the counter frequency. Temari's reaction was the most controlled he'd seen. She didn't gasp, didn't cry, didn't visibly shift. Her eyes narrowed slightly, then relaxed. Her grip on his hand loosened by a fraction. Her breathing, which had been elevated, the compulsion's influence, proximity to its source, dropped to a resting rate. She stood there for 10 seconds, feeling the change, assessing it with the tactical precision she applied to everything. Then she released his hand and turned around and walked directly to Shikamaru. She stopped in front of him. He looked at her. She looked at him. The training hall was absolutely silent. "That," Temari said, pointing back at Naruto without looking at him, "was the seal. This is me." She grabbed the front of Shikamaru's vest with both hands, pulled him forward, and kissed him. It wasn't a gentle kiss. It wasn't a tentative, testing the waters kiss. It was a declaration, fierce and decisive and completely, entirely Temari. Shikamaru's hands came out of his pockets, for perhaps the first time in voluntary haste, and he caught her waist and kissed her back with an intensity that suggested he'd been holding something in check for a very long time and had just received definitive confirmation that he was allowed to stop. Gaara looked away. His sand twitched. If Naruto didn't know better, he would have said the Kazekage was embarrassed. Hinata covered her mouth to hide a smile. Ino didn't bother hiding hers. Temari pulled back, looked at Shikamaru. "Clear enough, Crystal," Shikamaru managed. His face was red. His hands were still on her waist. "Could you maybe not in front of your brother? My brother can look away. My brother is looking away. I am looking away, Gaara confirmed, studying the ceiling. Good. Temari turned back to Naruto. Her expression had shifted, the fierce urgency of the moment settling into something calmer, more certain. Thank you. The seal is silent. What I felt for him before the war, that's what's here now. Louder, actually. Turns out 3 weeks of having my emotional bandwidth hijacked gave me a lot of clarity about what I actually wanted. She glanced at Shikamaru. This one, Shikamaru repeated. He sounded dazed, happy, confused about being happy. Exactly like Shikamaru experiencing an emotion he hadn't planned for. Naruto watched them and felt something warm and uncomplicated in his chest. This was what the decoupling was supposed to produce. Not absence, not emptiness. Truth. The real feelings, uncontaminated, allowed to breathe. Temari loved Shikamaru. The seal had buried that under artificial noise. Now the noise was gone and the signal was clear. This was what all of it had been for. The next morning, Sasuke opened the first portal to Kumagakure. The journey to the other villages followed a pattern that quickly became routine. Though routine was a strange word for something that involved dimensional portals, international diplomacy, and the systematic neurological liberation of hundreds of women across 5 nations. Kumo was first. Darui met them at the village gate with a contingent of Kumo's medical corps. He'd prepared ahead, identifying 37 affected Kunoichi through his own intelligence apparatus. The rakeage was thorough. Every woman on his list had been informed, had been given the choice to participate, and had been provided with psychological support resources. Naruto treated them over 2 days. The Kumo Kunoichi were, on average, harder to read than Konohas. The village's military culture produced women who controlled their emotions more tightly, who processed the decoupling internally rather than visibly. But the relief was the same. Every woman he touched, every resonance he silenced. The same catch in the breath, the same subtle loosening of tension, the same moment of clarity when the noise dropped away and what remained was theirs. One Kumo Jonin, a woman named Karui, who Naruto vaguely recognized from the war, grabbed his hand with both of hers after the decoupling and said, "My husband thought I was losing my mind. I thought I was losing my mind. I couldn't explain why I kept thinking about some leaf shinobi I barely knew." She squeezed his hand once and let go. "Tell your father's ghost I said thanks for the failsafe." Kiri was next. Mei Terumi was waiting for them, and she was affected. The Mizukage herself, one of the most powerful women in the shinobi world, carrying the seal's compulsion behind a diplomatic mask for weeks. She'd managed it with characteristic grace, but the toll showed in the lines around her eyes and the tightness of her smile. Naruto treated her in her office, privately, with only Sasuke present as verification. The counter-frequency went through. Mei closed her eyes, was silent for a long moment, and then opened them and looked at Naruto with an expression so profoundly relieved that it made the stoic Mizukage's composure slip for just a second. "I was about to propose an alliance marriage," she said. "Between myself and you. I had the paperwork drafted. It was very good paperwork. I'm flattered, don't be. It was the seal. I am very happily independent and I plan to remain that way." She straightened her robes. "But I'm keeping the paperwork. It was excellent work and I refuse to waste good calligraphy." The Kiri treatments took 3 days. 41 women. Some had traveled from remote postings across the land of water to reach the Mizukage's village for the treatment. One had sailed overnight from an island garrison, arriving at dawn, sleep-deprived and desperate. "I haven't been able to focus on my duties for a month," she told Naruto. "I'm a lighthouse keeper. My job is to watch the sea, and I couldn't stop watching the horizon toward Fire Country." After Kiri, Iwa. Kuretsuchi was cautious. She insisted on Sasuke's Rinnegan verification for every treatment, which slowed the process but was her right as Kage. The Iwa Kunoichi were fewer, 28, and more skeptical. Iwa's culture was suspicious of outsiders, and the idea of a leaf shinobi touching their women, even therapeutically, required more diplomatic groundwork than the other villages. But the treatments worked. Every single one. The technique was flawless. Minato's failsafe, executed through his son's hands, performed exactly as designed. Sasuke was there for every session. Silent, watchful, the Rinnegan confirming each decoupling at the deepest level of chakra perception. He never commented on the emotional scenes, the tears, the relief, the occasional anger or grief. But Naruto noticed that after the sessions, when they'd returned to whatever temporary quarters they'd been given, Sasuke would sometimes sit quietly for a long time, staring at nothing, processing what he'd witnessed. On the third night in Iwa, Naruto found Sasuke on the roof of their guest quarters, looking out over the stone village. The architecture was brutal, all hard angles and carved rock, nothing like Konoha's wood and greenery. Sasuke looked at home in it. He'd always been more comfortable with edges than curves. "You've been quiet," Naruto said, sitting beside him. "I'm always quiet. Quieter than usual." Sasuke was silent for a moment. Then, "The woman today, the one with the daughter." Naruto knew who he meant. A Iwa Chunin, early 30s, who'd brought her 6-year-old daughter to the treatment session because she couldn't find childcare on short notice. The little girl had watched the decoupling with wide, uncomprehending eyes, and when her mother had started crying from relief, the child had tugged on her sleeve and said, "Mama, why are you sad?" And the woman had scooped her daughter up and held her and said, "I'm not sad, baby, I'm back." "What about her?" Naruto asked. She was one of the mild cases, low-level compulsion, barely affected comparatively, but she told you it had changed her parenting. She was distracted, absent, her daughter noticed. A 6-year-old noticed that her mother wasn't fully present and couldn't understand why. Sasuke paused. "Your father's seal was meant to make women protect you. Instead, it pulled their protection away from the people who already needed it. Their children, their families, their own lives." "Yeah." "The irony is precise." Sasuke's voice was carefully neutral. "A seal designed to give a lonely child a family ended up taking other children's families from them. My dad didn't intend. I know, intent doesn't determine impact. I know that better than most." He looked at Naruto. The Rinnegan was deactivated. Both eyes were dark, human, carrying the weight of a man who'd spent years causing harm he hadn't fully intended and was still coming to terms with the scope of it. "What you're doing, going to every woman, individually, personally, it matters. Not just because it fixes the problem, because it acknowledges the harm. You could have sent a team, trained other medics in the technique, delegated. But you're doing it yourself because you feel responsible, and that responsibility is what makes the difference between a mistake and a betrayal." "Sasuke, I'm not good at this." Sasuke's mouth twitched, the closest he came to a self-deprecating smile. "Saying things, emotional things, but you're my friend and you're carrying something heavy and I want you to know that I see it, and I think you're handling it correctly." Naruto sat with that for a moment. The stone village spread below them, harsh and angular, lit by stars. 2 men on a rooftop in a foreign country, a long way from the bridge where they'd first learned what it meant to be a team. "Thanks, Sasuke. Don't get used to it. I have a limited annual budget for emotional honesty and you've just consumed most of it." Naruto laughed. Sasuke didn't laugh, but the tightness around his eyes eased, and they sat together in comfortable silence for a long time, watching the stars over a village made of stone. The treatment tour took 19 days. 19 days of portals and villages and women's faces. 19 days of holding hands and pushing frequencies and watching the compulsion let go, one person at a time. Suna's treatments were fast. Gaara had the smallest affected population and the best-prepared support system. The minor nations took longer. Naruto had to track down affected women in scattered communities, civilian medics who'd been on the battlefield periphery, support staff who'd received the chakra transfer secondhand through physical contact with linked soldiers. He found everyone. The seal's receiving function guided him, each golden resonance a beacon, pulling him across the continent to women who didn't know why they'd been feeling strange. who didn't understand why a man they'd barely met occupied such a disproportionate space in their thoughts. He showed up, explained, offered the treatment, and administered it when they consented. Every woman consented. Everyone. The total count when Shikamaru finally compiled it was 312. 312 women across 5 nations and 11 minor territories. 312 decouplings. 312 moments of contact, transmission, silence, and relief. 312 individuals whose autonomy had been compromised by an accident of war and a father's desperate love, restored to themselves one touch at a time. Naruto remembered every face. Konoha was quiet when they returned for the last time. The reconstruction had progressed enormously in 19 days. The residential blocks were finished, the hospital wing was operational, the market district was thriving. Life had continued while Naruto was traveling. The village hadn't needed him to rebuild it. It had rebuilt itself, the way villages did, through the collective effort of thousands of people doing ordinary, necessary things. He dismissed his construction clones. They'd been running the whole time, maintaining the work, keeping the momentum, and the cascade of memories as they dispelled took nearly an hour to process. 19 days of construction progress, conversations with workers, lunch breaks, material deliveries, the patient accumulation of normalcy. The debriefing was at the Hokage's office. Kakashi, Shikamaru, Tsunade, Sakura, Ino, Gaara, Sasuke, Hinata. The full circle. They sat around the conference table that had replaced Kakashi's too small desk, and Shikamaru presented the final report with the clinical precision that was his gift. 312 treatments. 0 failures. 0 complications. 100% decoupling rate. The affected women across all nations had been restored to full cognitive autonomy, verified by Sasuke's Rinnegan analysis, and confirmed by Ino's neural assessment of a representative sample. Tansei's network had been dismantled. Ibuki's interrogation, aided by Naruto's yang chakra suppression of the tongue seal, had yielded the locations of every remaining root cell, and every woman Tansei had collected. The total number of women subjected to Tansei's trigger conditioning was 11. All 11 had been found, treated, and had their triggers removed through a combination of Ino's mental techniques and Naruto's counter-frequency. Tansei himself was in maximum security. His trial would be a matter for the Alliance to adjudicate. Crimes against citizens of multiple nations fell under the joint jurisdiction framework established during the war. Kakashi expected the proceedings to take months. The daimyo's court had been quiet since Naruto's rejection of their proposal. Conspicuously quiet. Shikamaru noted it as a potential concern for future monitoring, but assessed the immediate threat as low. The decoupling of the seal's effects had removed the court's primary leverage point. The seal itself remains on Naruto's body, Tsunade noted. The counter-frequency inversion is a technique, not a permanent state change. If Naruto were to distribute his chakra again in the future, another war, another mass contact event, the original resonance would activate in any new contacts. Then I don't distribute chakra that way again, Naruto said. Or I distribute it with the counter-frequency pre-applied. Now that I know the technique, I can generate the inverted resonance proactively. Future contacts would receive the counter-frequency simultaneously with the chakra, preventing the compulsion from ever activating. You've tested this? Sakura asked. Kurama and I worked on it during travel downtime. The pre-applied version is stable. Any chakra I share going forward carries the counter-frequency automatically. The seal can never do what it did again. Then it's over, Kakashi said. The room absorbed that. Over. The crisis that had consumed them for weeks, the discovery, the horror, the investigation, the politics, the confrontation, the cure was done. Not perfectly, not without scars, but done. Not entirely, Gaara said. Everyone looked at him. The affected women have been decoupled. But the experience itself left marks. Weeks of compromised autonomy, altered behavior, disrupted relationships. Some of these women made career changes, damaged friendships, questioned their own minds. The neurological effect may be silenced, but the psychological effect will persist. They'll need support. Agreed, Hinata said. I've been working with Ino on a support framework. Group sessions, individual counseling, resources for women processing the aftermath. Several of the women I organized during the disclosure have volunteered to lead peer support groups. The Yamanaka clan has offered their services, Ino added. My father's been briefed carefully with appropriate clearance, and the clan's mental health specialists are available. Suna will establish a parallel program, Gara said. Temari has volunteered to coordinate. Naruto looked around the table. These people, this room, the alliance that the war had built and the crisis had tested, and neither had broken. Kakashi, the reluctant Hokage who'd navigated the politics with quiet brilliance. Shikamaru, the strategist who'd held the operational chaos together with nothing but his mind. Tsunade, who'd identified the crisis before anyone else and fought it in herself while fighting it for everyone. Sakura, who'd pivoted from patient to researcher to field medic without missing a step. Ino, who'd volunteered her own brain for examination and provided the breakthrough. Gara, who'd committed his nation's resources without hesitation. Sasuke, who'd come when called and given what only he could give. Hinata, who'd argued for the affected women's right to know and organized their defense. None of them had done it because of a seal. None of them had been compelled. They'd chosen to help because helping was what they did.